Section 16 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 15. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 15, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Prussia crushed by Napoleon, A.D. 1806 by Sir Walter Scott, Part 2. The village of Hausenhausen, near which the opposite armies were first made aware of each other's proximity, became instantly the scene of a severe conflict, and was taken and retaken repeatedly. The Prussian cavalry, being superior in numbers to that of the French, and long famous for its appointments and discipline, attacked repeatedly, and was as often resisted by the French squares of infantry, whom they found it impossible to throw into disorder or break upon any point. The French, having thus repelled the Prussian horse, carried at the point of the bayonet some woods and villages of Spielberg, and remained in undisturbed possession of that of Hausenhausen. The Prussians had by this time maintained the battle from 8 in the morning till 11, and being now engaged on all points, with the exception of 2 divisions of the reserve, had suffered great loss. The Generalissimo Duke of Brunswick, wounded in the face by a grape shot, was carried off. So was General Schmettau and other officers of distinction. The want of an experienced chief began to be felt, when, to increase the difficulties of their situation, the King of Prussia received intelligence that General Mollendorf, who commanded his right wing, stationed near Jena, was in the act of being defeated by Bonaparte in person. The king took the generous, but perhaps desperate resolution of trying whether, in one general charge, he could not redeem the fortunes of the day by defeating that part of the French with which he was personally engaged. He ordered the attack to be made along all the line, and with all the forces which he had in the field, and his commands were obeyed with gallantry enough to vindicate the honor of the troops, but not to lead to success. They were beaten off, and the French resumed the offensive in their turn. Still the Prussian monarch, who seems now to have taken the command upon himself, endeavoring to supply the want of professional experience by courage, brought up his last reserves, and encouraged his broken troops rather to make a final stand for victory than to retreat in face of a conquering army. This effort also proved in vain. The Prussian line was attacked everywhere at once. Center and wings were broken through by the French at the bayonet's point, and the retreat, after so many fruitless efforts, in which no division had been left unengaged, was of the most disorderly character. But the confusion was increased tenfold when, as the defeated troops reached Weimar, they fell in with the right wing of their own army, fugitives like themselves, who were attempting to retreat in the same direction. The disorder of 2 routed armies meeting in opposing currents soon became inextricable. The roads were choked up with artillery and baggage wagons. The retreat became a hurried flight, and the king himself, who had shown the utmost courage during the Battle of Austerstadt, was at length for personal safety compelled to leave the high roads and escape across the fields escorted by a small body of cavalry. While the left of the Prussian army was in the act of combating to foot at Austerstadt, their right, as we have hinted, was with equally bad fortune engaged at Jena. This second action, though the least important of the two, has always given the name to the double battle, because it was at Jena that Napoleon was engaged in person. The French emperor had arrived at this town, which is situated upon the Saale on the October 13th, and had lost no time in issuing those orders to his marshals which produced the demonstrations of Davout and the victory at Auerstadt. His attention was not less turned to the position he himself occupied, and in which he had the prospect of fighting Bollendorf and the right of the Prussians on the next morning. With his usual activity, he formed or enlarged, in the course of the night, the roads by which he proposed to bring up his artillery on the succeeding day, and by hewing the solid rock made a path practicable for guns to the plateau or elevated plain in the front of Jena, where his center was established. The Prussian army lay before them, extended on a line of 6 leagues, while that of Napoleon, extremely concentrated, showed a very narrow front, but was well secured both on the flanks and in the rear. Bonaparte, according to his custom, slept in the bivouac, surrounded by his guards. In the morning he harangued his soldiers and recommended to them to stand firm against the charges of the Prussian cavalry, which had been represented as very redoubtable. As before Ulm, he had promised his soldiers a repetition of the Battle of Marengo. So now he pointed out to his men that the Prussians, separated from their magazines and cut off from their country, were in the situation of Mack at Ulm. He told them that the enemy no longer fought for honor and victory, but for the chance of opening a way to retreat. And he added that the corps which should permit them to escape would lose their honor. The French replied with loud shouts and demanded instantly to advance to the combat. The emperor ordered the columns destined for the attack to descend into the plain. His center consisted of the Imperial Guard and 2 divisions of Lands. Angerau commanded the right, which rested on the village and forest, and Soult's division with the part of Ney's was upon the left. General Mollendorf advanced on his side, and both armies, as at Auerstadt, were hid from each other by the mist, until suddenly the atmosphere cleared, and showed them to each other within the distance of half-cannon shot. The conflict instantly commenced. It began on the French right, where the Prussians attacked with the purpose of driving Augereau from the village on which he rested his extreme flank. Lannes was sent to support him, but whose succor he was unable to stand his ground. The battle then became general, and the Prussians showed themselves such masters of discipline that it was long impossible to gain any advantage over men who advanced, retired, or moved to either flank with the regularity of machines. Soult at length, by the most desperate efforts, dispossessed the Prussians opposed to him of the woods from which they had annoyed the French left, and at the same conjuncture the division of Ney and a large reserve of cavalry appeared upon the field of battle. Napoleon, thus strengthened, advanced the center, consisting in a great measure of the Imperial Guard, who, being fresh and in the highest spirits, compelled the Prussian army to give way. Their retreat was at first orderly, but it was part of Bonaparte's tactics to pour attack after attack upon a worsted enemy, as the billows of a tempestuous ocean follow each other in succession, till the last waves totally disperse the fragments of the bulwark, which the first had breached. Murat, at the head of the dragoons and the cavalry of reserve, charged as one who would merit, as far as bravery could merit, the splendid destinies which seemed now opening to him. The Prussian infantry were unable to support the shock, nor could their cavalry protect them. The rout became general. Great part of the artillery was taken, and the broken troops retreated in disorder upon Weimar, where, as we have already stated, their confusion became inextricable by their encountering the other tide of fugitives from their own left, which was directed upon Weimar also. All leading and following seemed now lost in this army, so lately confiding in its numbers and discipline. There was scarcely a general left to issue orders, Scarcely a soldier disposed to obey them, and it seems to have been more by a sort of instinct than any resolved purpose that several broken regiments were directed, or directed themselves upon Magdeburg, where Prince Hohenlohe endeavored to rally them. Besides the double battle of Jena and Auerstadt, Bernadotte had his share in the conflict, as he worsted at Apolda, a village betwixt these 2 points of general action, a large detachment. The French accounts state that 20,000 Prussians were killed and taken in the course of this fatal day, that 300 guns fell into their power, with 20 generals or lieutenant generals and standards and colors of the number of 60. The mismanagement of the Prussian generals in these calamitous battles, and in all the maneuvers which preceded them, amounted to infatuation. The troops also, according to Bonaparte's evidence, scarcely maintained their high character, oppressed probably by a sense of the disadvantages under which they combated. But it is unnecessary to dwell on the various causes of defeat, when the vanquished seem neither to have formed one combined and general plan of attack in the action, nor maintained communication with each other while it endured, nor agreed upon any scheme of retreat when the day was lost. The Duke of Brunswick, too, and General Smettau, being mortally wounded early in the battle, the several divisions of the Prussian army fought individually, without receiving any general orders, and consequently without regular plan or combined maneuvers. The consequences of the defeat were more universally calamitous than could have been anticipated, even when we consider that no mode of retreat having been fixed on, or general rallying point appointed, the broken army resembled a covey of heath fowl, which the sportsman marks down and destroys in detail and at leisure. Next day, after the action, a large body of the Prussians who, under the command of Mollendorf, had retired to Erfurt, were compelled to surrender to the victors, and the marshal, with the Prince of Orange Fulda, became prisoners. Other relics of this most unhappy defeat met with the same fate. General Kalkreuth, at the head of a considerable division of troops, was overtaken and routed in an attempt to cross the Harz Mountains. Prince Eugene of Württemberg commanded an untouched body of 16,000 men, whom the Prussian general-in-chief had suffered to remain at Meiningen, without an attempt to bring them into the field. Instead of retiring when he heard all was lost, the prince was rash enough to advance toward Hall, as if to put the only unbroken division of the Prussian army in the way of the far superior and victorious hosts of France. He was accordingly attacked and defeated by Bernadotte. The chief point of rallying, however, was Magdeburg, under the walls of which strong city Prince Hohenlohe, though wounded, contrived to assemble an army amounting to 50,000 men, but wanting everything and in the last degree of confusion. But Magdeburg was no place of rest for them. The same improvidence which had marked every step of the campaign had exhausted that city of the immense magazines which it contained, and taken them for the supply of the Duke of Brunswick's army. The wrecks of the field of Jena were exposed to famine as well as the sword. It only remained for Prince Hohenlohe to make the best escape he could to the Oder. And considering the disastrous circumstances in which he was placed, he seems to have displayed both courage and skill in his proceedings. After various partial actions, however, in all of which he lost men, he finally found himself with the advance guard and center of his army on the heights of Prenzlau, without provisions, forage, or ammunition. Surrender became unavoidable, and at Breslau and Pasewalk, nearly 20,000 Prussians laid down their arms. The rear of Prince Hohenlohe's army did not immediately share this calamity. They were at Poinsett when the surrender took place, and amounted to about 10,000 men, the relics of the battle in which Prince Eugene of Württemberg had engaged near Weimar, and where, under the command of a general whose name hereafter was destined to sound like a war trumpet, the celebrated Mamelukes. In the extremity of his country's distresses, this distinguished soldier showed the same indomitable spirit, the same activity in execution and daringness of resolve, which afterward led to such glorious results. He was about to leave Poinsett on the 29th, in consequence of his orders from Prince Hohenlohe, when he learned the general's disaster at Prenzlau. He instantly changed the direction of his retreat, and by a rapid march towards Strelitz, contrived to unite his forces with about 10,000 men, gleanings of Jena and Auerstadt, which, under the Dukes of Weimar and of Brunswick-Holz, had taken their route in that direction. Thus reinforced, Blücher adopted the plan of passing the Elbe at Lauenburg and reinforcing the Prussian garrisons in Lower Saxony. With this view, he fought several sharp actions and made many rapid marches, but the odds were too great to be balanced by courage and activity. The division of Soult, which had crossed the Elbe, cut him off from Lauenburg. That of Murad interposed between him and Stralsund, while Bernadotte pressed upon his rear. Blücher had no resource but to throw himself and his diminished and dispirited army into Lübeck. The pursuers came soon up, and found him like a stag at bay. A battle was fought on November 6th in the streets of Lübeck, with extreme fury on both sides, in which the Prussians were overpowered by numbers, and lost many slain besides 4,000 prisoners. Blücher fought his way out of the town and reached Schwerte, but he had now retreated as far as he had Prussian ground to bear him, and to violate the neutrality of the Danish territory would only have raised up new enemies to his unfortunate master. On November 7th, therefore, he gave up his good sword, to be resumed under happier auspices, and surrendered with the few thousand men which remained under his command. But the courage which he had manifested, like the lights of St. Elmo, amid the gloom of the tempest, showed that there was at least one pupil of the great Frederick worthy of his master, and afforded hopes on which Prussia long dwelt in silence till the moment of action arrived. The total destruction was such it might almost be termed, of the Prussian army was scarcely so wonderful as the facility with which the fortresses which defend the country, some of them ranking among the foremost in Europe, were surrendered by their commandants without shame and without resistance to the victorious enemy. Strong towns and fortified places on which the engineer had exhausted his science, provided too with large garrisons and ample supplies, opened their gates at the sound of a French trumpet or the explosion of a few bombs. Spandau, Stettin, Kustrin, Hamelin were each qualified to have arrested the march of invaders for months, yet were all surrendered on little more than a summons, and Magdeburg was a garrison of 22,000 men, 2,000 of them being artillerymen. And nevertheless this celebrated city capitulated with martial Ney at the first flight of shells. Hamelin was garrisoned by 6,000 troops, amply supplied with provisions and every means of maintaining a siege. The place was surrendered to a force scarcely 1/3 in proportion to that of the garrison. These incidents were too gross to be imputed to folly and cowardice alone. The French themselves wondered at their conquest, yet had a shrewd guess at the manner in which they were rendered so easy. When the recreant governor of Magdeburg was insulted by the students of Hull, but treachery as well as cowardice, the French garrison of the place sympathized as soldiers with the youthful enthusiasm of the scholars, and afforded the sordid old coward but little protection against their indignation. From a similar generous impulse, Charles, the commandant of Holland, was nearly destroyed by the troops under his orders. In surrendering the place, he had endeavored to stipulate that, in case the Prussian provinces should pass by the fortune of war to some other power, the officers should retain their pay and rank. The soldiers were so much incensed at this stipulation, which carried desertion in its front, and a proposal to shape a private fortune to himself amid the ruin of his country, that Charles only saved himself by delivering up the place to the French before the time stipulated in the Articles of Capitulation. It is believed that, on several of these occasions, the French constructed a golden key to open these iron fortresses, without being themselves at the expense of the precious metal which composed it. Every large garrison has, of course, a military chest, with treasure for the regular payment of the soldiery, and it is said that more than one commandant was unable to resist the proffer that, in case of an immediate surrender, this deposit should not be inquired into by the captors, but left at the disposal of the governor, whose accommodating disposition had saved them the time and trouble of a siege. While the French army made this uninterrupted progress, the new king of Holland, Louis Bonaparte, with an army partly composed of Dutch and partly of Frenchmen, possessed himself with equal ease of Westphalia, great part of Hanover, Emden, and East Friesland. To complete the picture of general disorder which Prussia now exhibited, it is only necessary to add that the unfortunate king, whose personal qualities deserved a better fate, had been obliged after the battle to fly into East Prussia, where he finally sought refuge in the city of Königsberg. Lestock, a faithful and able general, was still able to assemble out of the wreck of the Prussian army a few thousand men for the protection of his sovereign. Bonaparte took part of Berlin on October 25th, 11 days after the Battle of Jena. The fall of Prussia was so sudden and so total as to excite the general astonishment of Europe. Its prince was compared to the rash and inexperienced gambler who risks his whole fortune on one desperate cast and rises from the table totally ruined. That power had, for 3/4 of a century, ranked among the most important of Europe, but never had she exhibited such a formidable position as almost immediately before her disaster, when, holding in her own hand the balance of Europe, she might, before the day of Austerlitz, have inclined the scale to which side she would. And now she lay at the feet of the antagonist, whom she had rashly and in ill time defied, not fallen merely but totally prostrate, without the means of making a single effort to arise. It was remembered that Austria, when her armies were defeated and her capital taken, had still found resources in the courage of her subjects, and that the insurrections of Hungary and Bohemia had assumed, even after Bonaparte's most eminent successes, a character so formidable as to aid in procuring peace for the defeated emperor on moderate terms. Austria, therefore, was like a fortress repeatedly besieged, and as often breached and damaged, but which continued to be tenable, though diminished in strength and deprived of important outworks. But Prussia seemed like the same fortress swallowed up by an earthquake, which leaves nothing either to inhabit or defend, and where the fearful agency of the destroyer reduces the strongest bastions and bulwarks to crumbled masses of ruins and rubbish. The cause of this great distinction between two countries, which have so often contended against each other for political power and for influence in Germany, may be easily traced. The Empire of Austria combines in itself several large kingdoms, the undisturbed and undisputed dominions of a common sovereign, to whose sway they have been long accustomed, and toward whom they nourish the same sentiments of loyalty which their fathers entertained to the ancient princes of the same house. Austria's natural authority therefore rested, and now rests, on this broad and solid base, the general and rooted attachment of the people to their prince, and their identification of his interests with their own. Prussia had also her native provinces, in which her authority was hereditary, and where the affection, loyalty, and patriotism of the inhabitants were natural qualities which fathers transmitted to their sons. But a large part of her dominions consist of late acquisitions obtained at different times by the arms or policies of the great Frederick, and thus her territories, made up of a number of small and distant states, want geographical breadth, while their disproportioned length stretches, according to Voltaire's well-known simile, like a pair of garters across the map of Europe. It follows as a natural consequence that a long time must intervene between the formation of such a kingdom and the amalgamation of its component parts, differing in laws, manners, and usages, into one compact and solid monarchy, having respect and affection to their king as the common head, and regard to each other as members of the same community. It will require generations to pass away ere a kingdom, so artificially composed, can be cemented into unity and strength, and the tendency to remain disunited is greatly increased by the disadvantages of its geographical situation. These considerations alone might explain why, after the fatal Battle of Jena, the inhabitants of the various provinces of Prussia contributed no important personal assistance to repel the invader, and why, although almost all trained to arms and accustomed to serve a certain time in the line, they did not display any readiness to exert themselves against the common enemy. They felt that they belonged to Prussia only by the right of the strongest, and therefore were indifferent when the same right seemed about to transfer their allegiance elsewhere. They saw the approaching ruin of the Prussian power, not as children view the danger of a father, which they are bound to prevent at the hazard of their lives, but as servants view that of a master, which concerns them no otherwise than as leading to a change of their employers. End of section 16.
Section 17 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 15. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Shoesmith. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 15. The First Practical Steamboat, A.D. 1807, by James Renwick. That the same year in which Fulton navigated the Hudson River with his improved steamboat also saw the earliest use of fixed steam engines to drag trains on railways by means of ropes, shows how the great invention improved by Watt was engaging ingenious minds upon the new problems which he and his contemporaries had suggested. But the fact remains, to the honor of Fulton, that he made steam navigation practicable some years before any workable plan of steam locomotion on land was completed. The Spaniards claim to have first attempted to propel a vessel by steam in 1543, but the claim rests on doubtful authority. The French physicist Paton, born in 1647, and others in France, England, and the United States, who experimented with more or less result toward the end which Fulton reached, receive at the hands of Renwick the attention due to their efforts, and thus the historical evolution of the steamboat is sufficiently shown in the following account. Robert Fulton was born at Little Britain, Pennsylvania, in 1765. He went to London and studied painting under Benjamin West, but in 1793 devoted himself wholly to civil and mechanical engineering. In 1794 he removed to Paris, where he conducted many experiments on the lines which finally led to his great achievement. Fulton died in New York in 1815. Until Watt had completed the structure of the double-acting condensing engine, the application of steam to any but the single object of pumping water had been almost impracticable. It was not enough, in order to render it applicable to general purposes, that the condensation of the water should take place in a separate vessel and that the steam should itself be used instead of atmospheric pressure as the moving power. But it was also necessary that the steam should act as well during the ascent as during the descent of the piston. Before the method of paddle wheels could be successfully introduced, it was in addition necessary that a ready and convenient mode of changing the motion of the piston into one continuous and rotary should be discovered. All these improvements upon the original form of the steam engine are due to Watt, and he did not complete their perfect combination before the year 1786. Evans, who in America saw the possibility of constructing a double-acting engine even before Watt, and had made a model of his machine, did not succeed in obtaining funds to make an experiment upon a large scale before 1801. We conceive, therefore, that all those who projected the application of steam to vessels before 1786 may be excluded without ceremony from the list of those entitled to compete with Fulton for the honors of invention. No one, indeed, could have seen the powerful action of a pumping engine without being convinced that the energy which was applied so successfully to that single purpose might be made applicable to many others. But those who entertained a belief that the original atmospheric engine, or even the single-acting engine of Watt, could be applied to propel boats by paddle wheels, showed a total ignorance of mechanical principles. This is more particularly the case with all those whose projects bore the strongest resemblance to the plan which Fulton afterward carried successfully into effect. Those who approached most nearly to the attainment of success were they who were farthest removed from the plan of Fulton. His application was founded on the properties of Watt's double-acting engine, and could not have been used at all until that instrument of universal application had received the last finish of its inventor. In this list of failures, from proposing to do what the instrument they employed was incapable of performing, we do not hesitate to include Savary, Papin, Jonathan Hulls, Perrier, the Marquis de Geoffroy, and all the other names of earlier date than 1786, whom the jealousy of the French and English nations has drawn from oblivion for the purpose of contesting the priority of Fulton's claims. The only competitor whom they might have brought forward with some shadow of plausibility is Watt himself. No sooner had that illustrious inventor completed his double-acting engine than he saw at a glance the vast field of its application. Navigation and locomotion were not omitted, but living in an inland town, and in a country possessing no rivers of importance, his views were limited to canals alone. In this direction he saw an immediate objection to the use of any apparatus of which so powerful an agent as his engine would be the mover, for it was clear that the injury which would be done to the banks of the canal would prevent the possibility of its introduction. Watt, therefore, after having conceived the idea of a steamboat, laid it aside as unlikely to be of any practical value. The idea of applying steam to navigation was not confined to Europe. Numerous Americans entertained hopes of attaining the same object, but before 1786 with the same want of any reasonable hopes of success. Their fruitless projects were, however, rebuked by Franklin, who, reasoning upon the capabilities of the engine in its original form, did not hesitate to declare all their schemes impracticable. Among those who, before the completion of Watt's invention, attempted the structure of steamboats, must be named with praise Fitch and Rumsey. They, unlike those whose names have been cited, were well aware of the real difficulties which they were to overcome, and both were the authors of plans which, if the engine had been incapable of further improvement, might have had a partial and limited success. Fitch's trial was made in 1783, and Rumsey's in 1787. The latter date is subsequent to Watt's double-acting engine, but as the project consisted merely in pumping in water to be afterward forced out at the stern, the single-acting engine was probably employed. Evans, whose engine might have answered the purpose, was employed in the daily business of a millwright, and although he might at any time have driven these competitors from the field, took no steps to apply his dormant invention. Fitch, who had watched the graceful and rapid way of the Indian pirogue, saw in the oscillating motion of the old pumping engine the means of impelling paddles in a manner similar to that given them by the human arm. This idea is extremely ingenious, and was applied in a simple and beautiful manner. But the engine was yet too feeble and cumbrous to yield an adequate force, and when it received its great improvement from Watt, a more efficient mode of propulsion became practicable, and must have superseded Fitch's paddles had they even come into general use. In the latter stages of Fitch's investigations, he became aware of the value of Watt's double-acting engine, and refers to it as a valuable addition to his means of success. But it does not appear to have occurred to him that with this improved power, methods of far greater efficiency than those to which he had been limited before this invention was completed had now become practicable. When the properties of Watt's double-acting engine became known to the public, an immediate attempt was made to apply it to navigation. This was done by Miller of Dalswinton, who employed Symington as his engineer. Miller seems to have been its real author, for as early as 1787 he published his belief that boats might be propelled by employing a steam engine to turn the paddle wheels. It was not until 1791 that Symington completed a model for him of a size sufficient for a satisfactory experiment. If we may credit the evidence which has since been adduced, the experiment was as successful as the first attempts of Fulton, but it did not give to the inventor that degree of confidence which was necessary to induce him to embark his fortune in the enterprise. The experiment of Miller was therefore ranked by the public among unsuccessful enterprises, and was rather calculated to deter from imitation than to encourage others to pursue the same path. Symington, at a subsequent period, resumed the plans of Miller, and by the aid of funds furnished by Lord Dundas, put a boat in motion on the Forth and Clyde Canal in 1801. There can be little doubt that Symington was a mechanic of great practical skill and considerable ingenuity, but he can have no claim to be considered as an original inventor, for he was, in the first instance, no more than the workman who carried into effect the ideas of Miller, and his second boat was a mere copy of the first. It is with pain, too, that we are compelled to notice a most disingenuous attempt on his part to defraud the memory of Fulton of its due honor. In a narrative which he drew up after Fulton's death, he states that while his first boat was in existence, probably in 1802, he received a visit from Fulton, and at his request put the boat in motion. Now it appears to be established beyond all question that Fulton was not in Great Britain between 1796 and 1804, when he returned to that country on the invitation of Mr. Pitt, who held out hopes that his torpedoes would be experimented upon by that government. At all events, we know that Fulton could not have made the copious notes which Symington says he took, and we have reason to believe that he had never seen the boat of that artisan, for the author of this memoir, long after the successful enterprise of Fulton, actually furnished him, for the purpose of reference, with a work containing a draft of Symington's boat, of which he could have had no need, had the assertions of the latter been true. The experiments of Fitch and Rumsey in the United States, although generally considered as unsuccessful, did not deter others from similar attempts. The great rivers and arms of the sea which intersect the Atlantic coast, and still more the innumerable navigable arms of the Father of Waters, appeared to call upon the ingenious machinist to contrive means for their more convenient navigation. The improvement of the engine by Watt was now familiarly known, and it was evident that it possessed sufficient powers for the purpose. The only difficulty which existed was in the mode of applying it. The first person who entered into the inquiry was John Stevens of Hoboken, who commenced his researches in 1791. In these he was steadily engaged for 9 years, when he became the associate of Chancellor Livingston and Nicholas Roosevelt. Among the persons employed by this association was Brunel, who has since become distinguished in Europe as the inventor of the block machinery used in the British Navy yards and as the engineer of the tunnel beneath the Thames. Even with the aid of such talent, the efforts of this association were unsuccessful, as we now know, from no error in principle, but from defects in the boat to which it was applied. The appointment of Livingston as ambassador to France broke up this joint effort, and, like all previous schemes, it was considered as abortive and contributed to throw discredit upon all undertakings of the kind. a grant of exclusive privileges on the waters of the state of New York was made to this association without any difficulty, it being believed that the scheme was little short of madness. Livingstone, on his arrival in France, found Fulton domiciliated with Joel Barlow. The conformity in their pursuits led to intimacy, and Fulton speedily communicated to Livingstone the scheme which he had laid before Earl Stanhope in 1793. Livingstone was so well pleased with it that he at once offered to provide the funds necessary for an experiment, and to enter into a contract for Fulton's aid in introducing the method into the United States, provided the experiment were successful. Fulton had, in his early discussion with Lord Stanhope, repudiated the idea of an apparatus acting on the principle of the foot of an aquatic bird, and had proposed paddle wheels in its stead. On resuming his inquiries after his arrangement with Livingstone, it occurred to him to compose wheels with a set of paddles revolving upon an endless chain, extending from the stem to the stern of the boat. It is probable that the apparent want of success which had attended the experiments of Symington led him to doubt the correctness of his own original views. That such doubt should be entirely removed, he had recourse to a series of experiments upon a small scale. These were performed at Plombières, a French watering place, where he spent the summer of 1802. In these experiments, the superiority of the paddle wheel over every other method of propulsion that had yet been proposed was fully established. His original impressions being thus confirmed, he proceeded late in the year of 1803 to construct a working model of his intended boat, which model was deposited with a commission of French savants. He at the same time commenced building a vessel 66 feet in length and 8 feet in width. To this an engine was adapted, and the experiment made with it was so satisfactory as to leave little doubt of final success. Measures were therefore immediately undertaken, preparatory to constructing a steamboat on a large scale in the United States. For this purpose, as the workshops of neither France nor America could at that time furnish an engine of good quality, it became necessary to resort to England for the purpose. Fulton had already experienced the difficulty of being compelled to employ artisans unacquainted with the subject. It is, indeed, more than probable that had he not, during his residence in Birmingham, made himself familiar not only with the general features, but with the most minute details of the engine of Watt, the experiment on the Seine could not have been made. In this experiment, and in the previous investigations, it became obvious that the engine of Watt required important modifications in order to adapt it to navigation. These modifications had been planned by Fulton, but it now became important that they should be more fully tested. An engine was therefore ordered from Watt and Bolton, without any specification of the object to which it was to be applied, and its form was directed to be varied from their usual models in conformity with sketches furnished by Fulton. The order for an engine intended to propel a vessel of large size was transmitted to Watt and Bolton in 1803. Much about the same time Chancellor Livingstone, having full confidence in the success of the enterprise, caused an application to be made to the legislature of New York for an exclusive privilege of navigating the waters of that state by steam, that granted on a former occasion having expired. This was granted with little opposition. Indeed, those who might have been inclined to object saw so much of the impracticable and even of the ridiculous in the project that they conceived the application unworthy of serious debate. The condition attached to the grant was that a vessel should be propelled by steam at the rate of 4 miles an hour within a prescribed space of time. This reliance upon the reserved rights of the states proved a fruitful source of vexation to Livingstone and Fulton, embittered the close of the life of the latter, and reduced his family to penury. It can hardly be doubted that had an expectation been entertained that the grant of a state was ineffectual, and that the jurisdiction was vested in the general government, a similar grant might have been obtained from Congress. The influence of Livingstone with the administration was deservedly high, and that administration was supported by a powerful majority. Nor would it have been consistent with the principles of the opposition to vote against any act of liberality to the introducer of a valuable application of science. Livingstone, however, confiding in his skill as a lawyer, preferred the application to the state, and was thus by his own act restricted to a limited field. Before the engine ordered from Watt and Bolton was completed, Fulton visited England. Disgusted by the delays and want of consideration exhibited by the French government, he had listened to an overture from that of England. This was made to him at the instance of Earl Stanhope, who urged upon the administration the dangers to be apprehended by the navy of Great Britain in case the invention of Fulton fell into the possession of France. After a long negotiation, protracted by the difficulty of communicating on such a subject between two hostile countries, he at last revisited England. Here, for a time, he was flattered with hopes of being employed for the purpose of using his invention. Experiments were made with such success as to induce a serious effort to destroy the flotilla lying in the harbor of Boulogne by means of torpedoes. This effort, however, did not produce much effect, and finally, when the British government demanded a pledge that the invention should be communicated to no other nation, Fulton, whose views had always been directed to the application of these military engines to the service of his native country, refused to comply with the demand. In these experiments Earl Stanhope took a strong interest, which was shared by his daughter Lady Hester, whose talents and singularity have since excited so much attention, and who long reigned almost as a queen among the tribes of the Libanus. Although the visit of Fulton to England was ineffectual, so far as his project of torpedoes was concerned, it gave him the opportunity of visiting Birmingham and directing in person the construction of the engine ordered from Watt and Bolton. It could only have been at this time, if ever, that he saw the boat of Symington, but a view of it could have produced no effect upon his own plans, which had been matured in France, and carried, so far as the engine was concerned, to such an extent as to admit of no alteration. The engine was at last completed, and reached New York in 1806. Fulton, who returned to his native country about the same period, immediately undertook the construction of a boat in which to place it. In the ordering of this engine, and in planning the boat, Fulton exhibited plainly how far his scientific researches and practical experiments had placed him before all his competitors. He had evidently ascertained, what each successive year's experience proves more fully, the great advantages possessed by large steamboats over those of smaller size, and thus, while all previous attempts were made in small vessels, he alone resolved to make his final experiment in one of great dimensions. That a vessel intended to be propelled by steam ought to have very different proportions, and lines of a character wholly distinct from those of vessels intended to be navigated by sails, was evident to him. No other theory, however, of the resistance of fluids was admitted at the time than that of Bossuet, and there were no published experiments except those of the British Society of Arts. Judged in reference to these, the model chosen by Fulton was faultless, although it would not stand the test of an examination founded upon a better theory and more accurate experiments. The vessel was finished and fitted with her machinery in August 1807. An experimental excursion was forthwith made, at which a number of gentlemen of science and intelligence were present. Many of these were either skeptical or absolute unbelievers, but a few minutes sufficed to convert the whole party, and satisfy the most obstinate doubters that the long-desired object was at last accomplished. Only a few weeks before, the cost of constructing and finishing the vessel threatening to exceed the funds with which he had been provided by Livingston, he had attempted to obtain a supply by the sale of 1/3 of the exclusive right granted by the state of New York. No person was found possessed of the faith requisite to induce him to embark in the project. Those who had rejected this opportunity of investment were now the witnesses of the completion of the scheme, which they had not considered as an adequate security for the desired funds. Within a few days from the time of the first experiment with the steamboat, a voyage was undertaken in it to Albany. This city, situated at the natural head of the navigation of the Hudson, is distant, by the line of the channel of the river, rather less than 150 miles from New York. By the old post road the distance is 160 miles, at which that by water is usually estimated. Although the greater part of the channel of the Hudson is both deep and wide, yet for about 14 miles below Albany this character is not preserved, and the stream, confined within comparatively small limits, is obstructed by bars of sand or spreads itself over shallows. In a few remarkable instances, the sloops which then exclusively navigated the Hudson had effected a passage in about 16 hours. But a whole week was not unfrequently employed in this voyage, and the average time of passage was not less than 4 entire days. In Fulton's first attempt to navigate this stream, the passage to Albany was performed in 32 hours, and the return in 30. Up to this time, although the exclusive grant had been sought and obtained from the state of New York, it does not appear that either he or his associate had been fully aware of the vast opening which the navigation of the Hudson presented for the use of steam. They looked to the rapid Mississippi and its branches as the place where their triumph was to be achieved, and the original boat, modeled for shallow waters, was announced as intended for the navigation of that river. But even in the very first attempt, numbers called by business or pleasure to the northern or western parts of the state of New York crowded into the yet untried vessel, and when the success of the attempt was beyond question, no little anxiety was manifested that the steamboat should be established as a regular packet between New York and Albany. With these indications of the public feeling, Fulton immediately complied, and regular voyages were made at stated times until the end of the season. These voyages were not, however, unattended with inconvenience. The boat, designated for a mere experiment, was incommodious, and many of the minor arrangements, by which facility of working and safety from accident to the machinery were found to be insured, were yet wanting. Fulton continued a close and attentive observer of the performance of the vessel. Every difficulty, as it manifested itself, was met and removed by the most masterly as well as simple contrivances. Some of these were at once adopted, while others remained to be applied while the boat should be laid up for the winter. He thus gradually formed in his mind the idea of a complete and perfect vessel, and in his plan no one part, which has since been found to be essential to ease in maneuvering or security, was omitted. The eyes of the whole community were now fixed upon the steamboat, and as all of competent mechanical knowledge were as alive to the defects of the original vessel as Fulton himself, his right to priority of invention of various important accessories has been disputed. The winter of 1807-1808 was occupied in remodeling and rebuilding the vessel, to which the name of the Clermont was now given. The guards and the housings for the wheels, which had been but temporary structures, applied as their value was pointed out by experience, became solid and essential parts of the boat. For a rudder of the ordinary form, one of surface more extended in its horizontal dimensions was substituted. This, instead of being moved by a tiller, was acted upon by ropes applied to its extremity, and these ropes were adapted to a steering wheel which was raised aloft toward the bow of the vessel. It had been shown by the numbers who were transported during the first summer, that, at the same price for passage, many were willing to undergo all the inconveniences of the original rude accommodations, in preference to encountering the delays and uncertainty to which the passage in sloops was exposed. Fulton did not, however, take advantage of his monopoly, but, with the most liberal spirit, provided such accommodations for passengers as, in convenience and even splendor, had not before been approached in vessels intended for the transportation of travelers. This was, on his part, an exercise of almost improvident liberality. By his contract with Chancellor Livingston, the latter undertook to defray the whole cost of the engine and vessel until the experiment should result in success, but from that hour each was to furnish an equal share of all subsequent investments. Fulton had no patrimonial fortune, and what little he had saved from the product of his ingenuity was now exhausted. But the success of the experiment had inspired the banks and capitalists with confidence, and he now found no difficulty in obtaining, in the way of a loan, all that was needed. Still, however, a debt was thus contracted which the continued demands made upon him for new investments never permitted him to discharge. The Clermont, thus converted into a floating palace, gay with ornamental painting, gilding, and polished woods, commenced her course of passages for the second year in the month of April 1808. The end of section 17.
Section 18 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 15. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Louis Heeman, Louisville, Kentucky. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 15. Edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Wellington's Peninsular Campaign, A.D. 1808 to 1813, by John Richard Green. The Treaty of Tilsit saw Napoleon at the height of his power. Russia had become his ally. The rest of continental Europe was helpless against him. Only England, made safe by that narrow little strip of water between her and France, continued to defy the conqueror. Unable to reach his foe with military arms, Napoleon began against her a tremendous economic war. He forbade Europe to trade with British ships. Every port over which his influence extended was closed against them. Portugal, which was closely connected with England, objected to the emperor's decrees, and he sent an army which took possession of the hapless little country. This brought French troops into Spain, which had been steadily decaying ever since the days of Philip II, until she had become in these times a mere vassal state to France. Her worthless king, Charles IV, had an equally worthless son, Ferdinand, and a wicked queen. The state was really ruled by the minister Godoy, who was in Napoleon's pay. Probably the emperor had long intended to sweep out the whole worthless group and establish one of his own brothers as a monarch in their place. He deemed the present moment, when his troops were establishing themselves in Portugal, as propitious for his purpose. Unluckily for himself, he failed to appreciate the fierce loyalty of the Spaniards. In all his previous conquests, he had been able to maintain at least partly the appearance of being a liberator come to rescue the downtrodden common people from their oppressors. The halo of the French revolutionary movement still clung faintly around him. But in Spain, he was openly and undeniably a foreigner, trying to force an undesired foreign ruler upon the natives, and he found the opposition very different from any he had before encountered. Though beaten, the Spaniards never remained in subjection, never became his subjects to fight for him against others. "It was the Spanish ulcer," said he himself when he looked back from St. Helena, "that ruined me." The effect of the continental system on Britain was to drive it to a policy of aggression upon neutral states, which seemed to be as successful as it was aggressive. The effect of his system on Napoleon himself was precisely the same. It was to maintain this material union of Europe against Britain that he was driven to aggression after aggression in North Germany, and to demands upon Russia which threatened the League that had been formed at Tilsit. Above all, it was the hope of more effectually crushing the world power of Britain that drove him at the very moment when Canning was attacking America to his worst aggression, the aggression upon Spain. Spain was already his subservient ally, but her alliance became every hour less useful. The country was ruined by misgovernment. Its treasury was empty, its fleet rotted in its harbors. To seize the whole Spanish peninsula, to develop its resources by an active administration, to have at his command not only a regenerated Spain and Portugal, but their mighty dominions in Southern and Central America, to renew with these fresh forces the struggle with Britain for her empire of the seas. These were the designs by which Napoleon was driven to the most ruthless of his enterprises. He acted with his usual subtlety. In October 1807, France and Spain agreed to divide Portugal between them, and on the advance of their forces, the reigning house of Braganza fled helplessly from Lisbon to a refuge in Brazil. But the seizure of Portugal was only a prelude to the seizure of Spain. Charles IV, whom a riot in his capital drove at this moment to abdication, and his son and successor, Ferdinand VII, were alike drawn to Bayonne in May 1808, and forced to resign their claims to the Spanish crown, while a French army entered Madrid and proclaimed Joseph Bonaparte as King of Spain. High-handed as such an act was, it was in harmony with the general system which Napoleon was pursuing elsewhere, and which had as yet stirred no national resistance. Holland had been changed into a monarchy by a simple decree of the French emperor, and its crown bestowed on his brother Louis. For another brother, Jerome, a kingdom of Westphalia had been built up out of the electorates of Hesse-Kassel and Hanover. Joseph himself had been set as king over Naples before his transfer to Spain. But the spell of submission was now suddenly broken, and the king had hardly entered Madrid when Spain rose as one man against the stranger. Desperate as the effort of its people seemed, the news of the rising was welcomed throughout England with a burst of enthusiastic joy. "Hitherto," cried Sheridan, a leader of the Whig opposition, "Bonaparte has contended with princes without dignity, numbers without ardor, or peoples without patriotism. He has yet to learn what it is to combat a people who are animated by one spirit against him." Tory and Whig alike held that, quote, "never had so happy an opportunity existed for Britain to strike a bold stroke for the rescue of the world," end quote, and Canning at once resolved to change the system of desultory descents on colonies and sugar islands for a vigorous warfare in the peninsula. Supplies were sent to the Spanish insurgents with reckless profusion, and two small armies placed under the command of Sir John Moore and Sir Arthur Wellesley for service in the peninsula. In July 1808, the surrender at Bailen of a French force which had invaded Andalusia gave the first shock to the power of Napoleon, and the blow was followed by one almost as severe. Landing at the Mondego with 15,000 men, Sir Arthur Wellesley drove the French army of Portugal from the field of Vimiera and forced it to surrender in the Convention of Sintra on August 30th. But the tide of success was soon roughly turned. Napoleon appeared in Spain with an army of 200,000 men, and Moore, who had advanced from Lisbon to Salamanca to support the Spanish armies, found them crushed on the Ebro, and was driven to fall hastily back on the coast. His force saved its honor in a battle before Corunna on January 16, 1809, which enabled it to embark in safety, but elsewhere all seemed lost. The whole of northern and central Spain was held by the French armies, and even Saragossa, which had once heroically repulsed them, submitted after a second, equally desperate resistance. The landing of the wreck of Moore's army and the news of the Spanish defeats turned the temper of England from the wildest hope to the deepest despair. But Canning remained unmoved. On the day of the evacuation of Corunna, he signed a treaty of alliance with the junta which governed Spain in the absence of its king, and the English force at Lisbon, which had already prepared to leave Portugal, was reinforced with 13,000 fresh troops and placed under the command of Sir Arthur Wellesley. "Portugal," Wellesley wrote coolly, "may be defended against any force which the French can bring against it." At this critical moment, the best of the French troops, with the Emperor himself, were drawn from the peninsula to the Danube, for the Spanish rising had roused Austria as well as England to a renewal of the struggle. When Marshal Soult therefore threatened Lisbon from the north, Wellesley marched boldly against him, drove him from Oporto in a disastrous retreat, and, suddenly changing his line of operations, pushed with 20,000 men by Abrantes on Madrid. he was joined on the march by a Spanish force of 30,000 men, and a bloody action with a French army of equal force at Talavera in July 1809 restored the renown of English arms. The losses on both sides were enormous, and the French fell back at the close of the struggle, but the fruits of the victory were lost by a sudden appearance of Soult on the English line of advance. Wellesley was forced to retreat hastily on Badajoz, and his failure was embittered by heavier disasters elsewhere, for Austria was driven to sue for peace by a decisive victory of Napoleon at Wagram, while a force of 40,000 English soldiers, which had been dispatched against Antwerp in July, returned home baffled after losing half its numbers in the marshes of Walcheren. The failure at Walcheren brought about the fall of the Portland ministry. Canning attributed this disaster to the incompetence of Lord Castlereagh, an Irish peer, who, after taking the chief part in bringing about the union between England and Ireland, had been raised by the Duke of Portland to the post of Secretary at War, and the quarrel between the two ministers ended in a duel, and in their resignation of their offices in September 1809. The Duke of Portland retired with Canning, and a new ministry was formed out of the more Tory members of the late administration under the guidance of Spencer Perceval, an industrious mediocrity of the narrowest type, while the Marquis of Wellesley, a brother of the English general in Spain, succeeded Canning as Foreign Secretary. But if Perceval and his colleagues possessed few of the higher qualities of statesmanship, they had one characteristic which in the actual position of English affairs was beyond all price. They were resolute to continue the war. In the nation at large, the fit of enthusiasm had been followed by a fit of despair, and the city of London even petitioned for a withdrawal of the English forces from the peninsula. Napoleon seemed irresistible, and now that Austria was crushed and England stood alone in opposition to him, the emperor determined to put an end to the strife by a vigorous prosecution of the war in Spain. Andalusia, the one province which remained independent, was invaded in the opening of 1810, and, with the exception of Cadiz, reduced to submission, while Marshal Massena, with a fine army of 80,000 men, marched upon Lisbon. Even Perceval abandoned all hope of preserving a hold on the peninsula in face of these new efforts, and threw on Wesley, who had been raised to the peerage as Lord Wellington after Talavera, the responsibility of resolving to remain there. But the cool judgment and firm temper which distinguished Wellington enabled him to face a responsibility from which weaker men would have shrunk. "I conceive," he answered, "that the honor and interest of our country require that we should hold our ground here as long as possible, and, please God, I will maintain it as long as I can." By the addition of Portuguese troops who had been trained under British officers, his army was now raised to 50,000 men, and though his inferiority in force compelled him to look on while Massena reduced the frontier fortresses of Ciudad Rodrigo and Almeida, he inflicted on him a heavy check at the heights of Busaco, and finally fell back on October 1810 on 3 lines of defense which he had secretly constructed at Torres Vedras, along a chain of mountain heights crowned with redoubts and bristling with cannon. The position was impregnable, and able and stubborn as Massena was, he found himself forced after a month's fruitless efforts to fall back in a masterly retreat. But so terrible were the privations of the French army in passing again through the wasted country that it was only with 40,000 men that he reached Ciudad Rodrigo in the spring of 1811. Reinforced by fresh troops, Massena turned fiercely to the relief of Almeida, which Wellington had besieged. 2 days' bloody and obstinate fighting, however, in May 1811, failed to drive the English army from its position at Fuentes de Onoro, and the Marshal fell back on Salamanca and relinquished his effort to drive Wellington from Portugal. But great as was the effect of Torres Vedras in restoring the spirit of the English people, and in reviving throughout Europe the hope of resistance to the tyranny of Napoleon, its immediate result was little save the deliverance of Portugal. If Massena had failed, his colleagues had succeeded in their enterprises. The French were now masters of all Spain save Cadiz and the eastern provinces, and even the east coast was reduced in 1811 by the vigor of General Suchet. While England thus failed to rescue Spain from the aggression of Napoleon, she was suddenly brought face to face with the result of her own aggression in America. The repeal of the Non-Intercourse Act in 1810 had in effect been a triumph for Britain, but the triumph forced Napoleon's hand. As yet, all he had done by his attack on neutral rights had been to drive the United States practically to join England against him. To revenge himself by war with them would only play England's game yet more. And with characteristic rapidity, Napoleon passed from hostility to friendship. He seized on the offer with which America had closed her efforts against the two combatants, and after promising to revoke his Berlin and Milan decrees, he called on America to redeem her pledge. In February 1811, therefore, the United States announced that all intercourse with Great Britain and her dependencies was at an end. The effect of this step was seen in a reduction of English exports during this year by 1/3 of their whole amount. It was in vain that Britain pleaded that the Emperor's promises remained unfulfilled, that neither of the decrees was withdrawn, that Napoleon had failed to return the American merchandise seized under them, and that the enforcement of non-intercourse with England was thus an unjust act and an act of hostility. The pressure of the American policy, as well as news of the warlike temper which had at last grown up in the United States, made submission inevitable. For the industrial state of England was now so critical that to expose it to fresh shocks was to court the very ruin which Napoleon had planned. During the earlier years of the war, indeed, the increase of wealth had been enormous. England was sole mistress of the seas. The war gave her possession of the colonies of Spain, of Holland, and of France, and if her trade was checked for a time by the Berlin Decree, the efforts of Napoleon were soon rendered fruitless by the smuggling system which sprang up along the southern coasts and the coast of North Germany. English exports, indeed, had nearly doubled since the opening of the century. Manufacturers were profiting by the discoveries of Watt and Arkwright, and the consumption of raw cotton in the mills of Lancashire rose during the same period from 50 to 100 millions of pounds. The vast accumulation of capital, as well as the vast increase of the population at this time, told upon the land, and forced agriculture into a feverish and unhealthy prosperity. Wheat rose to famine prices, and the value of land rose in proportion with the price of wheat. Enclosures went on with prodigious rapidity. The income of every landowner was doubled, while the farmers were able to introduce improvements into the processes of agriculture which changed the whole face of the country. But if the increase of wealth was enormous, its distribution was partial. During the 15 years which preceded Waterloo, the number of the population rose from 10 to 13 millions, and this rapid increase kept down the rate of wages, which would naturally have advanced in a corresponding degree with the increase in the national wealth. Even manufactures, though destined in the long run to benefit the laboring classes, seemed at first rather to depress them, for one of the earliest results of the introduction of machinery was the ruin of a number of small trades which were carried on at home, and the pauperization of families who relied on them for support. In the winter of 1811, the terrible pressure of this transition from handicraft to machinery was seen in the Luddite, or machine-breaking, riots which broke out over the northern and midland counties, and which were only suppressed by military force. While labor was thus thrown out of its older grooves, and the rate of wages kept down at an artificially low figure by the rapid increase of population, the rise in the price of wheat, which brought wealth to the landowner and the farmer, brought famine and death to the poor. For England was cut off by the war from the vast cornfields of the continent, or of America, which nowadays redress from their abundance the results of a bad harvest. Scarcity was followed by a terrible pauperization of the laboring classes. The amount of the poor rate rose 50%, and with the increase of poverty followed its inevitable result, the increase of crime. With social and political troubles thus awakening anew to life about them, even Tory statesmen were not willing to face the terrible consequences of a ruin of English industry such as might follow from the junction of America with Napoleon. They were, in fact, preparing to withdraw the orders in council when their plans were arrested by the dissolution of the Perceval ministry. Its position had from the first been a weak one. A return of the king's madness made it necessary in the beginning of 1811 to confer the regency on the Prince of Wales, and the Whig sympathies of the prince threatened for a while the cabinet with dismissal. Though this difficulty was surmounted, their hold of power remained insecure, and the insecurity of the ministry told on the conduct of the war. For the apparent inactivity of Wellington during 1811 was really due to the hesitation and timidity of the cabinet at home. But in May 1812, the assassination of Perceval by a madman named Bellingham brought about the dissolution of his ministry, and fresh efforts were made by the regent to install the Whigs in office. Mutual distrust, however, again foiled his attempts, and the old ministry returned to office under the headship of Lord Liverpool, a man of no great abilities, but temperate, well-informed, and endowed with remarkable skill in holding discordant colleagues together. The most important of these colleagues was Lord Castlereagh, who became Secretary for Foreign Affairs. Time has long ago rendered justice to the political ability of Castlereagh, disguised as it was to men of his own day by a curious infelicity of expression, and the more instinctive good sense of Englishmen never showed itself more remarkably than in their preference at this crisis of his cool judgment, his high courage, his discernment, and his will, to the more showy brilliancy of Canning. His first work, indeed, as a minister, was to meet the danger in which Canning had involved the country by his orders in council. On June 23rd, only 12 days after the ministry had been formed, these orders were repealed. But quick as was Castlereagh's action, events had moved even more quickly. At the opening of the year, America, in despair of redress, had resolved on war. Congress had voted an increase of both Army and Navy, and laid in April an embargo on all vessels in American harbors. Actual hostilities might still have been averted by the repeal of the orders, on which the English cabinet was resolved. But in the confusion which followed the murder of Perceval, and the strife of parties for office through the month that followed, the opportunity was lost. When the news of the repeal had reached America, it came 6 weeks too late. On June 18, an act of Congress had declared the United States at war with Great Britain. Had Napoleon been able to reap the fruits of the strife which his policy had thus forced on the two English peoples, it is hard to say how Britain could have coped with him. Cut off from her markets alike in East and West, her industries checked and disorganized, a financial crisis added to her social embarrassment, it may be doubted whether she must not have bowed in the end before the pressure of the continental system. But if that system had thrust her into aggression and ruin, it was as inevitably thrusting the same aggression and ruin on her rival. The moment when the United States entered into the Great Struggle was a critical moment in the history of mankind. 6 days after President Madison issued his declaration of war, Napoleon crossed the Niemen on his march to Moscow. Successful as his policy had been in stirring up war between England and America, it had been no less successful in breaking the alliance which he had made with the Tsar at Tilsit and in forcing on a contest with Russia. On the one hand, Napoleon was irritated by the refusal of Russia to enforce strictly the suspension of all trade with England, though such a suspension would have ruined the Russian landowners. On the other, Alexander saw with growing anxiety the advance of the French Empire, which sprang from Napoleon's resolve to enforce his system by a seizure of the northern coasts. In 1811, Holland, the Hanseatic towns, part of Westphalia, and the Duchy of Oldenburg were successively annexed, and the Duchy of Mecklenburg threatened with seizure. A peremptory demand on the part of France for the entire cessation of intercourse with England brought the quarrel to a head, and preparations were made on both sides for a gigantic struggle. Even before it opened, this new enterprise gave fresh vigor to Napoleon's foes. The best of the French soldiers were drawn from Spain to the frontier of Poland. And Wellington, whose army had been raised to a force of 40,000 Englishmen and 20,000 Portuguese, profited by the withdrawal to throw off his system of defense and to assume an attitude of attack. Ciudad Rodrigo and Badajoz were taken by storm during the spring of 1812, and at the close of June, 3 days before Napoleon crossed the Niemen in his march on Moscow, Wellington crossed the Agreda in a march on Salamanca. After a series of masterly movements on both sides, Marmont with the French army of the north attacked the English on the hills in the neighborhood of that town on July 22nd. While he was marching round the right of the English position, his left wing remained isolated, and with a sudden exclamation of "Marmont is lost!" Wellington flung on it the bulk of his force, crushed it, and drove the whole army from the field. The loss on either side was nearly equal, but failure had demoralized the French army, and its retreat forced Joseph to leave Madrid and Soult to evacuate Andalusia and to concentrate the southern army on the eastern coast. While Napoleon was still pushing slowly over the vast plains of Poland, Wellington made his entry into Madrid in August and began the siege of Burgos. The town, however, held out gallantly for a month, till the advance of the two French armies, now concentrated in the north and south of Spain, forced Wellington in October to a hasty retreat on the Portuguese frontier. Wellington once more left Portugal in May 1813 with an army which had now risen to 90,000 men, and overtaking the French forces in a retreat at Vittoria on June 21st, he inflicted on them a defeat which drove them in utter rout across the Pyrenees. Madrid was at once evacuated, and Clausel fell back from Saragossa into France. The victory not only freed Spain from its invaders, it restored the spirit of the Allies. The close of the armistice was followed by a union of Austria with the forces of Prussia and the Tsar, and in October, the final overthrow of Napoleon at Leipzig forced the French army to fall back en route across the Rhine. The war now hurried to its close. Though held at bay for a while by the sieges of San Sebastian and Pampeluna, as well as by an obstinate defense of the Pyrenees, Wellington succeeded in the very month of the triumph at Leipzig in winning a victory on the Bidassoa, which enabled him to enter France. He was soon followed by the Allies. For 2 months more, Napoleon maintained a wonderful struggle with a handful of raw conscripts against their overwhelming numbers, while in the south, Soult, forced from his entrenched camp near Bayonne and defeated at Orthez, fell back before Wellington on Toulouse. Here their armies met in April in a stubborn and indecisive engagement. But though neither leader knew it, the war was even then at an end. The struggle of Napoleon himself had ended at the close of March with the surrender of Paris, and the submission of the capital was at once followed by the abdication of the emperor and the return of the Bourbons. End of section 18.
Section 19 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 15. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mario Pineda. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 15. Edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Brazil becomes independent. AD 1808-1822 by Daniel P. Kidder. In its close connection with the asylum given by Brazil to Portuguese royalty in 1808, the almost bloodless revolution whereby that South American country obtained complete independence presents an unusual instance of national birth. Portuguese colonization in Brazil began as early as 1510. During the next century, the colonists lost much of their possessions to the Dutch, but quickly recovered them. After this, the Portuguese in Brazil adopted a policy of restriction and exclusion, and boundary disputes, such as have ever vexed the South American republics, caused serious difficulties. In 1713, the title of Portugal to the Brazilian territory was confirmed by the Peace of Utrecht, and for almost a century, the colony existed without disturbance or important event. Bonaparte's attack upon Portugal and the events which ensued in that country and her South American colony form distinct episodes in the history of this period and the years directly following. During the ascendancy of Bonaparte in Europe, Portugal upheld the cause of England, with the result that the French dictator dispatched an army of punishment against Lisbon, announcing that the House of Braganza had ceased to reign. In 1807, the French army, under Marshal Junot, invaded Portugal with the design of seizing the royal family. The Prince Regent, Dom John VI, had tried every means and had submitted to the most humiliating concessions to avert the impending storm. But Napoleon had resolved on adding the peninsula to his empire, and on November 29th, the vanguard of his army surmounted the heights of Lisbon. Then, and not till then, the prince resolved upon emigration to Brazil. Everything of value that could be transported was hastily embarked with the royal family. The Portuguese fleet consisted of 8 ships of the line, 4 frigates, 12 brigs, and a number of merchantmen. These, in company with an English squadron, then lying at the mouth of the Tagus, bore away for Brazil. The French took possession of Lisbon the following day. Early in January 1808, the news of these surprising events reached Rio de Janeiro and excited the most lively interest. What the Brazilians had scarcely dreamed of as a possible event was now suddenly to be realized. The royal family might be expected to arrive any day, and preparations for their reception occupied the attention of all. The Viceroy's palace was immediately prepared, and all the public offices in the palace square were vacated to accommodate the royal suite. This not being deemed sufficient, Proprietors of private houses in the neighborhood were required to leave their residences and send their keys to the viceroy. Such were the sentiments of the people respecting the hospitality due to their distinguished guests that nothing seems to have been withheld, while many, even of the less opulent families, voluntarily offered sums of money and objects of value to administer to their comfort. The fleet having been scattered in a storm, the principal vessels had put into Bahia, but at length they all made a safe entry into the harbor of Rio on March 7, 1808. In the manifestations of joy upon this occasion, the houses were deserted and the hills were covered with spectators. Those who could procured boats and sailed out to meet the royal squadron. The prince, immediately after landing, proceeded to the cathedral, publicly to offer up thanks for his safe arrival. The city was illuminated for 9 successive evenings. In order to form an idea of the changes that have occurred in Brazil, it must be remarked that up to the period now under consideration, all commerce and intercourse with foreigners had been rigidly prohibited by the narrow policy of Portugal. Vessels of nations allied to the mother country were occasionally permitted to come to anchor in the ports of this mammoth colony, but neither passengers nor crew were allowed to land, excepting under the superintendence of a guard of soldiers. To prevent all possibility of trade, foreign vessels, whether they had put in to repair damages or to procure provisions and water, immediately on their arrival were invested with a custom-house guard, and the time for their remaining was fixed by the authorities according to the supposed necessities of the case. As a consequence of these oppressive regulations, a people who were rich in gold and diamonds were unable to procure the essential implements of agriculture and of domestic convenience. A seigneur who could display the most rich and massive plate at a festival may not be able to furnish each of his guests with a knife at table. A single tumbler at the same time might be under the necessity of making repeated circuits through the company. The printing press had not made its appearance. Books and learning were equally rare. The people were in every way made to feel their dependence, and the spirit of industry and that of enterprise were alike unknown. On the arrival of the Prince Regent, the ports were thrown open. A printing press was introduced, and a royal gazette was published. Academies of medicine and the fine arts were established. The royal library, containing 6,000 volumes of books, was opened for the free use of the public. Foreigners were invited, and embassies from England and France took up their residence at Rio de Janeiro. From this period, decided improvements were made in the condition and aspect of the city. New streets and squares were added, and splendid residences were arranged on the neighboring islands and hills, augmenting with the growth of the town the picturesque beauties of the surrounding scenery. The sudden and continued influx of Portuguese and foreigners not only showed itself in the population of Rio, but extended inland, causing new ways of communication to be opened with the interior, new towns to be erected, and old ones to be improved. In fact, the whole face of the country underwent great and rapid changes. The manners of the people also experienced a corresponding change. The fashions of Europe were introduced. From the seclusion and restraints of non-intercourse, the people emerged into the festive ceremonies of a court, whose levees and gala days drew together multitudes from all directions. In the mingled society which the capital now offered, the dust of retirement was brushed off, antiquated customs gave way, new ideas and modes of life were adopted, and this spread from circle to circle and from town to town. Business assumed an aspect equally changed. Foreign commercial houses were opened, and foreign artisans established themselves in Rio and other cities. This country could no longer remain a colony. A decree was promulgated in December 1815, declaring it elevated to the dignity of a kingdom, and hereafter to form an integral part of the United Kingdom of Portugal, Algarves, and Brazil. It is scarcely possible to imagine the enthusiasm awakened by this unlooked-for change throughout the vast extent of Portuguese America. Messengers were dispatched to bear the news, which was hailed with spontaneous illuminations from the La Plata to the Amazon. Scarcely was this event consummated when the Queen Donna Maria I died. She was mother to the Prince Regent and had been for years in a state of mental imbecility, so that her death had no influence upon political affairs. Her funeral obsequies were performed with great splendor, and her son, in respect for her memory, delayed the acclamation of his succession to the throne for a year. He was at length crowned with the title of Dom John VI. The ceremonies of the coronation were celebrated with suitable magnificence in the Palace Square on February 5, 1818. Amid all the advantages attendant upon the new state of things in Brazil, there were many circumstances calculated to provoke political discontent. Mr. Armitage has very appropriately summed up the political condition of Brazil at this period in the following terms. A swarm of needy and unprincipled adventurers came over with the royal family, for whom the government felt constrained to find places. These men took but little interest in the welfare of the country, and were far more eager to enrich themselves than to administer justice or to benefit the public. The rivalry, which had always prevailed between the native Brazilians and the Portuguese, found in this state of things a new cause of excitement. Dom John, from his naturally obliging disposition, delighted in rewarding every service rendered to him or to the state, but being straitened for funds, he adopted the cheaper custom of bestowing titulary honors upon those who had merited his favor. To such an extent did he carry this species of liberality that during the period of his administration he distributed more honorary insignia than had been conferred by all the preceding monarchs of the House of Braganza. Those merchants and landed proprietors who, on the arrival of the royal cortege, had given up their houses and advanced their money to do honor to their guests, were decorated with the various honorary orders originally instituted during the days of chivalry. Individuals were dubbed knights who had never buckled on a spur, and commendadores of the Order of Christ were created in the persons of those who were by no means learned in the elementary doctrines of their missals. The excitement resulting from such a distribution of honors in a country where titulary distinctions were hitherto almost unknown, and where the veneration for sounding titles and antiquated institutions was as profound as it was unenlightened, could not but be great. These, being now brought apparently within the reach of all, became the great objects of competition to the aspiring, and there was soon no species of petty tyranny which was not put in force, nor any degradation which was not cheerfully submitted to, when these manifestations of royal favor were the objects in view. Success was generally attended with an instantaneous change in the style of living. Knights could no longer descend to the drudgeries of commercial life, but were compelled to live either on resources already acquired, or, in default of resources, to solicit employment under the government. Here, however, the difficulties were greater than in the first instance, competition being increased by the numerous emigrants from the mother country. Even when obtained, the emoluments attached to public offices were too limited to admit of much extravagance on the part of the holders. Opportunities were nevertheless frequently occurring for the sale of favors and exemptions, and the venality of the Brazilians in office became ere long equal to that of their Portuguese colleagues. These things, together with the wretched state of morals that prevailed at court, were calculated to foment those jealousies of foreign dominion which could hardly fail to arise in view of the independence recently achieved by the English colonies of North America and of the revolutionary struggle in which the neighboring colonies of Spain were already engaged. A consciousness of this increasing discontent, and a fear that Brazil would by and by follow the example of her Spanish neighbors, doubtless had a powerful influence in causing the country to be politically elevated to the rank of a kingdom. Quietness prevailed for several years, but discontent became gradually disseminated and was often promoted by the very means used for its suppression. Murmurs, too, were excited, but as yet they found no echo, the only printing press in the country being under the immediate direction of the royal authorities. Through its medium the public was duly and faithfully informed concerning the health of all the princes in Europe. Official edicts, birthday odes, and panegyrics on the reigning family from time to time illumined its pages, which were unsullied either by the ebullitions of democracy or the exposure of grievances. To have judged of the country by the tone of its only journal, it must have been pronounced a terrestrial paradise, where no word of complaint had ever yet found utterance. The revolution which occurred in Portugal in 1821 in favor of a constitution was immediately responded to by a similar one in Brazil. After much excitement and alarm from the tumultuous movements of the people, the king, Dom John VI, conferred upon his son Dom Pedro, Prince Royal, the office of regent and lieutenant to His Majesty in the Kingdom of Brazil. He then hastened his departure for Portugal, accompanied by the remainder of his family and the principal nobility who had followed him. The disheartened monarch embarked on board a line of battleship on April 24, 1821, leaving the widest and fairest portion of his dominions to an unlooked-for destiny. Rapid as had been the political changes in Brazil during the last 10 years, greater changes still were to transpire. Dom Pedro was at this period 23 years of age. He had left Portugal when a lad, and his warmest aspirations were associated with the land of his adoption. In 1817, he was married to the Archduchess Leopoldina of the House of Austria, sister to Maria Luisa, ex-Empress of France. The bride arrived at Rio de Janeiro in November of that year. In the office of Prince Regent, Dom Pedro certainly found scope for his most ardent ambition, but he also discovered himself to be surrounded with numerous difficulties, political and financial. So embarrassing indeed was his situation that in the course of a few months he begged his father to allow him to resign his office and attributes. The Cortes of Portugal, about this time becoming jealous of the position of the prince in Brazil, passed a decree ordering him to return to Europe and at the same time abolishing the royal tribunals at Rio. This decree was received with indignation by the Brazilians, who immediately rallied around Dom Pedro and persuaded him to remain among them. His consent to do so gave rise to the most enthusiastic demonstrations of joy among both patriots and loyalists. But the Portuguese military soon evinced symptoms of mutiny. The troops, to the number of 2,000 men, left their quarters on the evening of January 11, 1822, and, providing themselves with artillery, marched to Castelo Hill, which commanded the entire city. Intelligence of this movement was, during the night, made public, and ere the following day dawned the Campo de Santa Ana, a large square inside of the station occupied by the Portuguese troops, was crowded with armed men. A conflict seemed inevitable, but the Portuguese commander vacillated in view of such determined opposition and offered to capitulate on the condition of his soldiers retaining their arms. This was conceded on their agreeing to retire to Praia Grande, a village on the opposite side of the bay, until transports could be provided for their embarkation to Lisbon, which was subsequently effected. The measure of the Cortes of Portugal, which continued to be arbitrary in the extreme toward Brazil, finally had the effect to hasten in the latter country a declaration of absolute independence. This measure had long been ardently desired by the more enlightened Brazilians, some of whom had already urged Dom Pedro to assume the title of emperor. Hitherto he had refused and reiterated his allegiance to Portugal, but he at length, while on a journey to the province of Sao Paulo, received dispatches from the mother country which had the effect to induce him instantly to resolve on independence. His exclamation, "Independence or death," was enthusiastically reiterated by those who surrounded him, and thenceforward became the watchword of the Brazilian Revolution. This declaration was made on September 7th and was repeated at Rio as soon as the prince could hasten there by a rapid journey. The municipality of the capital issued a proclamation on the 21st, declaring their intention to fulfill the manifest wishes of the people by proclaiming Dom Pedro the constitutional emperor and perpetual defender of Brazil. The ceremony was performed on October 12th following in the Campo de Santa Ana, in the presence of the municipal authorities, the functionaries of the court, the troops, and an immense concourse of people. His Highness there publicly declared his acceptance of the title conferred on him from the conviction that he was thus obeying the will of the people. The troops fired a salute, and the city was illuminated in the evening. José Bonifacio de Andrada, Prime Minister of the government, had in the meantime promulgated a decree requiring all the Portuguese who were disposed to embrace the popular cause to manifest their sentiment by wearing the emperor's motto, Independencia ou Morte, upon their arm, ordering also that all dissentients should leave the country within a given period, and threatening the penalties imposed upon high treason against anyone who should thenceforward attack, by word or deed, the sacred cause of Brazil. The Brazilian Revolution was comparatively a bloodless one. The glory of Portugal was already waning. Her resources were exhausted and her energies crippled by internal dissensions. That nation made nothing like a systematic and persevering effort to maintain her ascendancy over her long depressed but now rebellious colony. The insulting measures of the Cortes were consummated only in their vaporing decrees. The Portuguese dominion was maintained for some time in Bahia and other ports which had been occupied by military forces. But these forces were at length compelled to withdraw and leave Brazil to her own control. So little contested, indeed, and so rapid was this revolution that in less than 3 years from the time independence was declared on the plains of the Ipiranga, Brazil was acknowledged to be independent at the court of Lisbon. In the meantime, the emperor had been crowned as Dom Pedro I, and an assembly of delegates from the provinces had been convoked. A constitution had been framed by this assembly and accepted by the emperor, and on March 24, 1824, was sworn to throughout the empire. End of section 19. Section 20 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 15. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mario Pineda. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 15, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rood. Revolution in Mexico, A.D. 1810, by Joel R. Poinsett. Mexican independence was won from Spain through two revolutions, 1810 and 1821, connected by a sustained guerrilla warfare which made the struggle a prolonged movement marked by interruptions. This War of Independence, although followed by many vicissitudes which greatly disturbed the country, may be regarded as the preparatory stage of its formative era, when many of the elements since at work in its constructive history first actively appeared. For almost 3 centuries, Mexico was governed by Spanish viceroys, of whom, from 1535 to 1822, there were 64. During the earlier part of their administration, while at home Spain was weakened through misgovernment, Mexico, more wisely and honestly ruled, developed into a stable and peaceful colony. During the War of the Spanish Succession, 1701-1714, Mexico remained undisturbed in her domestic affairs. But the great changes wrought in the New World, as well as in Europe, by the French Revolution, affected the Mexican people with the contagion of its ideas, and discontents, which had already been shown, began to manifest themselves more plainly. Spain had enforced a law excluding Creoles or American-born Spaniards in Mexico from rights given to those who emigrated from the mother country. This caused irritation between the two classes. The viceroy showed little consideration for the concerns of the Mexican people, whom he subjected to burdensome exactions, partly to supply the Madrid government with money needed in the Napoleonic Wars. Napoleon's invasion of Spain in 1807 accelerated a revolution toward which the conduct of that country had been steadily driving her Mexican subjects, and to which the political ideas and events of the age irresistibly impelled them. Poinsett had unusual advantages as the historian of this movement, having been in Mexico on a diplomatic mission in 1822 and subsequently served as United States Minister 1825-1829 to that country. After the occupation of Madrid by the French, 1808, the Viceroy of Mexico, Don José Iturrigaray, received such contradictory orders from the king, from Murat, and from the Council of the Indies that he proposed calling a junta to be formed by a representation from each province as the best means of preserving the country from the horrors of anarchy. The Europeans in the capital, who viewed this scheme with great jealousy, as it was calculated to place the Creoles upon an equal footing with themselves in the government of the country, conspired against the viceroy, and, having surprised him in his palace, sent him and his family prisoners to Spain and assumed the reins of government. This act excited universal indignation among all classes of Americans. Iturrigaray was a just and a good man, and he is still spoken of with respect by the Creoles. The conduct of the Spaniards on this occasion was highly approved by the government in Spain, and his successor, Vanegas, brought with him rewards and distinctions for those who had been most conspicuous in this revolt against the authority of Iturrigaray. Shortly after the arrival of the new viceroy, a conspiracy was formed among the Creoles to overthrow his power. It is said to have been very extensive, and that a great many of the most distinguished citizens throughout the empire were engaged in it. This conspiracy was disclosed by Iturriaga, a canon of Valladolid, who on his deathbed revealed the whole plan and the names of the conspirators to a priest of Querétaro. In consequence of this disclosure, the corregidor of that city, who was included in the denunciation, was arrested in the night. This act spread alarm among the principal conspirators and hastened the execution of their plot. And Allende, one of the chiefs, at the head of a small band, immediately united himself with Hidalgo in Dolores. Hidalgo was a priest of some talent, an enthusiast in the cause of independence, and possessing unbounded influence over the Indians. From Dolores, where they assembled a large body of men, they marched upon San Miguel el Grande and pillaged the houses of the Spaniards. Hidalgo next led his desultory forces to Celaya, where he was joined by the troops of that garrison. Thus reinforced, he marched forward against the populous and wealthy city of Guanajuato. Here, too, the garrison joined the insurgents, and the only opposition which was made was by the intendant, who shut himself up with some of the inhabitants and a large amount of treasure in the Alhóndiga, a large circular building in the center of the city which was used for a granary. Rihanna, the intendant, was killed during the first attack, and the inhabitants soon after surrendered. By this capture, Hidalgo acquired $5 million besides the plunder which fell into the hands of his followers. The viceroy, Vanegas, took active measures to suppress the insurrection, but the whole country north of Querétaro took up arms and united with Hidalgo. Acting with great policy, he abolished the tribute, which gained him friends among the Indians, and they flocked in crowds to his standard. After endeavoring to introduce some order among an army composed of all classes and armed with pikes, clubs, hatchets, and a few muskets, he left Guanajuato and marched to Valladolid, where he was received with shouts of joy by the Indians and Creoles. On October 24, 1810, Hidalgo was proclaimed Generalissimo of the Mexican armies, and Allende and several others appointed generals under him. On this occasion, he threw aside his priest's robes and appeared in uniform. From Indaparapeo, where this ceremony took place, the Patriot Army marched toward the capital and on October 27 entered Toluca, a town not more than 12 leagues west of the capital. The royal forces were scattered throughout the kingdom, and Mexico was considered in imminent danger. In this extremity, the European authorities resorted to the spiritual weapons of the Church. Hidalgo, his army, and all who espoused the cause of independence were solemnly excommunicated by the Archbishop. This act did not produce all the effect that was expected from it upon the immediate followers of Hidalgo. Being a priest himself, he easily persuaded his troops that an excommunication pronounced by their enemies could not avail against them. But the people who were at a distance abandoned the cause to which was attached so dreadful a penalty. After some skirmishing between Toluca and Lerma, the Independents, on October 31st, crowned the heights of Santa Fe. The Royalists, no more than 2,000 men, were drawn up to defend the city when, to the astonishment of everyone, Hidalgo withdrew his troops, taking the route to Guanajuato. This extraordinary movement was fatal to the cause of the Patriots. This movement was attended with some confusion, and Calleja, at the head of 6,000 men, who had been collected by calling in the garrison of Querétaro and other towns, pursued him so closely as to bring on an action to Aculeo. Hidalgo's troops were defeated with great slaughter, and he retreated with the remains of his forces to Guanajuato. Here Calleja again overtook him, but Hidalgo, leaving Allende to guard the defile of Marfil, evacuated Guanajuato with the main body of his forces and pursued his march to Guadalajara. Calleja attacked the independents with his usual impetuosity and success, and after an obstinate resistance, Allende retired upon Hidalgo with the remains of his troops. From Calleja's dispatches to the viceroy, it appears that he committed the most savage acts of barbarity in Guanajuato, and his example was followed by his subalterns in all the towns and villages of the district. In the meantime, the Royalists, under General Cruz, defeated the independents at Zamora and recovered possession of Valladolid, whose inhabitants were treated with great barbarity. Hidalgo continued his retreat until he reached Guadalajara, when he drew up his army in an advantageous position at the Puente de Calderón, 11 leagues from the city of Guadalajara, and waited the attack of Calleja. Here, an obstinate battle was fought on January 17, 1811, which ended in the total defeat and dispersion of the independents. After remaining a short time at Zacatecas, Hidalgo retreated to San Luis Potosí, intending to retire to Texas and there reorganize his army. He was closely followed by Calleja and by a division of Spanish troops under the command of Ochoa to intercept Hidalgo's retreat, and thus hemmed in on all sides. He was betrayed by Bustamante, one of his own officers, and made prisoner with all his staff. They were suddenly attacked at Acatita de Bajan on March 21, 1811, and being taken by surprise, were easily vanquished. 50 of his officers were executed on the field of battle. Hidalgo and Allende, with 8 or 10 others, were removed to Chihuahua, where, after the form of a trial, Hidalgo was shot on June 20, 1811, having been deprived of his priest's orders previous to his execution. Allende and the other officers were executed on June 20th. The death of Hidalgo did not check the progress of the revolution in other parts of the kingdom. Rayon, a lawyer of great influence, formed the junta at Zitácuaro and endeavored to introduce some order and subordination among the independents. Calleja, to whose activity and courage the suppression of this formidable revolt is attributed, marched against the forces collected at Zitácuaro, and after an engagement which lasted 3 hours, succeeded in driving the parties from all their posts and in taking this important place. By a solemn decree, the property of the inhabitants of this town was confiscated, and the town itself razed to the ground. Notwithstanding these losses, the independents continued to carry on a desultory warfare. The junta took refuge in Sultepec, and Morelos, a priest, organized a large force and was victorious in several actions fought in the south against the Royalists. Calleja marched against them, and at length succeeded in driving him from Cuautla a Milpa, a town which had been strongly fortified by Morelos. Compelled to evacuate this place by famine, the independents were harassed in their retreat by Calleja, who says, in his dispatches to the viceroy, that an extent of 7 leagues was covered with the dead bodies of the enemy. The principal sufferers were the unarmed inhabitants of the town, who, warned by the fate of Zitácuaro, were eager to escape from the persecutions and cruelties of the bloodthirsty Calleja. Such was the spirit of the people that Morelos was soon able to act again offensively. He successively captured the towns of Chilapa, Tehuacan, Orizaba, and Oaxaca, and shortly after Acapulco fell into his power. Guerrillas of the independents under Guadalupe Victoria, an assumed name, extended to the country between Jalapa and Veracruz and occupied all the strongholds there. Don Manuel Terán had a respectable force in the province of Puebla. Osorno, with another division, was spreading terror and confusion in the province of Mexico, while a Dr. Cos, a priest, with Rayon, Bustamante, Lisiaga, and other brave officers, occupied a great part of the provinces of Guanajuato, Valladolid, Zacatecas, and New Galicia. Morelos at this period convened a congress, composed of 40 members, which assembled at Apatzinjan in the province of Valladolid. A constitution was framed and accepted by the provinces in possession of the independents, and they shortly after made proposals to suspend hostilities and to enter into a treaty with the Royalists, which were rejected with scorn and insult. Calleja was appointed viceroy with the title of Conde de Calderón, and the war was prosecuted against the independents with vigor and with circumstances of the most barbarous and refined cruelty. Morelos soon found that by delegating the authority to a Congress at this critical period, he had very much augmented the difficulties of his situation. No sooner did he or his officers form any military plan than its merits became a matter of discussion in Congress, and all confidence between the military and civil authorities was destroyed. Morelos made an unsuccessful attack on Valladolid, and in the retreat, Matamoros, a priest, who had throughout this contest displayed great valor and considerable military talent, was defeated and fell into the hands of the Royalists. Offers and menaces were resorted to by Morelos to save the life of this officer, but in vain. He was degraded and shot. Compelled to evacuate the province of Valladolid, Morelos resolved to transfer his headquarters to the city of Tehuacan in the province of Puebla, where Terán had a respectable division. The Congress, together with the most respectable inhabitants of that part of the country, determined to accompany the independent forces, and the expedition of Morelos is said rather to have resembled the emigration of a vast body of people than the march of an army. The Royalists hovered about this crowd without attacking it, until, learning that Morelos had separated himself from the main body of his army and with a small division of cavalry lay at a place called Tepecuacuilco, they attacked him on November 5, 1815. After a short combat, his troops were defeated and he himself taken prisoner. He was conducted to Mexico, degraded and shot on December 22, 1815, at San Cristobal, in the neighborhood of the capital. The members of the Mexican Congress, after the capture of Morelos, pursued their route to Tehuacan, where they continued to exercise their doubtful authority until they were dissolved by Terán. This arbitrary act proved fatal to the cause of the patriots. The military commanders in the different provinces acted from that moment as independent chiefs, and the war was feebly carried on until the arrival of General Mina, who landed at Galveston in November 1816. Mina, nephew of the famous guerrilla Mina Espos, who later so much distinguished himself by his disinterested and devoted attachment to his country, left England with a small expedition in May 1816, and after touching at the United States, where he received some succors, he landed at Galveston on the month of November of that year. He spent some time there organizing his forces and did not reach Soto la Marina until April 16th. He entered this place without opposition, and after constructing a small fort, he left his military stores there under the protection of a small garrison, and on May 24th took up his line of march for the interior of Mexico. At this time, his whole force consisted of 308 men, including officers. On June 8th, he encountered a body of the enemy near the town of the Valle del Maíz, and after smart skirmishing, routed them and took possession of the town. He made no halt in this place, but, anxious to form a junction with the independents, pushed forward toward the interior. On the night of June 14th, he encamped at the Hacienda of Peotillas, and the next morning was attacked by a very superior force. His little band defended themselves valiantly, and Mina on this occasion proved himself a brave and skillful officer. The enemy were compelled to abandon the field after sustaining a heavy loss. The ensuing day, Mina continued his march into the interior, and on the 18th took by assault the town of Real del Pinos, which was garrisoned with 300 men. On the 24th, he effected the junction with the patriots at Sombrero after a march of 220 leagues, which he accomplished in 32 days, during which the troops had endured with cheerfulness great fatigue and privations. They had been animated by their gallant leader, who shared their hardships and who, in the hour of danger, was distinguished for his valor and presence of mind, and in battle was always to be found leading them on to victory. They arrived at Sombrero 269 rank and file. From Sombrero, Mina sent dispatches to the government setting forth his object of entering the country and offering his services. He wrote likewise to Padre Torres, who bore the title of Commander-in-Chief. Having received information that some forces of the enemy, amounting to 700 men, were in the neighborhood, Mina left the fort, which was commanded by Don Pedro Moreno, and marched to meet them. Having been joined by guerrillas, under Ortiz, his troops amounted to 400 men. On the 30th, they found the enemy drawn up at the hacienda of Los Llanos, about 5 leagues from San Felipe. The Royalists, unable to withstand the vigorous charge of the Patriots, were routed and fled in confusion, leaving more than half their number on the field of battle. After remaining a few days at Sombrero to refresh his troops, Mina, accompanied by Don Pedro Moreno, made an excursion as far as Soral, a large hacienda 20 leagues from Guanajuato. This place was taken by surprise, and by its capture the Patriots gained an immense booty. They returned to Sombrero, where Mina received accounts of the fall of Soto la Marina. It surrendered on the 15th to the Royalists under General Arredondo. Soon after the return of Mina from Soral, a large division of the Royalists invested Sombrero, and after an obstinate defense, the Independents were compelled to evacuate the place and to cut their way through the enemy. 50 only of Mina's troops survived the siege. Mina himself had escaped from the fort some days previous, in hopes of obtaining succors for the besieged from Padre Torres. Finding his application unavailing, he retired to Los Remedios, the headquarters of Torres, where he was joined by the remnant of his forces. Flushed with success, Linian advanced against Remedios, and on August 31st laid siege to that place. Torres, with some of Mina's officers, remained to defend the fort, while Mina, at the head of a small body of cavalry, advanced toward Guanajuato. He possessed himself successively of the hacienda of Bizcocho and the town of San Luis La Paz, and attacked San Miguel el Grande. But learning that a strong body of the enemy were on the march to relieve the place, he thought it prudent to retire to the Valle de Santiago, then in possession of the Patriots. He was here joined by a great many Patriots, and soon found himself at the head of 1,000 horse. With this force he advanced to relieve Remedios, which was invested by the enemy, but finding his numbers insufficient for such a purpose, he retreated to the mountains near Guanajuato, pursued by the Royalists under Orrantia. The Royalists continued to press the siege of Los Remedios with great vigor, and Mina to harass them with his cavalry and to cut off their supplies, until at length he was attacked at the hacienda of La Caxa by Orrantia and completely defeated. He retreated to Puebla Nuevo, a small town about 4 leagues from the scene of this disaster, where he rallied a few of the fugitives, but of those who escaped, the greater part returned to their respective homes. His only recourse in this state of things was to proceed to Saucila, the seat of government of the Independents, in the hope of inducing them to aid his future operations. Here he urged the expediency of attacking Guanajuato, and after some opposition prevailed upon them to adopt his plan. Being furnished with some troops, he proceeded to the Valle de Santiago, where he found a small body of men from Salapa waiting his arrival. The approach of the division of Orrantia compelled Mina to abandon the Valle, and making a rapid march through the mountains, he descended in the rear of the enemy and reached La Caxa. Here he mustered 1,100 men, and marching all night across the country, he gained an unfrequented spot called La Mina de la Luz, where he was joined by some further reinforcements, and his little army now amounted to 1,400 men. With this force and without artillery, he had the temerity to attack the city of Guanajuato, and it is not surprising that he failed. After burning the machinery of the mine of Valenciana, Mina retired from Guanajuato and dismissed his troops to their several stations, retaining only 60 or 70 men. On September 27th, Mina was surprised at the Rancho of Venadito and fell into the hands of Orrantia. Orders for his immediate execution were dispatched by Apodaca, who was then Viceroy of New Spain. He was conducted through Silao to Irapuato, and finally to the headquarters of Linian, who commanded the besieging army before Remedios, where, on November 11th, he was shot, pursuant to his sentence. The capture of Mina was considered a matter of so much importance in Spain that Apodaca was created Conde del Venadito, and Linian and Orrantia received marks of distinction for their services on this occasion. The siege of Los Remedios was now pressed with renewed vigor, and Torres, finding the place no longer tenable and being without ammunition, resolved to evacuate it. This was effected on the night of January 1st, 1818, but was so badly conducted that the greater part of the garrison perished, and the unarmed inhabitants, women and children were involved in one indiscriminate massacre. The death of Mina and the fall of Los Remedios enabled the Royalists to take active measures to reduce the independence. The fortress at Sauxilla, where the government resided, was invested by a body of 1,000 men under Don Matias Martin y Aguirre. The garrison defended the place with great courage during 3 months, but were finally obliged to surrender. The revolutionary government, compelled to remove from Sauxilla, established itself in the province of Valladolid. In the month of February 1818, they were surprised by a party of the enemy and the president made prisoner. The form of government, however, continued to be kept up, although the members were obliged to move from place to place. Padre Torres, who since his disaster at Los Remedios had rendered himself odious by his capricious and tyrannical conduct, was formally deposed from the chief command, and Don Juan Arago, a French officer who arrived in the country with Mina, appointed to fill his place. The Padre resisted this decree of the government, and both parties had recourse to arms. The contest between them was terminated only by the advance of a division of Royalists under Donalo. Torres was compelled to submit and to place himself under the protection of the government. From this time, July 1819, the war languished everywhere. The Royalists occupied all the strong places and every town. General Guerrero, who was distinguished for his courage and enterprise, continued at the head of a formidable guerrilla force in the Tierra Caliente of the province of Valladolid. Arago roamed over the mountains of Guanajuato. Bradburn, another of Mina's officers, organized a small force in the Cañadas de Huango, but was overtaken by a division of the Royalists under Lara and his party cut to pieces. Guadalupe Victoria, after maintaining himself a long time in the province of Veracruz, had been compelled to disband his troops and to retire to the mountains for refuge. The chiefs and leaders were dispersed throughout the country, waiting until the cause of independence should assume a more favorable aspect. The termination of the First Revolution is principally to be attributed to the opposition of the clergy. The cry of liberty raised by Hidalgo and his brave companions in arms was echoed with exultation by all classes of people and from the remotest parts of the empire, and notwithstanding their want of concert, the strenuous opposition of the clergy alone prevented success being secured by a general rising of the Mexican people. They were exhorted to persevere in their loyalty to the mother country. Anathemas were thundered out against the disaffected. The rights of the Church were denied them, and the Inquisition, that powerful instrument of despotism, by denouncing and persecuting the friends of liberty, by alarming the conscientious scruples of some, and by exciting the fears of others, checked the progress of the revolution and aided the arms of the Royalists. By these means the patriots were divided and weakened. Creoles were armed against Creoles, and despotism triumphed. The contest for independence, although conducted feebly and unsuccessfully, was protracted for many years and produced some good effects. The Creoles and Indians who continued firm in the cause of liberty were soon thought to attribute their ill success to the true causes, their own want of discipline and the inexperience of their commanders, rather than to the spiritual weapons of their adversaries. The revolution in Spain was viewed with dread by the clergy of Mexico, and no sooner had the decrees of the Cortes confiscating the estates and reducing and reforming some of the higher orders of the clergy reached America than the indignation of the Church burst out against the mother country. They declared from the pulpit that these tyrannical acts must be resisted, that the yoke was no longer to be borne, and that the interests of the Catholic religion, nay, its very existence in America, demanded that Mexico should be separated from Spain. The influence of the clergy, although in some measure diminished, was still powerful, and had for years controlled the wishes of a vast majority of the nation. To have withdrawn their opposition would have been sufficient to have occasioned a general movement of the people. They did more. They encouraged the people to resist the tyranny of Spain and took an active part in organizing the plan of operation by which the revolution was successfully effected. They were aided in their plans by the wealthy Europeans who were anxious to preserve this kingdom in the pureness of despotism, that it might serve as a refuge to Ferdinand VII from the persecution of the Cortes and from the Constitution of Spain. Don Agustin Iturbide was fixed upon as a proper agent to carry their plans into effect. Although a Creole, he had been an active and a zealous officer to the king and had fought valiantly and successfully against the Friends of Liberty. The Europeans considered him as attached to their party and interests. The clergy relied upon his maintaining them in all their privileges and immunities, and all parties knew that he would be opposed to a liberal form of government. They were ignorant of the projects of personal aggrandizement which he is said to have entertained even at that period. Iturbide had been appointed by the Viceroy to command the army destined to crush the remnant of the insurgent forces. This enabled him to act promptly and efficiently. The priests and Europeans furnished him with some money, and on his march toward the south he seized on a convoy of specie belonging to the Manila merchants. He soon formed a junction with Guerrero, who commanded the patriots in that quarter, an event which, in order to deceive the Viceroy, he attributed to the good policy of his administration in offering a pardon to all who would claim the protection of the government within a certain period. Emissaries had been dispatched by the revolutionists in the capital to every part of the empire, and by the time the armies reached Iguala, the people were everywhere ready to declare in favor of independence. On February 24, 1822, Iturbide proposed to the chiefs the plan of Iguala, which was unanimously adopted by them and was immediately transmitted to the Viceroy and to all the governors of provinces. The plan provides, first, for the protection and preservation of the Holy Catholic religion, secondly, for the intimate union of Europeans and Creoles, and thirdly, for the independence of Mexico. It declares that the constitution of the empire shall be that of a limited monarchy, and offers the crown, first to Ferdinand VII, and then to the other members of his family, in regular succession, provided that he or they shall agree to reside in Mexico, and shall take an oath to maintain the constitution which shall be established by a Congress to be assembled for that purpose. It further provides for the protection of the persons and property of the citizens, and for the preservation of the privileges and immunities of the secular and regular clergy. It declares all the inhabitants of New Spain, without distinction of persons, Europeans, Africans, and Indians and their descendants, to be citizens of the monarchy and to be eligible to all offices according to their merits and virtues, and to carry this plan into effect, an army called the Army of the Three Guarantees is to be raised, which is to preserve the Catholic, Apostolic, and Roman religion, to effect the independence of the empire, and to maintain the union of the Americans and Europeans in Mexico. The first intimation received by the Viceroy Apodaca of the defection of Iturbide and of the force under his command was the promulgation of the Plan of Iguala, and he used every means in his power to frustrate the revolutionists and to prepare for defense. But the royalists, either believing that he wanted sufficient energy of character for such a crisis or dissatisfied with his measures, deposed him and placed an officer of artillery, Don Francisco Novella, at the head of the government. The Europeans were startled by the establishment of the Cortes and the avowal of an intention to control the monarch, but they were informed that such a provision was necessary to reconcile the Creoles to the place, and as the clergy was satisfied, they were compelled to submit. On March 1st, Iturbide assembled the officers of his army and submitted to them this plan. He exposed his views and laid before them the resources and means he possessed of carrying them into effect. And after assuring them that they were at liberty to act as they might think proper, he urged them to give their opinions. He was interrupted by shouts and vivas from the officers, who not only approved the plan, but insisted upon creating him lieutenant general, that he might lead them at once to the capital and enforce its observance. Iturbide declined the promotion and recommended to them the greatest moderation, declaring it to be his intention not to proceed to hostilities until he had tried every means of negotiation. On the ensuing day, the army took an oath to maintain the Plan of Iguala, and on that occasion Iturbide addressed them in the following words: "Soldiers, you have this day sworn to preserve the Catholic, Apostolic, and Roman religion, to protect the union of Europeans and Americans, to effect the independence of this empire, and on certain conditions, to obey the king. This act will be applauded by foreign nations. Your services will be gratefully acknowledged by your fellow citizens, and your names will be inscribed in the Temple of Immortality. Yesterday I refused the title of Lieutenant General, which you would have conferred upon me, and now I renounce this distinction, tearing from his sleeves the bands of lace which distinguished a colonel in the Spanish service. To be ranked as your companion fills all my ambitious desires. The subsequent conduct of this chief shows how very insincere were these professions. Few Creoles approved the plan of Iguala. Most of them objected to pledge themselves to receive a prince of the House of Bourbon or even to adopt a monarchical form of government. They were told that Hidalgo, Albude, and others had used the same language, and at the commencement of the Revolution had declared their only object in taking up arms to be the preservation of America for Ferdinand VII, that a prince of the House of Bourbon would unite all parties and prevent anarchy and civil war, that he, being a stranger without influence and without resources, surrounded only by a small body of his personal dependents, might be compelled to observe the Constitution. Notwithstanding these arguments, they yielded only because they had not the power of dictating other terms. It is not probable, however, that either party considered the plan as binding on them, but that all believed that a Congress elected by the people would possess the power of altering or modifying it so as to suit the circumstances of the country, or of adopting any form of government most pleasing to the majority of the nation. On the part of the Royalists, there was a show of resistance in some of the provinces, but the public opinion, no longer restrained by the opposition of the clergy, manifested itself so powerfully as to effect the revolution in every part of the empire without bloodshed and almost without a struggle. From Iguala, Iturbide crossed over to the Baxio, that rich and fertile country situated between Guanajuato and the capital. Here he was joined by several general officers and governors of provinces. Guadalupe Victoria, who had resisted the Royalists to the last, and who, since the dispersion of his forces, had been concealed in the mountains of Veracruz, united himself with Iturbide at San Juan del Rio. His presence gave confidence to the revolutionists and added strength to the cause of independence. He had been distinguished from the beginning of the revolution by his devotion to the cause of freedom and by his valor, activity, and disinterested generosity, and he had won the hearts of the people by the strictest observance of the forms of the Catholic religion. The army of the Three Guarantees marched upon Querétaro, which from its position may be considered the military key of the interior provinces, and gained immediate possession of that place. Here the army was formed into two divisions. One, commanded by Guadalupe Victoria, marched toward the capital, while the commander-in-chief made a rapid movement upon Puebla. This place, too, was given up as soon as he appeared before it. Things were in this state when General Donoju arrived at Veracruz to take the command of the country as Captain General and political chief of Mexico. Finding, as he himself declares, the empire possessing forces sufficient to secure the independence it had proclaimed, the capital besieged, and the legitimate authorities deposed, the places of Veracruz and Acapulco alone in the possession of the European government, without garrisons and without the means of defending themselves against a protracted and well-directed siege, he proposed to treat with Iturbide on the basis of the plan of Iguala. This proposal was readily acceded to, and the parties met at Cordova, and soon agreed upon the terms of negotiation. It was stipulated that New Spain should be considered a sovereign and independent nation, that commissioners should be sent to Spain to offer the crown to Ferdinand VII, and that in the meantime a governing junta and a regency should be appointed, and that a Cortes should be immediately elected and convened for the purpose of framing a constitution. General O'Donoghue engaged to use his influence with the commander and officers of the European troops to persuade them to evacuate the capital, but when he applied to them, they refused to yield to his request. At the same time, they expressed their readiness to submit to the authority with which he was vested by the king, and to obey whatever orders he, as commander-in-chief, might think proper to extend to the garrison of Mexico. In consequence of this, he agreed upon terms of capitulation with Iturbide, and the garrison marched out of the capital with the honors of war, and were quartered at Toluca, there to remain until the transports were ready to convey them to Spain. As soon as the revolutionists took possession of the capital, a junta composed of 36 members was appointed. By them, a regency consisting of 5 persons was chosen, of which Iturbide was made the president. He was at the same time appointed admiral and generalissimo of the Navy and Army and assigned a yearly salary of $120,000. End of section 20. Section 21 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 15. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mario Pineda. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 15. Edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Uprising in South America, A.D. 1810, by Alfred Débérle. Part 1. 3 great periods have been marked in the history of the South American countries: that of discovery and conquest, chiefly by Spain and Portugal, that of colonization, and the period of revolution in which the Spanish colonies became independent. In these colonies, the kings of Spain at first established a single viceroyal government, that of Peru. Later, separate viceroys were sent to New Granada and Buenos Aires, and captains general to Caracas, Venezuela, and Chile. These governments were despotisms modeled on that of Madrid, but administered with colonial license and caprice. The population included European Spaniards, their children born in America, who were called Creoles, mestizos, children of mixed blood, white and Indian, mulattoes, children of European and Negro parentage, Sambos, children of Negroes and Indians, African Negroes, and the native Indians. This admixture of races led to social jealousies and class hatred, which complicated political troubles whenever they arose. The European Spaniards, there as elsewhere, looked with contempt upon the Creoles, who returned the feeling with violent animosity. The native Indians were mere slaves under the other classes and subject to outrageous abuse. By a policy of ruinous imposts, oppression, and violence, the Spanish kings at last wore out the patience of their South American colonists. Not only were the persecuted Indians provoked to open mutiny, the Creoles also rebelled. And when at last, early in the 19th century, the rapacious rulers sought to save themselves by some show of reform, they found that they were too late. The Revolution of the United States and that of France had their influence upon the intelligent patriots of South America, and the work of deliverance was soon to begin. In 1808, Napoleon set his brother, Joseph Bonaparte, upon the Spanish throne, and while the latter, during his short-lived rule, was vainly endeavoring to cope with insurrection in Spain, the South American colonies continued their revolutionary preparations. For the history of South America, from its discovery to the present day, there is no authority to be preferred to Débérle, whose recent work, from which the following narrative is taken, is based upon those of the best previous authors and verified from authentic documents, many of them never before published, in archives and public and private libraries in America and Spain. The third period of the history of the South American colonies in relation to their respective mother countries, we may say, begins for the Spanish possessions with the events in Caracas and Buenos Aires, 1810, and for the Portuguese with the Declaration of Independence of Brazil, which was converted in 1822 into a constitutional empire. To the cruelty of the conduct of Spain at the end of the 18th century and to her obstinate persistence in refusing to listen to counsels that would have been profitable to her, may be attributed the fact that the idea of an insurrection spread everywhere. It soon became general, and it seems fully justifiable on the impartial ground of history. The revolution in Spain itself brought matters to a head. The Spanish people had dethroned the feeble Carlos IV, 1808, that king who, occupying himself only in the pleasures of the chase and the care of his stables, had placed all his authority in the hands of Godoy. When Ferdinand VII, the evil son of an imbecile father, assumed the crown of Spain, numerous quarrels broke out between these degenerate Bourbon kings, whose influence Napoleon was, at the same time, endeavoring to undermine at all costs. Determining causes of the rupture with the South Americans may also be found in the imprisonment of the unfortunate Bourbons at Valenciennes, in their exchanging their rights for certain pensions, in the imposition of the Napoleonic dynasty, and the want of tact of the political parties who were disputing for power. All these facts gave the colonies a secret right, as it were, to rebel against the mother country and throw off what to them was equivalent to the heavy yoke of slavery. South Americans would no longer participate in the fate of conquered Spain, which, even in the midst of her misfortunes, endeavored to exact from them a strict obedience. They could not know whom to obey, since decrees and proclamations arrived simultaneously from Carlos IV, Ferdinand VII, and even from the puppet king, Joseph Bonaparte. Neither could they tell which junta to respect, since they received, in addition to these, conflicting orders from those of Cadiz, Seville, and Asturias, each claiming to be the only legitimate source of authority. And at the same time, they received orders from the Council of Regency. A ray of hope was seen in this kind of anarchy, and the idea of independence began to germinate in the minds of the colonists. The movement, begun in 1809 at Quito, in the northwest of the Department of Ecuador, in the province of Colombia, was repressed for the time, 2 of its promoters having paid for it with their lives, but a year had not elapsed before it was successfully carried out. Between 1808 and 1810, it might have been thought that the mother country was about to make laudable endeavors to retain these territories by taking away every pretext for rebellion. The colonies received at that time considerable favors and subsidies, and the justly demanded reforms were attempted. The royal decree of January 22, 1809, had declared that the South American provinces were not considered like the colonies of other nations, but as an integral part of the monarchy, and consequently ought to have a direct and immediate representation in the Spanish Cortes. Moreover, the Junta of Seville sent in 1810 to the Spanish Americans to say, "At last you are raised to the dignity of free men. The time had passed in which, under the weight of an insupportable yoke, you were the victims of absolutism, ambition, and ignorance. Bear in mind that, electing your representatives to the Cortes, your destiny will no longer depend on ministers, kings, or governors, but is in your own hands." After this explicit declaration of the manner in which Spain had governed her colonies, the decree was published by the terms of which those representatives were to be elected. There was to be one for each capital, chosen by lot from 3 individuals designated by the municipalities, according to the formalities that the Viceroy would be pleased to prescribe. When the Regency of Cadiz came to replace the Central Junta, the ordinances of 1809 on the liberty of commerce, which they had re-established, were abolished, the immediate consequence of such an extraordinary measure being to arouse men's minds, especially in the province of Caracas, where the principles of liberty and equality had grown with greater vigor than in the other South American colonies. The Municipal Council formed itself into a Supreme Junta government April 19, 1810, and at the same time that it recognized Ferdinand VII as king, it rebelled against the decrees of the Regency. The formation of this junta coincided with the arrival of certain agents who went to demand the oath of fidelity to Joseph and who were received with the shout of "Long live Ferdinand," since the hatred against Napoleon and all his partisans, who were called afrancesados, was as general in the colonies as at home. The Viceroy of Nueva Granada, accused of intending to deliver America into Napoleon's hands, was exiled to Cartagena, and almost simultaneously the provinces of Cundinamarca, Pamplona, and Socorro, as well as those of the north, Tunja, Casanare, Antioquia, Choco, Neiva, and Mariquita, rose, and the province of Quito attempted a second revolt at the mere rumor that the French troops were threatening Nueva Granada. The viceroyalty having disappeared from the latter, each provincial capital desired to be the seat of the junta without heeding the claims of the others. But as union was absolutely necessary to attain the end proposed, it was eventually fixed in Santa Fe de Bogota and recognized Ferdinand VII as sovereign ruler, and invited Caracas to follow its example. But this province, which obeyed General Miranda, an old companion in arms of Washington, would not accept the invitation, replying that the representatives of the United Provinces of Venezuela were going to found a free government, which in fact they afterward did, intending to form part of the Republic of Colombia by a declaration of the deputies of Caracas, Barinas, Barcelona, Cumana, Margarita, Merida, and Trujillo, but later, in 1830, they declared themselves an independent state. The insurrection had taken alarming proportions in various other parts of America. Buenos Aires and Montevideo maintained a war against the English from 1804 to 1807, the ports of La Plata having to support continuous and formidable blockades. Jacques de Ligny, a Frenchman by birth, in the service of Spain, by reanimating the courage of the colonists, had succeeded in raising the blockade. These inexperienced soldiers, proud of their success, and allowing themselves to be led by the advice of such men as Moreno, Castelli, Belgrano, and Valcarcel, all imbued with ideas imported from the United States and France, formed the nucleus of the army of the insurrection, so that in a short time Buenos Aires was prepared to sustain the struggle in a formal and decisive manner. An assembly of about 600 notables of the country deprived the viceroy Baltasar de Cisneros of power in 1810, and the movement that was directed by Castelli and Belgrano went on gaining ground daily and overcame all opposition in spite of the reinforcements that the wife of John VI sent from Portugal and the formation of an army corps under the command of the Viceroy of Peru. Victory remained with the men of Buenos Aires after a few days' contest, and many Spanish officers were made prisoners after being deserted by their soldiers. Montevideo served as a refuge for the Royalists, where they established their headquarters, no doubt, with the intention of making another attempt to overcome the independents, but very soon, in Montevideo, as in all the provinces of Paraguay, supreme juntas were formed and the revolution became general. The Chileans revolted in 1810 and were also victorious. This was the more remarkable as the Chileans, having a very small quantity of arms, had to manufacture their cannon out of the trunks of trees, and these could be discharged only 4 times before they became useless. Some battalions had only agricultural instruments for weapons. To fight and conquer under such conditions could be done only by a people who rose at the sacred call of liberty. The cause of independence presented a different aspect among the Peruvians, for although Upper Peru struggled with rare heroism, Lower Peru remained loyal, and this afforded a strong base of operations to the Spaniards. The revolution having broken out in May 1809 in Charcas and La Paz, a small army corps from Buenos Aires had marched to them in order to support the movement, and having been joined by many revolutionists, they had succeeded at length in entering Potosi, guided by Castelli and Valcarcel. The victories gained by the government of Lima were not of any permanent benefit, since, being obliged to divide their forces to oppose the insurgents of Quito, Upper Peru, and Chile, their effectiveness was very much reduced. In the capital, a beautiful and indolent city, the movement was not taken up with equal enthusiasm by all classes of the population. It was supported everywhere by the members of the lower order of the clergy, but on the other hand, the high dignitaries of the church, the nobility, and the families and dependents of the public officers rejected it. Referring to the former, a letter of Morillo to his government, published in the Revolutions of Spanish America, says that they were very discontented, not a single one appearing devoted to the government of the King of Spain. The younger members of the upper classes gave great support to the cause of the revolution, since their admirable sentiments of patriotism made them submit to the exigencies of the conscription wherever it was established, as in Venezuela, while it was necessary to take men of the lower ranks to the army by force. The Negroes and Indians, brutalized by slavery, allowed themselves to be dragged away as often by those who defended as by those who attacked the insurrection that was to give them their liberty. In various places, and especially in Buenos Aires, some tribes took advantage of the movement to renew their raids, which carried terror and misfortune into many districts. Everywhere the cause of independence suffered alternations, events being sometimes favorable to it, and sometimes adverse. If at that time Spain had had a man of sufficient practical knowledge to advise her, perhaps it might have been easy to preserve the extensive districts in the rich colonies which still remained loyal to the mother country, thus allowing them to retain, by means of prudent reforms in their administration, the conquests which had cost them so much to secure. The South American insurrection, like all great social upheavals, produced extraordinary men, of whom Simón Bolívar, the idolized hero of the Spanish Americas, may be reckoned the chief. That titanic struggle for liberty, which was to last for 15 years, found in him a second Arminius. His country has given him the name of Liberator, and one of the states that owe their liberty to him bears his name. Simón Bolívar was born in Caracas in 1785. He was the youngest of the 4 children of Juan Vicente Bolívar y Ponte, colonel of the militia of the plains of Aragua, a rich and respected man. An orphan from the age of 6, and master to an immense fortune, Simón was sent, while still a youth, to Madrid to finish his education in the family of his uncle, the Marqués de Palacios, and after traveling for some time in Europe, at the age of 18 he married his cousin, the daughter of the Marqués de Toro. He took her back to Caracas with him, but had the misfortune to lose her within 5 months of their arrival, the victim of a violent attack of yellow fever. After so great and irreparable a loss, he returned to Europe, where he remained visiting various capitals until 1809, passing on his return through the United States. During his stay in France, he had an opportunity, after the apotheosis of Napoleon, to observe the energy of a whole nation which had freed itself by a supreme effort of its will, and in the United States to admire the honored and illustrious Washington. After his return to his estates in Aragua, the revolution which demanded his services came suddenly upon him, and having been deputed to go to England with Luis Lopez y Mendez to solicit her protection, they set out for London, where they were received very coolly, because the English government, making common cause with the Spanish Cortes against the French domination, could not support a movement contrary to the nation to which they were bound by previous engagements. Bolívar, being obliged to return to America, took with him a small quantity of arms, and General Miranda, an old and valiant soldier, also a native of Caracas, who had always striven to give liberty to his country, and who, being expatriated for his well-known labors in favor of independence, had been going about the world for 25 years in search of resources for the cause. Miranda had served with Dumouriez in France and with Washington in the United States, and weary of hopping and relying only on his own resources and those of a few friends, had already organized an expedition that had disembarked at Ocumare and afterward at Coro, but which had had an unfortunate termination from the ill reception that his compatriots had given him on that occasion. When he joined Bolívar, although at an advanced age, he offered his services to his country with the same faith that he had in his youth, and he was rewarded by being placed at the head of the movement. In 1812, on Holy Thursday, a terrible earthquake overthrew 9/10 of the houses in Caracas. The clergy, taking advantage of the terror that such a catastrophe caused among the inhabitants, attributed it to the effect of God's anger, and thus a certain reaction set in favor of the Spanish arms, which caused them to gain some ground. General Monteverde, a man of rough manners and great severity, succeeded in recovering Venezuela at the head of the royalist troops, and obliged Miranda to capitulate, with the promise of an amnesty in favor of the rebels, a promise that was not kept, and the unfortunate general, the victim of the reactionary rule that was established through this feat of arms, was sent by Monteverde to Cadiz, where he died in one of the dungeons in 1816, after having had the grief of seeing Bolívar among his enemies. Monteverde succeeded in spreading terror through those provinces which saw their prisons filled. The horrible instruments of torture laid out every moment, the fields covered with unfortunate wretches cast out of the city after having had their noses, ears, or cheeks cut off, or having suffered other cruel tortures. The cause of independence was then passing through its supreme crisis in Venezuela as well as in Nueva Granada. The position of the revolutionists in Chile was not much more satisfactory, since the reaction was gaining advantages in Quito while they were waiting for the brave Mariño, who came at length at the head of a new expedition and wrested that country again out of the hands of the Spaniards. By good fortune, La Plata was now completely emancipated, and the armies of Artigas and Lopez held the Spaniards in check on the frontiers of Chile and Peru, the cause of Spain being considered completely lost in the last named state. Bolivar had taken refuge in Curaçao with his cousin Felix Rivas, where he collected all the refugees in order to take them to Cartagena, a province that had been able to preserve its freedom. He there laid his plan before the Congress. This consisted in making use of all the resources that they might be able to give them in order to liberate Venezuela and save Nueva Granada at one and the same time. His petition having been considered, the Congress furnished him with money, arms, and provisions, and Manuel Castillo sent to him 500 men. These, united with the 300 Venezuelans who followed him, formed a small army corps under his command of 800 men, the second in command being the above-named Rivas. The expedition left Cartagena in January 1813, and Castillo wanted to march immediately on his own account, advancing toward the east, while Bolivar received orders from the Congress to occupy and hold Barrancas, a town on the banks of the Magdalena. Bolivar, who did not wish to remain inactive, resolved to disobey these orders, promising himself to obtain pardon for this fault by covering himself with glory. He first seized Tenerife, a town situated on the right bank of the Magdalena, then Mompos, and lastly Ocaña, dividing, beating, and dispersing the enemy. When he entered Venezuela, Nueva Granada was already free. The cruelties of Monteverde saved the revolution, obliging the moderates to throw themselves into the arms of the patriots. Recruits arrived from all parts, and already followed by more than 2,000 men when he penetrated the Andes in the environs of Pamplona, Bolivar saw many thousands of volunteers united under his banner after he had succeeded in joining Rivas in the territory of Venezuela. 600 Granadinos sent by the Congress of Tunja had come with Rivas at the same time that Colonel Briceño, detached in Guadalito, arrived with a body of cavalry. Without loss of time, Bolivar attacked the Royalists at La Grita and afterward at Mérida, making himself master of the district of that name. With the same rapidity he occupied the province of Marinas. In the meanwhile Marino, that young student who, after passing all the military grades in a few months, was already named as one of the firmest supporters of the revolution, defeated Monteverde, made himself master of the provinces of Cumana and Barcelona, and took the title of General-in-Chief and Dictator of the eastern provinces of Venezuela. End of section 21. Section 22 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 15. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mario Pineda. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 15, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Uprising in South America, A.D. 1810, by Alfred Débérle, Part 2. Favored by these successes, which, however, were an obstacle to his views of unity, Bolivar divided his army into two parts. Taking command of one, he placed Rivas in command of the other, and, pursuing the Spaniards closely, beat them in Niquitas, Betioca, Caracha, Barquisimeto, and Barinas, at last reaching Monteverde, whom he totally defeated. He then marched to Caracas, into which capital he made his entry, August 4, 1813, in a carriage drawn by 12 handsome young men. The enthusiasm with which the man, who was henceforth saluted by the title of Liberator, was received was indescribable. In a few months he had gone over 150 leagues and fought 15 battles besides numerous smaller actions. His glory would have been complete if, in this memorable campaign, he had not retaliated by sanguinary executions of the Spaniards against the horrible cruelties inflicted by Monteverde, whose barbaric acts were no justification of his own. The liberation of Venezuela appeared to be completely assured, since Bolivar occupied almost half the captaincy general and Mariño the rest. The Spaniards held out a few unimportant points, Monteverde being blockaded in Puerto Cabello. It was difficult to foresee that fortune would turn her back on the South Americans. Bolivar, who had taken the title of Dictator of the Western Provinces of Venezuela, did not think of re-establishing the civil government, the only conditions under which democracies can live without danger, but the echoes of public opinion which reached him gave him to understand clearly the error that he had committed, and he hastened to convoke an assembly to which he gave an account of his operations and plans and tendered his resignation. This was not accepted, the dictatorship being conferred on him until Venezuela should be able to unite with Nueva Granada. The royalists, who had not lost all hope, armed the slaves under a promise of giving them their liberty, the vagabonds, and all who had no visible means of subsistence whom they could meet with. At the head of these bloodthirsty bands was the ferocious Puy, who, after seizing Barines, shot 500 patriots there. Puy was lieutenant of Bober, the most dreaded of the adversaries of Bolivar. This Bober, a Castilian by origin, who had been successively sailor, coastguard, and peddler, and had been imprisoned for his misdeeds, had come to America seeking an asylum from justice. Although his motive was unknown, he enlisted in the royalist ranks, in which he held the rank of captain at the time of the defeats of the Spaniards. He made an appeal to the idlers, the fugitives from justice, the Negroes and the mulattoes, and with this organized a body of troops which, from their ferocity, deserved the name of the Infernal Legion, in which were many llaneros, barbarians from the plains, herdsmen, and slaughterers accustomed to tame the wildest horses and unrivaled as horsemen. These men of the plains despised the mountaineer who lowered himself by going on foot, as well as the European who could not endure a gallop continued for 16 hours. They ride bareback and have no other dress than a sort of short breeches or drawers. Stretched out over their horses, with lance in rest and a lasso in the other hand, they fall upon the enemy and wound and destroy with the rapidity of lightning. No regular cavalry can resist the onset of these Cossacks of the Colombian steppes, who always leave behind them such terrible trails. The cupidity of these nomads had been excited by the promise to distribute the lands of the conquered among them, and thus Bober succeeded very quickly in getting together an army of 8,000 men. From the moment that he appears on the theater of war, it acquires such a character of ferocity and barbarity that both sides rivaled each other in committing atrocities. Nevertheless, it is right to confess that it was Bober who began it by beheading in one day 1,200 prisoners. The energy of Bober was more than once paralyzed by the carelessness of the Spanish generals, and Bolivar succeeded in defeating him several times, as well as his lieutenants, the mulatto Rossiter and the guerrilla chief Agnes. The dictator had the imprudence to risk himself with all his forces on the vast plains, where he was surprised and destroyed by the cavalry of Bober. Mariño, beaten almost at the same time, was driven back toward Cumana. The conqueror entered Caracas with such precipitation that the dictator had only sufficient time to get on board a ship, trusting the safety of the Republic to the mercy of the elements. Rivas collected the dispersed patriot forces and continued the campaign, but he was finally defeated in the Battle of Ariza by Bober, who, receiving a spear wound, died on the field of battle. His ferocious soldiers made him a funeral worthy of his person. Women, children, and old men all were put to the sword, and Rivas, who had been taken prisoner, was shot and his head was sent to Caracas to be publicly exposed, December 1814. Bolivar had been able to reach Cartagena, which, with the province of Santa Marta, had been formed into a republic of which Torrices was president. Nueva Granada was very much divided. It will be remembered that a provisional junta had been formed in Bogota since July 1810. The provincial deputies, assembled in Congress, had drawn up an act of federation which had not succeeded in obtaining the approbation of all the provinces, the dissidents selecting a junta called the Junta of Cundinamarca. In 1812, this assembly published its plan of a constitution which was no better received than the preceding. Anarchy reigned everywhere. A third Congress assembled in Tunja, September 1814, to which Bolivar offered his services. These were accepted, and being ordered to march against Bogota and its dictator Alvarez, he obtained the formal promise that the dissident provinces would join the Confederation, although in exchange the old capital should be the seat of government. The Congress being installed in Bogota immediately set about preparing means to repulse the Spaniards, who were expected to appear very shortly. Napoleon had fallen. Ferdinand VIII already occupied the throne of his fathers, and very soon news arrived that he was sending a squadron with 10,000 men under the command of Morelos to succor the Royalists. The speedy arrival of this important reinforcement had been communicated to all the viceroys. The Madrid government, thinking no doubt that they still had to do with the Indians of Cortés and Pizarro, had conceived the hope that on this news alone the rebels, seized with terror, would immediately submit in a body. This was reckoning too much on the prestige of the Spanish arms, which, it was already known, were not invincible. These events coincided, on the other hand, with the capitulation of Montevideo, the last refuge of the mother country in the old viceroyalty of Buenos Aires, which was converted from that moment into an independent state. The new republic formed the squadron, and its seamen had beaten the Spanish fleet. Although it is certain that by the capitulation of Montevideo and the 5,500 men who defended it, Spain lost the only territory that remained to her on the east coast of South America, it is no less so that these misfortunes had been partly counterbalanced by successes in Chile, which in 1814 had again fallen under the yoke of the Spaniards, who gave themselves up to all the horrors of the most sanguinary repression. The guerrilla chief Rodriguez, nevertheless, constantly harassed the Royalists of Chile, while, yielding to the suggestions of Belgrano and the government of Buenos Aires, the provinces of Cusco, Huamanga, and Arequipa in Peru, which had hitherto continued tranquil, declared for the cause of independence, and the Royalists were able to retain Lima only with great difficulty. The Granadine and Venezuelan chiefs had united. Castillo, Cabal, and Urdaneta acted for Nueva Granada, Bolivar and Mariño for Venezuela. Troops were sent to the south to support the government of Quito, and Urdaneta marched toward the east, charged to restrain the devastating incursions of Puy. Bolivar, appointed Captain General of Nueva Granada and Venezuela, descended through the province of Magdalena at the head of 3,000 men, surprised Mompos, where he shot 400 prisoners, and demanded reinforcements that the latter obstinately refused him, thinking it more important to uphold the independence of Cartagena with respect to Bogota than to repel the enemy. Bolivar wished to force President Torres to give him the troops which he required, and instead of continuing his march, returned to Cartagena, thus losing precious time. In the meanwhile, the enemy was approaching, and the common danger averted a fratricidal struggle. He joined his troops to those that were in Cartagena and embarked for Jamaica, whence he hoped to bring succor, and when he had obtained this and was preparing to return, he received news that Cartagena had surrendered after a heroic resistance of 4 months. Morelos entered Cartagena on December 6, 1815. The city was nothing but a heap of ruins, since the whole strength of the enemy had been directed against it, and it thus expiated, very cruelly certainly, its refusal to assist the common cause. With the taking of this fortified town, Nueva Granada was again opened to the enemy, and the second period of the War of Independence terminated still more unfortunately than the first had done. At first, Morelos appeared to be animated by pacific intentions, but almost immediately, yielding to the suggestions of Morales, he gave orders that with respect to the rebels, all considerations of humanity should be set aside. Summary executions, wholesale deportations, imprisonments, forced contributions, and sequestration of property began everywhere. In the meantime, the patriots were masters of the plain, which they defended with fierce obstinacy. After an important victory at Puente, February 16, 1816, Murillo allowed himself to be defeated by Urdaneta and Torreses, his position becoming very critical for the time. 500 Spaniards went over to the Patriots. The corsairs captured his convoys, blowing up one of his ships. Brion, that rich Dutch merchant of Cartagena, whom Caracas had made captain of a frigate, and afterward an admiral, brought to Bolivar Mariño and 1,500 resolute men, with 1,000 negroes furnished by Peton. Murillo's bad faith, his tyrannical measures, and his inhuman proceedings threw into the ranks of the rebellion very many men who were convinced that the capitulations and promises of pardon were nothing more than deceptions. A good example of this is what occurred in Bogota, which opened its gates to the Royalists after a formal treaty in which the most complete amnesty was accorded to the inhabitants, a treaty that Murillo did not hesitate to violate by executing Torres, Lozano, Torreses, Cabal, Pombo, Caldas, and 200 other patriots, exiling their families and confiscating their property. This man, endowed with incontestable military qualities, was nevertheless very far from having those necessary for pacifying a country. By exasperating the vanquished, he rendered their submission impossible, and to him alone, who came to reconquer America, must his country impute its loss. He believed in the efficiency of the odious and arbitrary measures adopted by him, the execution of which he had entrusted to a permanent council of war, a council of purification, a committee of sequestrations, and courts-martial. As we have said before, the Spanish flag floated over all the territory of Nueva Granada, and this unfortunate success blinded Murillo, who, exaggerating his power and considering it as stable as it was invincible, was preparing to carry his system of terror to Peru. Bolivar undertook to dissipate his illusions. Having secretly set sail from Cayes, he put himself at the head of an expedition composed of 2 ships of war and 13 transports, fitted out for the most part at the expense of Brion. On May 2nd, Brion defeated the Spanish flotilla, taking 2 vessels. On the 3rd, Bolivar disembarked on the island of Margarita, which had fallen into the hands of the mulatto Arismendi, and the insurgents, in a general assembly 4 days later, proclaimed the Republic of Venezuela one and indivisible, and Bolivar head of the same. Arismendi presented to the dictator a gold-headed cane, emblem of the supreme authority in a country that can be bend under the blast of adversity, but never break. The Scotchman, MacGregor, at the head of 600 men, was ordered to go to the succor of Mariño and Piar, who were holding out in Guiana, while Páez, taking the province of Apure as the base of his operations, ejected Murillo from it. The Indian Páez, who had passed his youth among the Llaneros, proposed to draw his old companions from the reactionary party, uniting them to the cause of independence, a thing that was not difficult for him inasmuch as the Spanish government, proceeding with the greatest ingratitude and thinking they had no further need of their services, had contemptuously disbanded them without giving them the slightest remuneration. They passed over, then, to serve the cause of the Revolution, of which they were the most efficacious instruments. Páez, by his loyal and generous character, had become the idol of these untamed natures. The brave deeds of Páez, as numerous as they are surprising, are those of a legendary hero. It is asserted that he repulsed the Spanish infantry by letting wild oxen loose against them, that he arrested pursuit by setting fire to the steps, that he seized the royalist gunboats in the waters of the Apure by swimming, that with his terrible lance he killed as many as 40 enemies in the fight, and when he fell upon a flying division, he completed the rout by his powerful voice and the fear that he inspired. Endowed with Herculean strength and unconquerable energy, he took part in the amusements and the dangers of his men. At the head of the ferocious Llaneros of the plains of the Apure, he began those brilliant exploits that were later to make him the terror of the Spanish armies. Bolivar, deserted by fortune, found himself obliged to beat a retreat once more. He took refuge in Jamaica, where his life was seriously threatened by the poniards of the Royalists, but nothing could abate his courage. Active, resolute, and fertile in resources, the moment had arrived when, after having fallen to the bottom of the abyss, he was to rise and issue from it. The disobedience of some chiefs, his rivals, had been very fatal to the cause of independence and would have been much more so if, on their part, the Spanish chiefs had not been so divided, since Morelos had taken the extreme step of arresting two general officers, Morales and Real. After many conferences, Arismendi, Villa, Paez, Rojas, Monagas, Sedeno, and Bermudez agreed to recognize him as Generalissimo. He called together a General Congress in the island of Margarita, and the provisional government, of which he took the direction with the title of President of the Republic of Venezuela, was established in Barcelona. But some months later, after sanguinary combats, this city was recovered by the Royalists, April 7, 1817, who in a short time were once again masters of almost all the coast. The position of the Republicans was critical and perplexing, and in order to draw them from it, Bolivar conceived the daring project of transferring the insurrection to Guyana, which until then had remained loyal. This campaign was well directed by the Liberator, seconded by Pierre and Brion, and its success was so great that in less than 3 months that vast and rich province was subdued by the Republican army, which entered its capital, Angostura, July 17th. During this bold and distant expedition of the Generalissimo, numerous and brilliant victories had been gained in other parts. General Morelos, who came in person to besiege the island of Margarita, was defeated, his camp falling into the hands of the besieged, who, on the other hand, obliged the Spanish squadron to leave their coast after miraculously escaping complete destruction. Insurrectionary movements increased in Nueva Granada, and guerrilla bands were numerous in the provinces of Antioquia, Quito, and Popayan. Paez with his cavalry gained 2 important victories over Morelos. Before the termination of the year 1817, the Cito government was transferred to the capital of Guyana, and Bolivar, who had established his headquarters there, prepared to divide the lands among the independent soldiers as a recompense for their sacrifices. The campaign of 1818, although it gave the Republican generals opportunities of showing proofs of their courage and military knowledge, had no decisive result, the Republicans only obtaining possession of San Fernando. But other events of immense importance occurred to awaken the general enthusiasm. The very great popularity that Bolivar enjoyed, not only on the American continent but also in Europe itself, attracted to his banner many volunteers from England, France, and the United States, with whom he organized the Model Legion. At the same time, in Washington and in London, charges d'affaires of Venezuela were received, which was equivalent to recognizing her existence. In England, Lopez Mendez, charged to contract loans and enlist men, had seen money and men, arms and munitions flow in, so that besides the resources necessary to the prosecution of the war, the new republic at the end of 1818 relied upon 9,000 foreign combatants. Despairing of conquering the Liberator, they attempted to assassinate him. 12 men armed with daggers penetrated one night into the tent, from which he escaped half-dressed. At the end of the year 1818, the Republicans were in an excellent position. The Spaniards, on the contrary, found themselves reduced to the last extremity, having to face on all sides regular armies and the guerrilla bands which fell upon them suddenly. Bolivar, who remained in Angostura after having occupied himself in the regulation of the administration, of agriculture and commerce, assembled in that city the National Congress, which he opened in person on February 15, 1819, laying before it a draft constitution and resigning the dictatorship with which he had been invested. At the request of the Congress, Bolivar accepted the presidency of the Republic, of which Sea was appointed vice president until the new constitution was promulgated. The Liberator, desirous of consolidating the independence, thought the time had arrived to go in search of Morelos, whom he succeeded in putting on the wrong track, moving his troops in different directions and pretending to operate in view of Caracas, while he marched, as he had intended, toward the south of Nueva Granada, of which the Spaniards had been in tranquil possession for 2 years. After many battles, in which the Republicans were always victorious, Bolivar, not without much fatigue, succeeded in joining Santander and taking him with him. Both armies, being united, continued their march across the plains inundated by continuous rains, crossed rivers that had overflowed their banks, penetrated deserts where they suffered the torments of thirst, and woods whose trees, of a prodigious height, intercepted the light of day and dropped with continuous rain, scaled the scarped Andes of Tunja, and at length, after undergoing the greatest sufferings for 70 days, and losing a large part of their baggage and all their horses, they arrived at Paya on June 27th. 4 days later, Bolivar met in the valley of Sagamoso 3,500 Spaniards, and without heeding the inferiority of his forces or their reduced condition, routed them, and the same night Tunja fell into his hands. Other actions followed, and the Republicans, by victory after victory, arrived at the bridge of Boyaca, where they gained a decisive victory over the partisans of Spain. When the news of this battle had spread throughout the province, the insurrection broke out in all parts with such violence that the Spanish authorities saw no other means of escape than a precipitate flight. Bogota opened its gates to the independents on August 10, 1819, Santander being instantly appointed president of the provisional government. During this time, the squadron of Margarita, commanded by Admiral Bryan, took by assault the fort and city of Barcelona, July 18th, while the Spanish squadron had returned to La Guaira after a fruitless attempt against Margarita. The triumph of the Republicans was as complete as it was decisive. Bolivar having returned to Angostura amid the victorious shouts of the people, the Congress, in accord with public opinion, and after mature deliberation, carried out the favorite project of the Liberator by sanctioning the fusion of the two provinces of Nueva Granada and Venezuela, which, in honor of Christopher Columbus, received on December 17, 1819, the glorious name of the Republic of Colombia. End of section 22.
Section 23 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 15. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 15, by Charles Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Massacre of the Mamelukes, A.D. 1811, by Andrew A. Paton. From 1250 to 1517, the Mamelukes, a military organization created from a body of slaves sold to the Sultan of Egypt, ruled in that country. Under the line of sultans springing from them, the land suffered from almost constant strife, intrigue, murder, and rapine. These sultans were overthrown in 1517 by the Ottoman Sultan Selim, who made a complete conquest of Egypt, but the Mamelukes remained as a famous cavalry corps in the Egyptian army until in 1811 they were treacherously destroyed by Mehmet Ali, as related below. At the Battle of the Pyramids, July 21, 1798, the Mamelukes under Murad Bey were defeated by Napoleon. For several years the French occupied Egypt, and upon their expulsion by the English, Mehmet Ali rose to power as Turkish commander and, 1805, viceroy of the country. The English having withdrawn from Egypt, he prepared to establish his authority. This he did after a ruthless suppression of the Mameluke beys, who made a struggle for their provincial governorships. By a show of clemency and conciliation towards the Mamelukes, Mehmet Ali secured an appearance of tranquillity in Egypt. This policy, however, was only a preparation for the act of consummate treachery which finally uprooted the Mameluke power. Being free from the English, Mehmet Ali began to develop his plans for taking firm root in Egypt. He saw that, by extracting large revenues, he could maintain his influence by rich presents to Constantinople. His military position in Egypt was improved, and the increasing and advancing power of the Wahhabis, Mahometan reformers, rendered him more than ever necessary to the Porte. With the interior of the country tranquil and freed from civil war, an interval of prosperity, however brief, might have been expected. Such, however, was not the case. An act of spoliation, unaccompanied to be sure by bloodshed, but of a grasp more comprehensive and ruinous than anything that had been done by the predecessors of Mehemet Ali, was shortly consummated. It was in the years 1808 to 1810 that Mehemet Ali effected a revolutionary transfer of landed property in Egypt. Not content with greatly increasing the taxes on the soil, he ordered an inspection to be made of all title deeds, and on one pretext or another his agents objected to their validity, contesting the legitimacy of the successions, imposing additions to the land tax, and in a great multitude of instances retaining the title deeds, which were burned. A few influential sheikhs were spared, but wherever the government chose, the land, for want of titles, gradually lapsed to the Miri, so that in a few years the Pasha became landlord of nearly the whole of the soil of Egypt, some insignificant annuities being granted in compensation. Mehemet Ali's elevation to power was founded on public opinion, but his first acts, after the consolidation of his rule, were the most flagrant defiance of public opinion, and of the sacred rights of private property in the modern annals of Egypt. The Mamelukes, the French, and the intervening pashas had overwhelmed the people with exactions, but no attempt had been made to tear up by the very roots the pacific and legal possession of property. The commotion which these proceedings caused was violent in the extreme, and society was agitated to its inmost depths. Even the women and the children crowded the mosques, and made the azar resound with their wailings. Classes and individuals, utter strangers to politics and political discussion, stood aghast at an event which rendered reasoning superfluous, and precipitated all the rights of property into a common abyss. The sheikhs met in assembly and used every resource, both of representation and petition, to the Pasha and the Porte, but Mehemet Ali was firm in his purpose. The vehement representations of the sheikhs against the additional land taxes, and even the persevering refusals of Said Omar Mekram, the Nakib of the Sharifs, to go near the divan of the Pasha, were declared by him to savor of a stiff-necked and rebellious spirit which must be repressed. And throughout this curious struggle, the firm defense of the indefeasible rights of property was conveniently characterized by a lawless governor as an aggression and an invasion of the supreme authority. Said Omar Mekram was exiled to Damietta. The military governors of provinces arbitrarily collected contributions without the intervention of the Coptic clerks, and thenceforth began that direct grinding of the peasantry, which, before the death of Mehemet Ali, greatly reduced them in number and impoverished them almost to the minimum of possible human existence. At this period, 1809, events in Arabia were preparing a triumph for Mehemet Ali and an extension of his political power. This vast country, the cradle of Islamism, was now overrun by the Wahhabi reformers, who from small beginnings had mastered both Mecca and Medina, and although without the science of European warfare, made up for their deficiencies by an enthusiastic and undaunted bravery in action, as well as by great powers of endurance in the arduous campaigns of that torrid region. Their peculiar doctrines were based on the self-denial of the early Moslems, which made them avoid both those stimulants which expend the nervous and muscular energies, and those lethargic habits which are alternately the effect and the cause of inaction. The barren shores of the Red Sea, being in a great measure devoid of ports and of navigation, and the trade of Suez having sunk into insignificance, it was not easy to transport an army from Egypt to Arabia. By a series of most painful efforts, wood, cordage, and other materials for shipbuilding were carried from the ports of Turkey to Egypt, and across the desert, on the backs of camels, to Suez. Numbers of men and of those useful beasts of burden perished in the attempt, but at length, after incredible efforts, 18 vessels were launched in the space of less than a year, and fitted up for the conveyance of troops and provisions. A baptism of blood accompanied their launch, for the better solemnization of the departure from Cairo of the troops destined for the Arabian expedition. This time was chosen for the final massacre of the Mamelukes. The infirmities of Ibrahim Bey had shown the Mamelukes that they could no longer hope for any revival of their supremacy. The remaining head men were therefore disposed toward a passive and luxurious existence, giving no further umbrage to the Porte or to Mehemet Ali, and contenting themselves with as large a share as they could grasp of the produce of Egypt. Mehemet Ali, on his side, was not displeased to patch up an accommodation with these turbulent barons of Eastern feudalism, so as to have more elbow-room to carry out his designs of a virtual sovereignty under the mask of zeal for the service of the Porte, and at the same time to have them more securely in his power when the convenient moment came for getting entirely rid of them. Shahin Bey, the elected successor of Elfi Bey, had made his submission to Mehemet Ali, and signed an arrangement the conditions of which were advantageous to him. From the pyramids up the left bank of the Nile to beyond Beni Suef, and including the Fayoum, was assigned to him as an appanage, and on his presenting himself for investiture to Mehemet Ali at Cairo, he was loaded with rich gifts of shawls, pelisses, and diamond-mounted daggers. The other Mamelukes, even although jealous of Shahin Bey, were also gradually obliged to yield. The Beys at Siout, on the Upper Nile, wished at first to refuse tribute, but the Mamelukes, being no longer a corps united under an Ali Bey or a Murad, as in former times, were fain to yield on finding that Mehemet Ali himself had come to Siout with an army of several thousand men to collect the tribute. After this there was not even the shadow of a rising. Many of the Mamelukes came to Cairo, and sank completely into sloth and sensuality, passing from the wild to the tame state, like beasts fatted for slaughter. In February 1811, the chiefs destined by Mehemet Ali to extirpate the Wahhabi reformers and restore Arabia to the Caliph of Constantinople went to encamp at Kubet el Azab, on the desert near Cairo. Here 4,000 men were united under the orders of Toussaint Pasha, the son of Mehemet Ali, who was destined to command the expedition. On the following Friday, the youthful general was to receive the police of investiture, and therefore to proceed to the camp by the Gate of Victory, the astrologers having fixed on this day as propitious to the success of the enterprise. All the civil and military authorities and the principal people of the country were informed of the approach of the ceremony, and on the night before the Mameluke chiefs were invited to take part in full costume. A simple invitation to the Mamelukes in a mass, on any other occasion, would have been received with the habitual Oriental mistrust of such hospitality. But with a skill in the way of evil worthy of a better cause, Mehemet Ali so managed that the obvious motive of the departure of an army, and the association of the Mamelukes with all the other authorities of the country, not only lulled their suspicions, but even flattered their self-love. On March 1st, 1811, all the principal men of Cairo flocked to the citadel. Shahin Bey appeared there at the head of his household, having come with the other beys to pay his respects to Mehemet Ali, who received them in the great hall. Coffee was then served, and conversation took place. When all those who were to take part in the procession were assembled, the signal for departure was given, each person taking the place that was assigned him by the master of the ceremonies. A corps of Délices, commanded by Uzun Ali, opened the march. Then came the Wali, or municipal governor of Cairo, the Aga of the Janissaries, with Turkish troops. Then came the Albanians, especially devoted to Mehemet Ali, under the immediate command of Saleh Kosh. The regular troops came last, and the Mamelukes had their places assigned between the infantry and cavalry at the rear, and the Albanians who marched in front of them. The plateau of the citadel, on which are situated the chief buildings, is elevated high above the level of the city. Down on the lower level, and close to the public place of the Rumela, is the gate of Azaba, a picturesque object flanked with round towers, painted in stripes of red and white. Between the high courtyard and this gate was the old access to the plateau, not the modern macadamized slope, but a steep winding passage with sharp angles and cut in the rock. Down this road came the procession, and no sooner were the Délices and Agas out than Saleh Kosh ordered the gates to be shut, and communicated the order he had received to exterminate the Mamelukes to his Albanians, who immediately turned about, and jumping aside or leaping up the rock, began to fire on the horsemen. To charge down the steep rock was useless or impossible, for the gates were shut and exit barred. And on the sloping or angular rocks the heavily mounted Mamelukes, though powerful on the plains of Egypt, had no chance with the Albanians, whose home is only the mountainside. Behind the Mamelukes were the infantry troops closing the procession, whose advantage was still more decided, for they poured volleys of musketry down on these devoted men from the parapets above. The Mamelukes now wished to return by another road into the citadel, but not being able to manage their horses on account of the unfavorable ground, and seeing that many of their people were killed and wounded, they alighted, and abandoning their horses and upper clothes, remounted the road, saber in hand, but were fired on from the windows of the citadel above. Shahin Bey fell, pierced with balls, before the gates of the palace of Saladin. Soliman Bey, another Mameluke, ran, half naked and frightened, to implore the protection of the harem of the viceroy, according to Oriental usage, but in vain. He was conducted to the palace, where he was decapitated. Others went to beg for mercy from Toussaint Pasha, who took no part in the events of the day. The troops had orders to arrest the Mamelukes wherever they might be found. Those taken were conducted to Kahia Bey, and instantaneously decapitated. Many persons not Mamelukes were also killed. The citadel flowed with blood, and the dead filled up the passages. The dead body of Shahin Bey was, with barbarous brutality, dragged about with a cord round the neck. On every side were seen horses, expensively caparisoned, stretched by the sides of their masters, and the richest dresses saturated with blood, for gold embroidery and the most costly cloth stuffs, with elaborately finished and decorated arms and caparisons, were what the Mamelukes mostly delighted in, and all these became the booty of the bloodthirsty soldiery. Of 460 Mamelukes who had mounted that morning to the citadel, not one escaped. A few French Mamelukes, in the service of Mehmet Ali, who had remained behind after the departure of Menou, and had been locked up by Kahia Bey in a room adjoining his own, were saved. A bey of the house of Elfi had 3 French Mamelukes in his service, but they did not mount on horseback on that day. Amin Bey, another Mameluke, was saved by accident. Being prevented by pressing business from arriving in time, he found himself outside the gate, just as the head of the procession was issuing from under the arch. He waited a little until they were gone out, but seeing that the gate was suddenly closed, and then hearing the musketry, he put spurs to his horse, and never stopped until he found his way across the desert into Syria. Scarcely had the procession begun to move when Mehmet Ali showed signs of agitation, which increased when he heard the first discharge of musketry. He grew pale, fearing lest his orders might not have been properly executed, and that some struggle might ensue, fatal to himself and his party. When he saw the prisoners and the trunkless heads, he grew calm. Soon after, his physician, a Genoese, entered, and said with the sickening gaiety of sycophancy, "The affair is over. This is a jeté for your highness." To this Mehmet Ali gave no answer, and only asked for a draught to quench his thirst. Meanwhile, the crowds of citizens in the town were waiting to see the procession, and expectation was succeeded by surprise when only the Délices forming its head were seen to pass, followed by grooms hurrying away in silence. This sudden movement caused an agitation among the spectators, and then the cry having arisen, "Shahin Bey is killed!" all the shops were shut, which was invariably the case when turbulence, bloodshed, and their concomitant rapine were apprehended. The streets became deserted, and only bands of lawless soldiery were seen, who rushed to pillage the houses of the Mamelukes, violating their women, and committing every atrocity. The Turks, who could only marry women of an inferior class, saw with displeasure that those of a higher rank, disdaining their alliance, displayed eagerness to marry Mamelukes, and therefore took care to avenge themselves. The houses of the beys were full of valuables. Several of these cavaliers were making preparations for marriage, decorating their apartments, and purchasing rich clothes, cashmeres, and jewels. Not only the houses of these persons were pillaged, but others besides. Cairo appeared like a place taken by assault, the inhabitants not showing themselves in the streets, but awaiting indoors what destiny had in store for them. The murder and pillage continuing on the following day, Mehmet Ali descended from the citadel to re-establish order and stop bloodshed. He was in full dress and accompanied by a large armed force. At each police post he reprimanded the officer in charge for having permitted such disorders. Mehmet Ali himself had only taken the lives of the Mamelukes. He had only massacred a political party addicted to cashmeres, diamond-mounted pipes, and enameled pistols, as well as to sharing the political power with the agents of the Porte. He himself had laid the axe to the very root of Mameluke appropriation, and therefore all mangling of the branches excited his just reprobation, as a superfluous expenditure of labor. Near Bab Zuela, the Pasha met a Mughrabin who complained of the pillage of his house, protesting that he was neither soldier nor Mameluke, on which Mehmet Ali stopped his horse and sent an armed force, who arrested a Turk and a Fellah, whose heads they cut off. Advancing toward the quarter of Kakin, he was informed that the sheikhs were assembled with the intention of complimenting him, but the Pasha answered that he would himself go to receive their felicitations, on which he proceeded to the house of Sheikh Abdullah el-Sharkawi, and after having passed an hour with him, he returned to the citadel. The following day, Tusan Pasha went through the town, followed by a numerous guard, causing those who were found pillaging to be decapitated, for more than 500 houses had been sacked on this occasion. Meanwhile, the Mamelukes were diligently sought after. Even the old ones, who in all the troubles had never quitted Cairo, were unmercifully killed. Many made their escape by changing their costume for that of Delis. Others, dressed as women, escaped to Upper Egypt. In the citadel, the dead bodies were thrown pell-mell into pits dug for them, the relations of the murdered being so overwhelmed as not to be able to bury them decently. The mother of the Emir Merzouk, son of Ibrahim Bey, was, however, allowed his dead body, which was found after 2 days' search. Protection was also given to the widows of the Mamelukes by Mehmet Ali, who allowed his own men to marry them. The secret of this sanguinary affair had been confided to only 4 persons on whom the Pasha could rely, but he had at the same time written through his secretary to the commanders of the different provinces, ordering them to arrest and put to death all the Mamelukes they could lay their hands upon. This order was mercilessly executed, and their heads were sent to Cairo and exposed there. End of section 23.
Section 24 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 15. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Shoesmith. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 15, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Napoleon's Russian Campaign, AD 1812, Charles A. Fyffe, François P. G. Guizot. While Napoleon was busy in Spain, Austria again rose in arms against him. A rebellion, it might almost be called, considering to what subjection the once proud domain of the Habsburgs had been reduced. She was defeated in the conqueror's last successful war, and her princess, Maria Louisa, became Napoleon's bride, 1810. This family alliance between France and Austria marred the fraternal relations which had existed with Russia. Tsar Alexander had not profited all he had hoped from the famous Treaty of Tilsit, and moreover he found his interests repeatedly neglected and even directly injured by the French emperor. Napoleon's commercial policy of closing the ports of Europe against England had almost ruined the merchants of every country where it prevailed. Finally, in December 1810, the Tsar deliberately abandoned his agreement with France and opened his ports to British ships. Napoleon prepared solemnly for war. The other European states no longer dared oppose him and unwillingly supplied him troops. All the year 1811 was employed in gathering the largest army Europe had ever known. Not only Frenchmen, but Prussians, Austrians, and other Germans, Italians also, and even a few Spaniards were gathered on the Russian frontier. The Poles were promised freedom and joined enthusiastically in the attack. Kings and emperors surrounded Napoleon in Dresden to wish him Godspeed, and on June 23, 1812, with more than 400,000 men, he crossed the river Niemen and began his spectacular advance into the Russian wastes. The Russians, under General Barclay de Tolly, retreated before him, more perhaps from necessity than design, and the vastness of the country became the invader's chief enemy. His troops fell by the roadside, they perished of exhaustion, and Barclay, seeing the success of his Fabian policy, persisted in it. The Tsar protested and finally supplanted Barclay with the Russian general Kutuzov, who risked a decisive battle and met complete defeat at Borodino. Napoleon entered Moscow in triumph and waited for the Tsar to come to him as other sovereigns had come to entreat for mercy. But Alexander and his generals had learned at last that their country would fight their battles for them better than they. Instead of offering peace, they left the conquerors to the fangs of the Russian winter. Charles A. Fyffe. The French steadily advanced. The Russians retreated to Moscow and evacuated the capital when their generals decided that they could not encounter the French assault. The Holy City was left undefended before the invader. But the departure of the army was the smallest part of the evacuation. The inhabitants, partly of their own free will, partly under the compulsion of the governor, abandoned the city in a mass. No gloomy or excited crowd, as at Vienna and Berlin, thronged the streets to witness the entrance of the great conqueror, when, on September 14th, Napoleon took possession of Moscow. His troops marched through silent and deserted streets. In the solitude of the Kremlin, Napoleon received the homage of a few foreigners, who alone could be collected by his servants to tender to him the submission of the city. But the worst was yet to come. On the night after Napoleon's entry, fires broke out in different parts of Moscow. They were ascribed at first to accident, but when, on the next day, the French saw the flames gaining ground in every direction, and found that all the means of extinguishing fire had been removed from the city, they understood the doom to which Moscow had been devoted by its own defenders. Count Rostopchin, the governor, had determined on the destruction of Moscow, without the knowledge of the Tsar. The doors of the prisons were thrown open. Rostopchin gave the signal by setting fire to his own palace and let loose his bands of incendiaries over the city. For 5 days the flames rose and fell, and when, on the evening of the 20th, the last fire ceased, 3/4 of Moscow lay in ruins. Such was the prize for which Napoleon had sacrificed 200,000 men and engulfed the weak remnant of his army 600 miles deep in an enemy's country. Throughout all the terrors of the advance, Napoleon had held fast to the belief that Alexander's resistance would end with the fall of his capital. The events that accompanied the entry of the French into Moscow shook his confidence. Yet even now Napoleon could not believe that the Tsar remained firm against all thoughts of peace. His experience in all earlier wars had given him confidence in the power of one conspicuous disaster to unhinge the resolution of kings. His trust in the deepening impression made by the fall of Moscow was fostered by negotiations begun by Kutuzov for the very purpose of delaying the French retreat. For 5 weeks Napoleon remained at Moscow as if spellbound, unable to convince himself of his powerlessness to break Alexander's determination, unable to face a retreat which would display to all Europe the failure of his arms and the termination of his career of victory. At length, the approach of winter forced him to action. It was impossible to provision the army at Moscow during the winter months, even if there had been nothing to fear from the enemy. Even the mocking overtures of Kutuzov had ceased. The frightful reality could no longer be concealed. On October 19th, the order for retreat was given. It was not the destruction of Moscow, but the departure of its inhabitants that had brought the conqueror to ruin. Above 2,000 houses were still standing, but whether the buildings remained or perished made little difference. The whole value of the capital to Napoleon was lost when the inhabitants, whom he could have forced to procure supplies for his army, disappeared. Vienna and Berlin had been of such incalculable service to Napoleon because the whole native administration placed itself under his orders, and every rich and important citizen became a hostage for the activity of the rest. When the French gained Moscow, they gained nothing beyond the supplies which were at that moment in the city. All was lost to Napoleon when the class who in other capitals had been his instruments fled at his approach. The conflagration of Moscow acted upon all Europe as a signal of inextinguishable national hatred, As a military operation, it neither accelerated the retreat of Napoleon nor added to the miseries which his army had to undergo. The French forces which quitted Moscow in October numbered about 100,000 men. Reinforcements had come in during the occupation of the city, and the health of the soldiers had been in some degree restored by a month's rest. Everything now depended upon gaining a line of retreat where food could be found. Though but a fourth part of the army which entered Russia in the summer, the army which left Moscow was still large enough to protect itself against the enemy, if allowed to retreat through a fresh country. If forced back upon the devastated line of its advance, it was impossible for it to escape destruction. Napoleon therefore determined to make for Kaluga on the south of Moscow, and to endeavor to gain a road to Smolensk far distant from that by which he had come. The army moved from Moscow in a southern direction, but its route had been foreseen by Kutuzov. At the end of 4 days' march it was met by a Russian corps at Yaroslavets. A bloody struggle left the French in possession of the road. They continued their advance, but it was only to find that Kutuzov, with his full strength, had occupied a line of heights farther south and barred the way to Kaluga. The effort of an assault was beyond the powers of the French. Napoleon surveyed the enemy's position and recognized the fatal necessity of abandoning the march southward and returning to the wasted road by which he had advanced. The meaning of the backward movement was quickly understood by the army. From the moment of quitting Yaroslavets, disorder and despair increased with every march. 30,000 men were lost upon the road before a pursuer appeared in sight. When, on November 2nd, the army reached Vyazma, it numbered no more than 65,000 men. Kutuzov was unadventurous in pursuit. The necessity of moving his army along a parallel road south of the French, in order to avoid starvation, diminished the opportunities for attack. But the general himself disliked risking his forces, and preferred to see the enemy's destruction effected by the elements. At Vyazma, where on November 3rd the French were for the first time attacked in force, Kutuzov's own delay alone saved them from total ruin. In spite of heavy loss, the French kept possession of the road and secured their retreat to Smolensk, where stores of food had been accumulated, and where other and less exhausted French troops were at hand. Up to November 6th the weather had been sunny and dry. On the 6th, the long-delayed terrors of Russian winter broke upon the pursuers and the pursued. Snow darkened the air and hid the last traces of vegetation from the starving cavalry trains. The temperature dropped at times to 40 degrees of frost. Death came, sometimes in the unfelt release from misery, sometimes in horrible forms of mutilation and disease. Both armies were exposed to the same sufferings, but the Russians had at least such succor as their countrymen could give. Where the French fell, they died. The order of war disappeared under conditions which made life itself the accident of a meal or of a place by the campfire. Though most of the French soldiery continued to carry their arms, the Guard alone kept its separate formation. The other regiments marched in confused masses. From November 9th to the 13th, these starving bands arrived one after another at Smolensk, expecting that here their sufferings would end. But the organization for distributing the stores accumulated in Smolensk no longer existed. The perishing crowds were left to find shelter where they could. Sacks of corn were thrown to them for food. It was impossible for Napoleon to give his wearied soldiers rest, for new Russian armies were advancing from the north and the south to cut off their retreat. From the Danube and from the Baltic Sea, troops were pressing forward to their meeting point upon the rear of the invader. Wittgenstein, moving southward at the head of the army of the Dwina, had overpowered the French corps stationed upon that river and made himself master of Vitebsk. The army of Bucharest, which had been toiling northward ever since the beginning of August, had advanced to within a few days' march of its meeting point with the army of the Dwina upon the line of Napoleon's communications. Before Napoleon reached Smolensk, he sent orders to Victor, who was at Smolensk with some reserves, to march against Wittgenstein and drive him back upon the Dwina. Victor set out on his mission. During the short halt of Napoleon in Smolensk, Kutuzov pushed forward to the west of the French and took post at Krasnoye, 30 miles farther along the road by which Napoleon had to pass. The retreat of the French seemed to be actually cut off. Had the Russian general dared to face Napoleon and his guards, he might have held the French in check until the arrival of the two auxiliary armies from the north and south enabled him to capture Napoleon and his entire force. Kutuzov, however, preferred a partial and certain victory to a struggle with Napoleon for life or death. He permitted Napoleon and the Guard to pass by unattacked, and then fell upon the hinder divisions of the French army November 17th. These unfortunate troops were successively cut to pieces. 26,000 were made prisoners. Ney, with a part of the rear guard, only escaped by crossing the Dnieper on the ice. Of the army that had quitted Moscow, there now remained but 10,000 combatants and 20,000 followers. Kutuzov himself was brought to such a state of exhaustion that he could carry the pursuit no further, and entered into quarters upon the Dnieper. It was a few days after the battle at Krasnoye that the divisions of Victor, coming from the direction of the Dwina, suddenly encountered the remnant of Napoleon's army. Though aware that Napoleon was in retreat, they knew nothing of the calamities that had befallen him, and were struck with amazement when, in the middle of a forest, they met with what seemed more like a miserable troop of captives than an army upon the march. Victor's soldiers of a mere auxiliary corps found themselves more than double the effective strength of the whole army of Moscow. Their arrival again placed Napoleon at the head of 30,000 disciplined troops, and gave the French a gleam of victory in the last and seemingly most hopeless struggle in the campaign. Admiral Chichagov, in command of the army marching from the Danube, had at last reached the line of Napoleon's retreat, and established himself at Borisov, where the road through Poland crosses the river Beresina. The bridge was destroyed by the Russians, and Chichagov opened communication with Wittgenstein's army, which lay only a few miles to the north. It appeared as if the retreat of the French was now finally intercepted, and the surrender of Napoleon inevitable. Yet even in this hopeless situation, the military skill and daring of the French worked with something of its ancient power. The army reached the Beresina. Napoleon succeeded in withdrawing the enemy from the real point of passage. Bridges were thrown across the river, and after desperate fighting, a great part of the army made good its footing upon the western bank, November 28th. But the losses, even among the effective troops, were enormous. The fate of the miserable crowd that followed them, torn by the cannon fire of the Russians, and precipitated into the river by the breaking of one of the bridges, has made the passage of the Beresina a synonym for the utmost degree of human woe. This was the last engagement fought by the army. The Guards still preserved their order. Marshal Ney still found soldiers capable of turning upon the pursuer with his own steady and unflagging courage. But the bulk of the army struggled forward in confused crowds, harassed by the Cossacks, and laying down their arms by thousands before the enemy. The frost, which had broken up on November 19th, returned on the 30th with even greater severity. 20,000 fresh troops which joined the army between the Beresina and Vilna scarcely arrested the process of dissolution. On December 3rd, Napoleon quitted the army. Vilna itself was abandoned with all its stores, and when at length the fugitives reached the Niemen, they numbered little more than 20,000. Here, 6 months earlier, 380,000 men had crossed with Napoleon. 100,000 more had joined the army in the course of its retreat. Of all this host, not the 20th part reached the Prussian frontier. 170,000 remained prisoners in the hands of the Russians. A greater number had perished. Of the 20,000 men who now beheld the Niemen, probably not 7,000 had crossed with Napoleon. In the presence of a catastrophe so overwhelming and so unparalleled, the Russian generals might well be content with their own share in the work of destruction. Yet events proved that Kutuzov had done ill in failing to employ every effort to capture or annihilate his foe. Not only was Napoleon's own escape the pledge of continued war, but the remnant that escaped with him possessed a military value out of all proportion to its insignificant numbers. The best of the army were the last to succumb. Out of those few thousands who endured to the end, a very large proportion were veteran officers who immediately took their place at the head of Napoleon's newly raised armies and gave to them a military efficiency soon to be bitterly proved by Europe on many a German battlefield. The end of section 24. Section 25 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 15. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Shoesmith. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 15, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Section 25, Napoleon's Russian Campaign, A.D. 1812, by Francis P. G. Guizot. The solitary consolation left to the army was that which the Emperor had himself presented to Europe, the presence of Napoleon, his physical and mental energy and vigor. His flight from Smorgoni deprived the soldiers of this last resource of their confidence. From that day, as soon as the report spread, despair seized upon the strongest hearts. Nothing is more enduring than the instinctive courage which resists pain and death, because it becomes a man to strive to the last. All the ties of discipline, military fraternity, and ordinary humanity were broken together. I borrow from the recollections of the Duke Fezensac, then colonel of the 4th of the line, the following picture of the horrors which he saw, and of which he has given the story with a touching and manly simplicity. It is useless at the present day to tell the details of every day's march. It would merely be a repetition of the same misfortunes. The cold, which seemed to have become milder only to make the passage of the Dnieper and the Beresina more difficult, again set in more keenly than ever. The thermometer fell, first to 6 below zero, then to 24 degrees below Fahrenheit, and the severity of the season completed the exhaustion of the men who were already half dead with hunger and fatigue. I shall not undertake to depict the spectacle which we looked upon. You must imagine plains as far as the horizon, covered with snow, long forests of pines, villages half burned and deserted, and through those pitiful districts an endless column of wretches, nearly all without arms, marching in disorder, and falling at every step on the ice near the carcasses of horses and the bodies of their companions. Their faces bore the impress of utter exhaustion or despair, their eyes were lifeless, their features convulsed and quite black with dirt and smoke. Sheepskins and pieces of cloth served them for shoes. Their heads were wrapped with rags, their shoulders covered with horse-cloths, women's petticoats, and half-burned skins. Also, when one fell from fatigue, his comrades stripped him before he was dead, in order to clothe themselves with his rags. Each bivouac seemed next day like a battlefield, and men found dead at their side those beside whom they had gone to sleep the night before. An officer of the Russian advance guard, who was a witness of these scenes of horror, which the rapidity of our flight prevented us from carefully observing, has given a description of them to which nothing need be added. The road which we followed, says he, was covered with prisoners who required no watching, and who underwent hardships till then unheard of. Several still dragged themselves mechanically along the road, with their feet naked and half frozen. Some had lost the power of speech. Others had fallen into a kind of savage stupidity, and wished, in spite of us, to roast dead bodies in order to eat them. Those who were too weak to go to fetch wood stopped near the first fire which they found, and sitting upon one another, they crowded closely round the fire, the feeble heat of which still sustained them, the little life left in them going out at the same time as it did. The houses and farms which the wretches had set on fire were surrounded with dead bodies, for those who went near had not the power to escape the flames which reached them. And soon others were seen, with a convulsive laugh, rushing voluntarily into the midst of the burning, so that they were consumed also. I hasten to avoid the spectacle of so many sufferings. Yet it is right and proper that children should know what was endured by their fathers. In proportion as the last survivors of the generations who saw and suffered so many evils disappear, we who have in our turn undergone other disasters owe it to them to recount both their glory and their misery. The time will soon come when our descendants in their turn will include in the annals of history the great epochs through which we have lived, struggled, and suffered. Napoleon crossed Germany like an unknown fugitive, and his generals also made haste to escape. They had at last reached Vilna, alarming Lithuania by their rout, and themselves terror-struck during the halt on ascertaining the actual numbers of their losses, and the state of the disorderly battalions which were being again formed in the streets of the hospitable town. For a long time the crowd of disbanded soldiers, deserters, and those who had fallen behind were collected together at the gates of Vilna in so dense a throng that they could not enter. Scarcely had the hungry wretches begun to take some food, and taste a moment's rest when the Russian cannon was heard, and Platov's Cossacks appeared at the gates. The King of Naples, heroic on the battlefield but incapable of efficient command in a rout, took refuge in a suburb in order to set out from it at the break of day. Marshal Ney, the old Marshal Lefebvre, and General Loyson, with the remains of the division which he recently brought back from Poland, kept back the Cossacks for some time, and left the army time to resume its deplorable flight. A large number of exhausted men fell into the hands of the enemy. The fragments of our ruined regiments disappeared piecemeal. At Ponar, where the road between Vilna and Kovno rises, the baggage which they had with great difficulty dragged so far, the flags taken from the enemy, the army chest, the trophies carried off from Moscow, all remained scattered at the foot of the icy hill. The pillagers quarreled over the gold and silver in the coffers, on the snow in the ditches. Then the Cossacks coming upon them, some of the French fired in defense of treasures they were no longer able to carry. When the ruins of the main army at last reached Kovno, where they found supplies of food and ammunition, they were no longer able to make use of it, or to resist the pursuit of the Russians. The generals held a council. In weariness and despair, some gave vent to complaints against Napoleon, and Murat's words were susceptible of a more sinister meaning. Marshal Davoust, honorable and unconquerable, though still strongly prejudiced against the King of Naples, boldly expressed his indignation against the falling off of the lieutenants whom the Emperor had made kings. All with one accord handed over to Ney the command of the rear guard, and that defense of Kovno which was for a few minutes longer to protect the retreat. General Gerard alone remained faithful to this last despairing effort. When at last he crossed the Niemen with General Ney on December 14, 1812, they were abandoned by all. Their soldiers had fled, either scattering before the enemy or stealing away during the night from a useless resistance. When, in Königsberg, he overtook the remnant of the staff, Marshal Ney, with haggard looks and clad in rags, entered alone into their room. "Here comes the rear guard of the great army," said he bitterly. The end of section 25.
Section 26 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 15. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Donald Warren. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 15, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. War on the Canadian Border, A.D. 1812 to 1814, by Agnes M. Machar. Part 1. A peculiar and remarkable feature of the War of 1812 is the fact that in the treaty designating its diplomatic close, nothing was said about its principal cause, which nevertheless the events of the struggle removed. The war brought about no radical changes in the relations of England and the United States. It ended with mutual concessions, and its most important result was that it taught the supreme desirability of settling their future disagreements without appealing to arms. This, in spite of some grave misunderstandings, they have ever since succeeded in doing. The war grew out of irritations which wise policies should easily have avoided. During the French Revolution, although a formal neutrality was observed by the United States, popular sympathy with France was strongly expressed. This was the more pronounced because England's refusal, after the Peace of 1783, to give up western posts to the United States involved the latter country in a long and costly Indian War. In 1807, Great Britain published decrees known as Orders in Council, prohibiting neutral trade with France or her allies. Similar decrees were issued by France. Great injury resulted to American commerce. Every American ship on the seas became liable to capture. England also claimed the right to search American vessels and take from them any English seamen found on board. In a single year, several hundred seizures were made. This was really the exciting cause of the War of 1812. The practice was discontinued, not through the Articles of Peace, but as a result of the victories gained in the war by the American Navy. In 1807, Congress, by way of its reprisal, laid an embargo or forbidding American vessels to leave United States ports but this measure only reacted unfavorably, adding to the injury against which it was directed. At Madison's inauguration in 1809, these difficulties with England were not settled. They continued to increase the feeling of hostility, especially on the part of the United States, and at last Congress, by a large majority, declared war against Great Britain, although great opposition to such war was manifested by many of the American people. The first military operations of the war were directed against Canada, and are here described by a Canadian historian, whose distinctly partisan account of the salient events is then balanced by that of Grahame, who, though a native of Scotland, is eminently fair in his treatment of the United States. The difference between the two is striking and instructive. The patriots of each side accuse the opposing government of juggling with numbers. The actual declaration of war could not but spread a thrill of dismay in a comparatively defenseless and sparsely populated colony. The population of Upper Canada was only about 80,000, and that of the whole colony did not exceed 300,000. To defend a frontier of 1,700 miles, threatened by several powerful armies, they had but 4,450 regular troops of all arms, only about 1,500 of whom were in Upper Canada. It is little wonder if the task of resisting so powerful a neighbor seemed at first almost a hopeless one, and if for a short time some despondency prevailed. But the spirit of the old Spartans lived in the breast of the hardy Canadian yeomen, many of whom had already sacrificed so much to the loyal love for the British flag, and the confidence of the people in their brave General Brock acted as a rallying point of hope and courage. The militia justified the expectations the general had expressed of the sons of loyal and brave bands of veterans, and troops of volunteers poured into the garrison towns ready to do and die, if necessary, rather than yield to the invader. As soon as the declaration of war was ascertained beyond a doubt, General Brock's measures were prompt and energetic. He called a meeting of the legislature, established his headquarters at Fort George, requested reinforcements from the lower province, which, however, could not be granted till the arrival of more troops from England, appointed a day of fasting and prayer in recognition of the great ever-present help in time of trouble, looked to the condition of the frontier forts and outposts, and paid especial attention to the securing of the alliance of the Indians and the equipping, drilling, and organizing the militia. Of arms, however, there was a great scarcity, and many brave volunteers who poured into York, now Toronto, Kingston, and other places had to retire, disappointed for lack of weapons, some indeed supplying the deficiency from their implements of husbandry. On July 12th, General Hull, with an army of 2,500 men, crossed to Canada from Detroit, issuing from Sandwich a proclamation, doubtless emanating from Washington, in which he informed the Canadians that he did not ask their aid, because he came with a force that must overpower all opposition, and which was, moreover, only the vanguard of a far greater one. He offered the Canadians, in exchange for the tyranny under which they were supposed to groan, the invaluable blessings of civil, political, and religious liberty. It is to be remembered that the slaveholding states were the chief instigators and supporters of the war. He ended his proclamation by expressing the hope that he who holds in his hand the fate of nations may guide you to a result the most compatible with your rights and interests, your peace and prosperity. This hope the Canadians, at least, deemed fulfilled in their being led to refuse the bribe of a personal ease and security purchased by the sacrifice of their sense of right and duty, of their loyalty to the country whose noble traditions they claimed as their own, to the flag which, notwithstanding the occasional shortcomings of its standard-bearers, they still regarded as the time-honored defender of civil, political, and religious liberty. The preceding May, General Brock had sent a detachment of the 41st Regiment to Amherstburg, or Fort Malden, some 18 miles from Sandwich, to be in readiness to defend that frontier. On hearing of the landing of General Hull, he dispatched Colonel Proctor thither with a further reinforcement of the 41st. It was time to take energetic measures, for the fact that the enemy had been able to establish a footing in the country had excited alarm and gloom, and endangered the adherents of the Indians of that region. Even General Brock could hardly resist the feeling that without speedy reinforcements, and unless the enemy could be speedily driven from Sandwich, the ruin of the country was imminent. Indeed, had Hull pressed on at once, it is possible to say what the result might have been. Happily for Canada, however, he delayed his advance till there were troops enough on the spot to embarrass him, with the assistance of the militia and Indians, until Brock himself could arrive. The tidings of the capture of the American trading post of Michilimackinac, with its garrison, stores, and furs, by Captain Roberts, with some 30 regular soldiers and a band of French voyageurs and Indians, came as a gleam of brightness to relieve the gloom. Then came the gallant encounter at Parentis in the western marshes, where a small British force held a strong American one at bay, and 2 privates of the 41st kept the bridge with a valor and tenacity worthy of the brave days of old. At the same time, the capture of a provision convoy of Hull's by the Shawnee chief Tecumseh with his Indians seriously embarrassed the American general, who had to draw his supplies from distant Ohio over roads which were no roads, induced him to change his base of operations and recrossing the river to retire to Detroit. Proctor followed him up and endeavored to intercept another convoy escorted by a strong force, but his attempt was unsuccessful, and in an action at Brownstown the Americans were the victors, but Brock was at hand. On August 13th he arrived at Amherstburg at the head of a small force of regulars and militia, about 700 in all. Of these, 400 were militiamen disguised in redcoats. The journey had been a most fatiguing one, a toilsome march through the wilderness from Burlington Heights to Long Point, and then 4 days and nights of hard rowing along the dangerous coast of Lake Erie, through rainy and tempestuous weather, in such clumsy open boats as the neighboring farmers could supply. To the cheerfulness and endurance of the troops during the trying journey, Brock bore most honorable testimony. Their mettle deserved the success they so honorably achieved. Arrived at Amherstburg, General Brock met Tecumseh, the Shawnee chief already referred to, one of the heroes of the war. Quickly recognizing in Brock the characteristics of a brave and noble leader, Tecumseh and his Indians were at his service at once, and together they concerted plans against Hull and Fort Detroit. By a happy inspiration, General Brock saw that promptitude and resolution were the qualities to gain the day, and General Hull was startled, first by a summons for the immediate surrender of Fort Detroit, and next by the crossing of the British force, General Brock, erect in his canoe, leading the way to battle. Tecumseh and his Indians were disposed in readiness to attack in flank and rear, while the British force first drove the Americans from a favorable position back on the fort and then prepared to assault it. To their surprise, however, a flag of truce anticipated the attack, and the garrison capitulated, surrendering to the British the Michigan Territory, Fort Detroit, 33 pieces of cannon, a vessel of war, the military chest, and a very large quantity of stores, and about 2,500 troops with their arms, which latter were a much appreciated boon for arming the Canadian militia. General Brock himself, surprised at the ease of this brilliant success, which at one stroke revived the drooping spirits of the Canadians, rallied the hesitating, fixed the adhesion of wavering Indian tribes, encouraged the militia, who now tried their strength in action, and made Brock deservedly the idol of the people. On his return to York, Toronto, he was greeted with the warmest acclamations, as befitted a leader who in such trying circumstances had organized the military protection of the province, met and advised with the legislature, accomplished a trying journey of 300 miles in pursuit of a force more than double his own, had gone, had seen, and had conquered. It was now his ardent desire to proceed, among the prestige of victory and in the first flush of success, to sweep the Niagara frontier of the last vestige of the invading enemy. It seems almost probable he could have done so, and thus might, at this early stage of the war, have nipped the invasion in the bud, and saved both countries a protracted and harassing struggle. But his hands were, at this critical moment, fatally tied by an armistice agreed to by the Governor-General, Sir George Prevost, probably in the hope that the revocation of the British Orders in Council, which took place almost simultaneously with the American declaration of war, would invoke a more pacific spirit. This was not the case, however. Things had gone too far. The people were too eager for conquest to be easily persuaded to recede. The sole effect of this most ill-timed armistice was to give the Americans time to recover from the effect of the reverses, to increase their forces, to prepare for subsequent successes on the lakes by building vessels on Lake Erie under the very eyes of General Brock, who, eager to act, had to remain passively watching the augmentation of the enemy's force and the equipment of their boats without being able to fire a shot to prevent it. The first fruits of this enforced passiveness was a surprise and capture on October 9th of the brig of war Detroit and the private brig Caledonia, both laden with arms and spoils from Detroit. The former, however, grounded and was destroyed by its captor, Captain Elliott, who was then fitting out an armed schooner at Black Rock with a strong force of American seamen under his command. This stroke of success greatly stimulated the eagerness of the American force under Van Rensselaer, now increased to 6,000 men, to engage in action. General Brock expected this, and issued particular directions to all the outposts where landing might be effected. On October 11th, a crossing at Queenston was attempted, but failed through unfavorable weather and lack of boats. Before daybreak on the 13th, however, a crossing was effected, and the advance guard of the American force, protected by a battery commanding every spot where they could be opposed by musketry, had gained the Canadian shore. On landing, they were gallantly opposed by the small outpost force of militia and regulars, aided by the fire of an 18-pounder on the heights and another gun a mile below, a part of the defending force meeting the enemy as they landed, the remainder firing down from the heights above. Both assault and resistance were resolute and brave. General Brock, at Fort George, having risen, as usual, before daylight, heard the cannonade, and galloped up to the scene of action, where he found himself at once in the midst of a desperate hand-to-hand combat. A detachment of the enemy, who had landed higher up, having gained unobserved a spur of the heights by a secluded and circuitous path. Brock led his men with his usual unflinching valor, unmindful of the circumstances that his height, dress, and bearing made him too conspicuous a mark for the American riflemen. A ball, well and deliberately aimed, struck him down, with the words, "Push on, the brave York volunteers," on his lips. Stung by their loss, his regiment raised a shout of "Avenge the General!" and by a desperate onslaught, the regulars and militia drove the enemy from the vantage ground they had gained. But the latter, being strongly reinforced, the little British force of about 300 was compelled to retire toward the village while awaiting the reinforcements that were on their way, hastened by the tidings of the calamity that had befallen the nation. General Chief, Brock's old comrade in arms in other fields, ere long came up, and with all available troops, volunteers, and Indians, eager to avenge the death of their commander, by an admirable arrangement of his forces, he outflanked the enemy and surrounded them in their dangerous position, from which a determined and successful onset forced them into a headlong and fearful retreat, many being dashed to pieces in descending the precipitous rocks or drowned in attempting to cross the river. The surviving remnant of the invading force, which had numbered about 1,500 to 800 on the British side, mustered on the brink of the river and surrendered themselves unconditionally with their General Wadsworth as prisoners of war. The day had been won, indeed, and won gallantly, but the sacrifice of Brock's valuable life took away all the exultation from the victory and turned congratulation into mourning. It was a blow which the enemy might well consider almost a fatal one to the Canadian people, and which gave some color of truth to the American representation of the Battle of Queenston Heights as a success. 3 days after the engagement, the deceased general was interred temporarily at Fort George, in a bastion just finished under his own superintendence, amid the tears of his soldiers, the mourning of the nation, while the minute guns of the American Fort Niagara fired shot for shot with those of Fort George as a mark of respect due to a brave enemy. He died Sir Isaac Brock, though he knew it not, having been knighted in England for his brilliant services at Detroit, but he had a higher tribute in the love and mourning of the Canadian people, who have gratefully preserved and done honor in his memory as one of the heroes of its history. Queenston Heights, where his death occurred, and where his memorial column stands, is no less than the Plains of Abraham, one of Canada's sacred places, where memories akin to those of Thermopylae and Marathon may well move every Canadian who has a heart to feel them. The American Navy had been so wonderfully improved during the last few years, though still, of course, vastly smaller than the British, its first-class men of war were individually much better equipped. In the naval engagements of 1812, this was speedily seen. The British frigates Guerriere and Macedonian and the sloop of war Frolic were successfully attacked and taken by the American Constitution, United States, and Wasp of equal nominal but much greater actual strength. Then the guns of the Constitution took a second prize in the Java, a fine frigate commanded by a promising officer, Captain Lambert, who fell with most of her crew. And, as the final disaster of the year, the American Hornet, as Colonel Coffin has it, stung to death the British Peacock. The tide was not turned till the following June, when Captain Broke, of the Shannon, took a splendid prize in the Chesapeake of unfortunate memory. In the meantime, of course, these successes kept up the warlike spirit of the Americans. Early in 1813, hostilities recommenced with a Canadian success in the far west. There General Harrison, who had succeeded Hull, still threatened Proctor with a formidable army of sturdy Kentucky Forest Rangers and Ohio sharpshooters, and sent on Winchester, with a brigade of his army, to drive the British and Indians from Frenchtown, one of their outposts. The latter had to retire upon Brownstown, but Proctor pushed forward, attacked Winchester, and with the assistance of his Indian allies, completely routed him and captured all his surviving force with stores and ammunition. For this success, securing Detroit for the present, Proctor was made a brigadier general and also received the thanks of the legislature. In the St. Lawrence, while the ice still held the river, a brilliant demonstration was made at Ogdensburg, or Oswegatchie, against Fort La Presentation, by the gallant Highland Glengarrys under Colonel MacDonald. They took the enemy by surprise, drove them from each successive position, stormed and carried the battery, burned 4 armed vessels in the harbor, and captured 11 pieces of cannon and a large amount of military stores. The achievement was an important one, putting a stop to border forays from the American side on that frontier during the rest of the winter. Hardly any reinforcements had as yet been received from the mother country, a deficiency, however, made up by the gallant conduct of the militia, worthy of the best regular troops. A formidable campaign was now opening before them. The American plan of operations was that Harrison and his army should recover Michigan and threaten the West, that Commodore Chauncey, aided by General Pike's land force, should invest York and the Niagara frontier, and that after succeeding in western Canada, the two armies should combine with the large force under Dearborn and make a descent upon Kingston and Montreal. Sir George Prevost had in the meantime arrived at Kingston and was endeavoring to hasten the equipment of 2 vessels in preparation there and at York, but men and stores were lacking, Sir James Yeo and his English seamen not arriving until May. Before anything of importance could be done, Chauncey had made his memorable descent upon York, now Toronto, then, as now, the capital of the Upper Province, with only too much success. The attack was not unexpected, but the town was defenseless, so far as military works were concerned, owing, it is said, to the negligence of Fyffe. On the evening of April 26, the ominous sound of the alarm gun was heard, startling the citizens with the dreaded signal of the enemy's approach. Such defenses that could be made was made. Fyffe was there on his way from Newark, Niagara, to Kingston with 2 companies of the 8th, and the enemy, on landing a little west of the town, met with a brave but ineffectual resistance from both regulars and volunteers. After a sharp contest, the British troops were obliged to retire from the unequal struggle, doubly unequal since the fleet was about to attack the town in front. Fyffe accordingly retired toward Kingston, and the defenseless town fell into the hands of the enemy, whose advance column, on reaching the fort, was nearly destroyed by the explosion of the powder magazine fired by a sergeant named Marshall. The American general, Zebulon Pike, lost his life in the catastrophe. The ship then building, the dockyard, and a quantity of marine stores had been destroyed or removed by the British before deserting the town, and the Americans, previous to evacuating it on May 2nd, completed the work of destruction by burning the public buildings and plundering the church and the library. If this harassing war is comparatively little known to fame, it certainly extended over an area far wider than that of many of a world-renowned European campaign. Along a frontier 1,700 miles in length, border frays of varying importance and success were harassing the country. Far to the west, among the rich alluvial forests and tangled jungles of the Detroit district, Proctor, aided by Tecumseh and his Indians, was wagering an unequal and somewhat ineffectual struggle with Harrison and his Army of the West, while near him on the waters of Lake Erie, Captain Barclay was doing all he could to aid him in naval encounters with Commodore Perry. On the Niagara frontier, within sight of the spray of the falls, attacks and reprisals were going on as just described. On the broad bosom of Lake Ontario, Chauncey and Yeo were fighting a naval duel with some success to the latter, while the former had made a second descent upon York, just then undefended, and completed the devastation previously begun, demolishing barracks and boats, throwing open the jail, and ill-treating and plundering a number of the inhabitants. Among the picturesque windings of the Thousand Islands, in the mazes of the Blue Lawrence, American attacking parties were intercepting convoys of bateaux carrying provisions for western garrisons. A serious misfortune in days when, in our now rich and fertile Canada, not only the regular troops, but the militia and the Indian allies had to be fed on the Irish mess pork and hardtack from Portsmouth, all stores having to be laboriously carried westward from Montreal. In the landlocked mountain-girdled bays of the beautiful Lake Champlain, hostilities, chiefly in the shape of naval encounters, were proceeding, the American fleet attempting to surprise Isle-aux-Noix, and in return, destructive reprisals being made by the British upon Plattsburgh, Burlington, Scranton, and Champlain Town, while far out in the misty Atlantic, British and American men of war were storming with shot and shell, the British Pelican taking the American Argus, and the American Enterprise and Decatur, with great advantage of guns and numbers, taking respectively the Dominica and the Boxer. In the early part of the year, Sir John Borlase, as a prudential measure, had established a vigilant blockade of the American coast, which hemmed in most of the American frigates in their ports, sending their officers and crews to the service of the lakes, harassed the maritime towns and naval arsenals, and by keeping the merchantmen idle in the harbors, intercepted the coasting trade, ruined the commerce, and diminished the national revenue by 2/3. As the autumn of 1813 approached, the American leaders began to make more urgently threatening movements, apparently determined to make some decisive use of their masses of collective troops. Hampton, on the eastern frontier, at the head of nearly 5,000 men, crossed Lake Champlain to Plattsburgh and advanced on Montreal. At Sackett's Harbor, Wilkinson threatened Kingston with a force of 10,000 men, and General Harrison in the west was only waiting the naval success of Captain Perry on Lake Erie in order to advance upon Proctor with an army of 6,000 men. End of section 26. Section 27 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 15. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Donald Warren. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 15, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. War on the Canadian Border, A.D. 1812 to 1814, by Agnes N. Machar, Part 2. Notwithstanding the difficulty of procuring facilities for shipbuilding in that far inland region, Captain Barclay had been doing his utmost by fitting out the Detroit, a larger vessel than his little squadron had hitherto possessed, to keep from Perry the command of the lake. But Perry was well armed and well supplied, while Barclay was driven to the greatest straits for lack of the supplies which it was impossible for him to procure. He succeeded, however, in blockading Perry for a time in the harbor of Presqu'île, where the water on the bar was too shallow to allow his ships to float out with heavy guns on board. But a gale driving Barclay away, Perry got out and established his position between the land force and the vessels acting as their storeships. It became absolutely necessary at last to fight the enemy in order to enable the fleet to get supplies, there being, in Barclay's own words, not a day's flour in the store, and the squadron being on half allowance of many things. A desperate engagement took place, in the course of which Barclay reduced the Lawrence, Perry's flagship, to an unmanageable hulk, and the mixed crews of seamen, militia, and soldiers, in the proportion of 1 of the first to 6 of the last, fought as true Britons fight, till overpowered by superior numbers and heavier metal, Aided by a favoring breeze, Barclay's squadron was forced to surrender, only, however, when every vessel had become unmanageable. Every officer had been killed or wounded, and a third of the crews put hors de combat. Barclay himself, when some months later, mutilated in Maine, he appeared before the Admiralty, presented a spectacle which moved stern warriors to tears, and drew forth a just tribute to his patriotism and courage. But that defeat was a fatal one for General Proctor. It destroyed his last hope, and retreat to ruin lay before him. Without supplies, deprived of the arms and ammunition of which Fort Malden had been stripped in order to supply the fleet, his prospects seemed gloomy indeed. Retreat across the wilderness behind him in a rainy autumn weather might be arduous and ruinous enough, yet it seemed the only escape from hopeless surrender. And so, despite the earnest and eloquent remonstrances of Tecumseh, who thought he should have held his ground, and who, doubtless, remembered the bold and victorious advance of General Brock at the head of his little force 1 year before, he abandoned and dismantled Fort Detroit, crossed over the Sandwich, whither he transported his guns, and commenced his retreat upon Burlington Heights with a force of 830 men. The faithful Tecumseh, grieved and indignant as he was at the general's determination to retreat, adhered to the fortunes of his British allies with noble constancy, and accompanied Proctor with his band of 300 Indian followers. The English general did not expect to be immediately followed up by Harrison, knowing the difficulties in the way of his progress, but the Kentucky Mounted Infantry, or 4 strangers, each carrying whatever practical a foot soldier behind him, proved capital bush warriors. Harrison's army of 3,500 men came up with a little retreating force before it could have been supposed possible. Surprised Proctor's rear guard, captured his stores and ammunition and 100 prisoners. Thus brought to bay, the British general, apparently stunned and bewildered by accumulated misfortunes, felt compelled to risk an almost hopeless fight. His little band of footsore and weary men, dejected, hopeless, exhausted by a harassing and depressing retreat, weakened by the effects of exposure and fatigue, and by the ravages of fever and ague, insufficiently clothed, scantily fed, and further disintegrated by the want of harmony and the relaxed discipline which unfortunately characterized Proctor's command, were faced about to strike one last despairing blow. The position taken up by Proctor at Moraviantown, on the Thames, seems to have been a good one, but the general seems to have lost all energy and foresight. No protective breastwork was thrown up, no sharp watch kept on the enemy's advance. The latter, having reconnoitered carefully the British position, opened a skillful and vigorous attack, and in a short time the exhausted and hopeless troops were totally routed. Proctor and a remnant of his troops effecting a wretched retreat to Burlington Heights, while a number of the captured British soldiers were taken in triumph to grace a Roman holiday. Some of them, instead of being retreated honorably as prisoners of war, being consigned to penitentiary cells. Tecumseh, with his band of Indians, had taken up a position in the swamp to the right of the British force. His last words as he shook hands with Proctor before the engagement were, "Father, have a big heart." It was indeed the thing that Proctor most needed and most lacked just then. Tecumseh was to make his onset on the discharge of a signal gun, but the gun was never fired, and Tecumseh found himself deserted by his English allies and surrounded by the enemy. Attacked by the dismounted riflemen in the swamp, like a lion in the toils, Tecumseh and his braves fought on till the noble chieftain fell, as courageous a warrior and faithful an ally as ever fought under the Union Jack. Proctor survived, but his military career was closed forever, and the dishonor of his termination fatally tarnishes the glory of his earlier success. The catastrophe of Moraviantown, giving the Americans complete possession of Lake Erie and Huron, an undisturbed range of the western frontier, striking a blow at the British ascendancy and giving renewed hopes of success to the Americans, though it awoke a spirit of more intense and dogged resolution in the Canadians, was the saddest reverse of the war, and is said to be unparalleled in the annals of British Army. But it did not come singly. On the very day of Proctor's defeat, a body of 250 soldiers, proceeding from York to Kingston in 2 schooners, without convoy, were captured on Lake Ontario. These accumulated disasters added to the knowledge that the Americans were concentrating their forces on Montreal and Kingston, with the probability of the advance of Harrison's army toward the Niagara frontier, compelled General Vincent to raise the blockade of Fort George, on which Prevost had made another of his undecided and ineffectual demonstrations, and retired to Burlington Heights. The unfavorable aspect of affairs, indeed, spread such consternation at headquarters that Prevost issued orders to abandon the upper Providence west of Kingston. In the face of this order, however, a council of war held at Burlington Heights decided at all hazards to maintain the defense of the western peninsula. The American government, sure apparently that the British forces would make good their retreat, recalled the victorious general to Detroit just at the time when his advance would have been most disastrous to the small British force on the Niagara frontier. The force with which was now expected under Wilkinson and Hampton to make an easy conquest of Lower Canada amounted to 21,000 men, opposed to 3,000 British regulars in Lower Canada, strongly supported, however, by a gallant and enthusiastic French-Canadian militia who proved themselves in the day of trial no less loyal and unflinching than their Upper Canadian brothers. Wilkinson's concerted attack upon Kingston from Sackett's Harbor was averted by the timely throwing of 2,000 troops into the Kingston garrison, which changed Wilkinson's plans and sent him down the St. Lawrence to join Hampton, followed, however, by British schooners and gunboats, by a corps of observation under Colonel Morrison, which made a descent upon him at Chrysler's Farm on the Canadian shore of the river, midway between Kingston and Montreal, and forced him to retreat, completely routed. Though numbering 2 to 1 of the British force, the scattered American force precipitately taking to their boats and hastening down the river. Amid these scenes of devastation, the campaign of 1813 closed. The next year, a large American force, under General Brown, harassed the Niagara frontier. An incursion on Port Dover took place, and the entire village was burned down without the slightest provocation. In July, Fort Erie surrendered without firing a shot to 2 strong brigades under Generals Scott and Ripley. Major Buck, then in command, thinking it would be a useless sacrifice of life to hold out with a garrison of 170 against 4,000 assailants. On the whole frontier, there were only 1,780 British troops, opposed to a strong American force. General Riel, however, the British commander on the frontier, was determined to check the enemy's advance by a vigorous resistance. A strong American force, led by General Brown, marched down the river to Chippewa, the extreme right of the British position. Notwithstanding the greatly superior numbers of the Americans, double those of the British troops, and the strong position which Brown had taken up, Riel had received reinforcements from Toronto, resolved to attack the enemy. Again and again his columns gallantly charged against the solid American line, but were forced back by their formidable fire, and Riel, after suffering severe loss, had to order a retreat toward Niagara. The unsuccessful attempt was, at least, sufficiently demonstrative of British and Canadian pluck, and seems to have had the effect of deterring the enemy from following up his success, even so far as to molest the retreating force. His army, however, advanced leisurely and occupied Queenston, his light infantry and Indians making marauding incursions in every direction, burning the village of St. David's, and plundering and destroying the property of the unhappy colonists whom the Americans had been so benevolently desirous to free from British tyranny. General Brown, disappointed in his expectation of being assisted to take Fort George and Fort Niagara by Chauncey's fleet, now effectively held in check by Commodore Yeo, and finding the garrison on the Kievai, retreated to Chippewa, followed by Riel, who took up a position close to the American force at Lundy's Lane. General Drummond, having heard at Kingston of Brown's advance and the defeat of Chippewa, hastened to Niagara, where, finding that Riel had gone on before him, he sent Colonel Tucker on the American side of the river against a detachment at Lewiston, while he himself pushed on to Queenston. From thence, the enemy having disappeared from Lewiston, he sent Tucker back to Niagara and moved on with 800 regulars to Lundy's Lane, where he found that Riel had commenced a retreat, Scott, who advanced to the falls, having sent for Brown to come on with the rest of his force to join him. The retreat was speedily countermanded by Drummond, who with 1,600 men found himself confronted with an American force of 5,000. part of which had already arrived within 600 yards when the British general arrived, the engagement commencing almost before he had completed his formation, and established a battery on the slight eminence now crowned by an observatory. From thence, on a summer's day, the eye can take in a large expanse of sunny, peaceful country, rich green woods, peach orchards, and vineyards, tranquil homesteads, and fields of the richest, softest green. But on that July afternoon, as evening drew on, the peaceful landscape was clouded by heavy, sulphurous smoke. The sweet summer air was filled with the dull boom of artillery, the rattle of volleys of musketry, the sharp crack of the rifle, the shout of the charge, and the groans of the dying, all blending strangely with the solemn, unceasing roar of the great cataract close by. The combat, the most sanguinary and most fiercely contested of the war, raged with terrible carnage and desperate obstinacy, until the summer darkness closed over the scene, and the moon rose to cast a dim and uncertain light over the bloody field. At one time the enemy had captured several of the British cannon, but they were speedily recovered, with one of the enemy's gun in addition. In the darkness strange mistakes occurred, pieces of artillery being exchanged during the charges made after nightfall. About 9 a brief lull in the fighting occurred, while the rear guard of the American force under General Brown took the place of Scott's brigade, which had suffered severely. Ryall's retiring division now came up with 2 guns and 400 militia, 1,200 strong, and between the two forces thus strengthened, the fierce contest was renewed. Nothing, says an eyewitness, could have been more terrible, nor yet more solemn, than this midnight contest. The desperate charges of the enemy were succeeded by a death-like silence, interrupted only by the groans of the dying and the dull sound of the Falls of Niagara, while the adverse lines were now and then dimly discerned through the moonlight by the gleam of their arms. These anxious pauses were succeeded by a blaze of musketry along the lines and by repetition of the most desperate charges from the enemy, which the British regulars and militia received with the most unshaken firmness. At midnight, Brown, having unsuccessfully tried for 6 hours with his force of 5,000 against half that number to force the British from their position, retreated to Chippewa with a loss of 930, that on the British side amounted to 870. General Scott and Brown were severely wounded, as was also General Drummond, though he retained his command, notwithstanding to the end of the action. Next day a fresh demonstration was planned, but abandoned, and Brown, on the 27th, having burned Street's mills, destroyed the bridge over the Chippewa Creek, and thrown his impedimenta and provisions into the river, retired on Fort Erie. Drummond's light infantry, cavalry, and Indians followed in pursuit. General Drummond, having followed up and invested the American troops in Fort Erie, daringly attempted to storm the fort, and nearly succeeded. Indeed, a portion of his columns actually succeeded in penetrating the fort, the center of the entrenched camp, but were driven thence by the accidental explosion of a powder magazine, which made the assailants retreat in dismay. This disastrous repulse cost the British and Canadians some 500 men, the American loss being scarcely 100, and in a simultaneous attack by Colonel Parker on Black Rock was not more successful. Notwithstanding this, however, Drummond, being reinforced by the 60 and 82nd Regiments, was able to maintain his position and keep the American force blockaded in Fort Erie. The cessation of the general war in Europe early in 1814 left Britain free to turn her chief attention to America, and the effects of this were soon felt. The whole American seaboard from Maine to Mexico was subject to the inroads of British squadrons, whose descents forced the recall of much of the land force sent to Canada. In Maine, Sir John Sherbrooke, Lieutenant Governor of Nova Scotia, made successful inroads carrying one place after another, till the whole border from Penobscot to New Brunswick was under British rule, and so continued till the ratification of peace. Further south, General Ross landed at Benedict, ascending the Patuxent to Washington, dispersed its defenders, and burned the Capitol, the Arsenal, the Treasury, the War Office, the President's Mansion, and the Great Bridge across the Potomac, the conflagration being aided by the explosion of magazines fired by the retreating Americans. The devastation at Washington was a severe, though unexpected retribution for York, left in ashes by the Americans during the preceding year. An attempt on Baltimore did not terminate so successfully, for the English General Ross being killed. The British force, finally giving up the attempt, returned to their ships. In Florida, the British forces established themselves for some time and the army of General Pakenham assaulted New Orleans January 8, 1815, with about 8,000 men, but they were repulsed by a vigorous defense and compelled to retreat. Pakenham was killed. In August 1814, British and American envoys had met at Ghent to consider terms of pacification. In that same month of August, however, occurred an unfortunate British reverse in Canada. 1,600 men of the Duke of Wellington's army had arrived at Quebec, and Sir George Prevost sent a portion of his body to Upper Canada, directed against Sackett's Harbor, while he concentrated 11,000 on the Richelieu frontier to attack the American position on Lake Champlain, aided by a small and very badly equipped naval force. General Izard's departure, with 4,000 men, to assist the still blockaded American troops at Fort Erie, left the American force on Lake Champlain very inadequate, and Prevost's army, meeting with no opposition, advanced against Plattsburgh, defended by 2 blockhouses and a chain of fieldworks, and garrisoned by 1,500 troops and militia under General Macomb. 3 successive days were employed in bringing up the heavy artillery, and Prevost waited for the advance of the fleet, still in a very backward state of preparation, before proceeding to the attack. The result, however, was a repetition of the inglorious affair of the preceding summer at Sackett's Harbor. Prevost allowed the right moment for the joint attack to pass, and instead of moving his column at once to join action with the fleet, he waited till the fleet had been defeated by the greatly superior squadron opposed to them, and then irresolutely put his troops in motion. But, meeting with some discouragement, he immediately ordered a retreat, without even attempting to carry works which it seemed were quite within his power to capture. The indignation of the disappointed troops, thus compelled to an inglorious retreat, was uncontrollable, and many of the officers broke their swords, declaring they would never serve again. The retiring force withdrew unmolested. Opinions seemed to differ as to whether Prevost's conduct was pusillanimity or prudence. Taking into consideration the events of the preceding year, appearances seemed to favor the former view. Yet Prevost was said to be personally brave in action, his chief lack seeming to be that of decision and command. He was to have been tried by court-martial, but died before this can take place, so that his military reputation still rests under a cloud. At Fort Erie, the disaster on Lake Champlain encouraged the blockaded garrison to make a vigorous sortie on September 17th. At first partially successful, they were soon driven back and pursued to the very glacis of the fort, with a loss of 500, the British having lost 600, half of these being made prisoners in the trenches at the beginning of the sortie. Hearing of Izard's advance, Drummond thought it prudent to withdraw to Chippewa his small force, thus reduced and much enfeebled by sickness. On Lake Ontario, however, Yeo, having constructed a flagship carrying 100 guns, effectually vindicated the British supremacy. In October, Chauncey withdrew into Sackett's Harbor and was blockaded therein. This secured abundant facility for conveying troops and provisions to the Niagara frontier, and though Izard had now 8,000 men at Fort Erie, he saw the fruitlessness of prosecuting the invasion any farther, blew up the works, and recrossed with his troops to American territory, leaving the long-disturbed frontier to repose. With the exception of a western border foray by some mounted Kentucky brigands, this concluded the hostilities of the long and harassing war, and burst the bubble of the invasion of Canada. The peace ratified by the Treaty of Ghent, concluded December 24, 1814, terminated the protracted war which had been so unjustifiable, so disastrous, and so absolutely fruitless to both countries, a war which had desolated large tracts of fertile territory, sacrificed many valuable lives, and kept up a spirit of hatred between two Christian nations, which should have been endeavoring in unison to advance the liberty and the highest interest of the human race. End of section 27. Section 28 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 15. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Donald Warren. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 15, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. War on the Canadian Border, A.D. 1812 to 1814, by James Grahame. The American Congress in 1811, while continuing the preparations for war, still cherished the hope that a change of policy in Europe would render unnecessary an appeal to arms till May in the following year. Toward the close of that season, the Hornet arrived from London, bringing information that no prospect existed of a favorable change. On June 1st, the President sent a message to Congress, recounting the wrongs received from Great Britain and submitting the question whether the United States should continue to endure them or resort to war. The message was considered with closed doors. On the 18th, an act was passed declaring war against Great Britain, and the next day a proclamation was issued. Against this declaration, however, the representatives belonging to the Federal Party presented a solemn protest, which was written with great ability. At the time of the declaration of war, General Hull was also governor of the Michigan Territory, of which Detroit was the capital. On July 12, 1812, with 2,000 regulars and volunteers, he crossed the river dividing the United States from Canada, apparently intending to attack Malden and thence to proceed to Montreal. Information was, however, received that Mackinac, an American post above Detroit, had surrendered to a large body of British and Indians who were rushing down the river in numbers sufficient to overwhelm the American forces. Panic-struck, General Hull hastened back to Detroit. General Brock, the commander at Malden, pursued him and erected batteries opposite Detroit. The next day, meeting with no resistance, General Brock resolved to march directly forward and assault the fort. The American troops awaited the approach of the enemy and anticipated victory, but to their dismay, General Hull opened a correspondence, which ended in the surrender of the army and the territory of Michigan. An event so disgraceful, occurring in a quarter where success was confidently anticipated, caused the greatest mortification and amazement throughout the Union. General Van Rensselaer, of the New York militia, had the command of the troops, which were called the Army of the Center. His headquarters were at Lewiston, on the river Niagara, and on the opposite side was Queenston, a fortified British post. The militia displaying great eagerness to be led against the enemy, the general determined to cross the river at the head of about 1,000 men. Though successful at first, he was compelled, after a long and obstinate engagement, to surrender. General Brock, the British commander, fell in rallying his troops. The Army of the North, which was under the immediate command of General Dearborn, was stationed at Greenbush, near Albany, and at Plattsburgh, on Lake Champlain. From the latter post, a detachment marched a short distance into Canada, surprised a small body of British and Indians, and destroyed a considerable quantity of public stores. Other movements were anxiously expected by the people, but after the misfortunes of Detroit and Niagara, the general deemed it inexpedient to engage in any important enterprise. The scene of the campaign of 1813 was principally in the north, toward Canada. Brigadier General Winchester of the United States Army and nearly 500 men, officers and soldiers, were made prisoners at Frenchtown by a division of the British Army from Detroit with their Indian allies under Colonel Proctor. Colonel Proctor, leaving the Americans without a guard, the Indians returned and deeds of horror followed. The wounded officers were dragged from the houses, killed and scalped in the streets. The buildings were set on fire. Some who attempted to escape were forced back into the flames, while others were put to death by the tomahawk and left shockingly mangled in the highway. The infamy of this butchery does not fall upon the perpetrators alone, but extends to those who were able and were bound by a solemn engagement to restrain them. The battle and massacre at Frenchtown clothed Kentucky and Ohio in mourning. Other volunteers, indignant at the treachery and cruelty of their foes, hastened to the aid of Harrison. He marched to the rapids of the Miami, where he erected a fort, which he called Fort Meigs, in honor of the governor of Ohio. On May 1st, it was invested by a large number of Indians and by a party of British troops from Malden, the whole commanded by Colonel Proctor. An unsuccessful attempt to raise the siege was made by General Clay at the head of 1,200 Kentuckians, but the fort continued to be defended with bravery and skill. The Indians, unaccustomed to sieges, became weary and discontented, and on May 8th they deserted their allies. The British, despairing of success, then made a precipitate retreat. On the northern frontier, a body of troops had been assembled under the command of General Dearborn at Sackett's Harbor, and great exertions were made by Commodore Chauncey to build and equip a squadron on Lake Ontario sufficiently powerful to contend with that of the British. By April 25th, the naval preparations were so far complete that the general and 7,000 troops were conveyed across the lake to the attack of York, Toronto, the capital of Upper Canada. On the 27th, an advance party, commanded by Brigadier General Pike, who was born in the camp and bred a soldier from his birth, landed, although opposed at the water's edge by a superior force. After a short but severe conflict, the British were driven to their fortifications. The rest of the troops having landed, the whole party pressed forward, carried the first battery by assault, and were moving toward the main works, when the English magazine blew up with a tremendous explosion, hurling upon the advancing troops immense quantities of stone and timber. Numbers were killed. The gallant Pike received a mortal wound. The troops halted for a moment, but, recovering from the shock again, pressed forward and soon gained possession of the town. Of the British troops, 100 were killed, nearly 300 were wounded, and the same number made prisoners. The object of the expedition attained, the squadron and troops returned to Sackett's Harbor and subsequently sailed to Fort George, situated at the head of the lake. After a warm engagement, the British abandoned the fort and retired to the heights at the head of Burlington Bay. While the greater part of the American army was thus employed, the British made an attack upon the important post at Sackett's Harbor. On May 27th, their squadron appeared before the town. Alarm guns instantly assembled the citizens of the neighborhood. General Brown's force amounted to about 1,000 men. A slight breastwork was hastily thrown up at the only place where the British could land, and behind this he placed the militia, the regulars, under Colonel Backus, forming a second line. On the morning of the 29th, 1,000 British troops landed from the squadron and advanced toward the breastwork. The militia gave way, but by the bravery of the regulars under the skillful arrangement of General Brown, the British were repulsed and re-embarked so hastily as to leave behind most of their wounded. While each nation was busily employed in equipping a squadron on Lake Erie, General Clay remained inactive at Fort Meigs. About the last of July, a large number of British and Indians appeared before the fort, hoping to entice the garrison to a general action in the field. After waiting a few days without succeeding, they decamped and proceeded to Fort Stephenson on the River Sandusky. This fort was little more than a picketing surrounded by a ditch, and the garrison consisted of about 160 men, who were commanded by Major Croghan, a youth of 21. The force of the assailants was estimated at about 400 in uniform and as many Indians. They were repulsed, and their loss in killed, wounded, and prisoners is supposed to have exceeded 150. Those of the remainder who were not able to escape were taken off during the night by the Indians. The whole loss of Major Croghan during the siege was 1 killed and 7 slightly wounded. About 3 the next morning, the British sailed down the river, leaving behind them a boat containing clothing and considerable military stores. By the exertions of Captain Perry, an American squadron had been fitted out on Lake Erie early in September. It consisted of 9 small vessels, in all carrying 54 guns. A British squadron also had been built and equipped under the superintendence of Commodore Barclay. It consisted of 6 vessels, mounting 63 guns. Commodore Perry, immediately sailing, offered battle to his adversary, and on September 10th, the British commander left the harbor of Malden to accept the offer. In a few hours, the wind shifted, giving the Americans the advantage. Perry, forming the line of battle, hoisted his flag, on which were inscribed the words of the dying Lawrence, "Don't give up the ship." Loud huzzas from all the vessels proclaimed the animation which this motto inspired. About noon the firing commenced, and after a short action, 2 of the British vessels surrendered, and the rest of the American squadron now joining in the battle, the victory was rendered decisive and complete. The British loss was 41 killed and 94 wounded. The American loss was 27 killed and 96 wounded, of which number 21 were killed and 62 wounded on board the flagship Lawrence, whose whole complement of able-bodied men before the action was about 100. The Commodore gave intelligence of the victory to General Harrison in these words: "We have met the enemy, and they are ours. 2 ships, 2 brigs, 1 schooner, and 1 sloop." The Americans were now masters of the lake, but the territory of Michigan was still in the possession of Colonel Proctor. The next movements were against the British and Indians at Detroit and Malden. General Harrison had previously assembled a portion of the Ohio militia on the Sandusky River, and on September 7th, 4,000 from Kentucky, the flower of the state, with Governor Shelby at their head, arrived at his camp. With the cooperation of the fleet, it was determined to proceed at once to Malden. On the 27th, the troops were received on board and reached Malden on the same day, but the British had, in the meantime, destroyed the fort and public stores and had retreated along the Thames toward the Moravian villages, together with Tecumseh's Indians amounting to 12 or 1,500. It was now resolved to proceed in pursuit of Proctor. On October 5th, a severe battle was fought between the 2 armies at the River Thames, and the British army was defeated by the Americans. In this battle, Tecumseh was killed, and the Indians fled. The British loss was 19 regulars killed and 50 wounded, and about 600 prisoners. The American loss, in killed and wounded, amounted upward of 50. Proctor made his escape up the Thames. On September 29th, the Americans took possession of Detroit, which on the approach of Harrison's army had been abandoned by the British. Preparations were now made for subduing Upper Canada and taking Montreal, but owing to the difficulties attendant the concentration of the troops, and perhaps also to the want of vigor in the commanders, that project was abandoned, and the army under Wilkinson, marching to French Mills, there encamped for the winter. The pacification in Europe in 1814 offered to the British a large disposable force, both naval and military, and with it the means of giving to the war in America a character of new and increased activity and extent. The friends of the administration anticipated a severer conflict and prepared for greater sacrifices and greater sufferings. Its opposers, where difficulties thickened and danger pressed, were encouraged to make vigorous efforts to wrest the reins of authority from men who, they asserted, had shown themselves incompetent to hold them. The President deemed it advisable to strengthen the line of the Atlantic and therefore called on the executives of several states to organize and hold in readiness for immediate service a corps of 93,500 men. The hostile movements on the northern frontier were now becoming vigorous and interesting. In the beginning of July, General Brown, who had been assiduously employed in disciplining his troops, crossed the Niagara with about 3,000 men and took possession without opposition of Fort Erie. In a strong position at Chippewa, a few miles distant, was entrenched an equal number of British troops, commanded by General Riall. On the 4th, General Brown approached their works, and the next day, on the plains of Chippewa, an obstinate and sanguinary battle was fought, which compelled the British to retire to their entrenchments. In this action, which was fought with great judgment and coolness on both sides, the loss of the Americans was about 400 men, that of the British was upward of 500. Soon afterward, General Riall abandoned his works, retired to the heights of Burlington. Here Lieutenant General Drummond, with a large reinforcement, joined him and, assuming the command, led back the army toward the American camp. On the 25th was fought the Battle of Bridgewater, Lundy's Lane, which began at 4 in the afternoon and continued until midnight. After a desperate conflict, the British troops were withdrawn and the Americans left in possession of the field. The loss on both sides was severe and nearly equal. Generals Brown and Scott having both been severely wounded, the command developed upon General Ripley. He remained a few hours upon the hill, collecting the wounded, and then returned unmolested to the camp. This battle was fought near the cataract of Niagara, whose roar was silenced by the thunder of cannon and the dins of arms, but was distinctly heard during the pauses of the fight. The American general found his force so much weakened that he deemed it prudent again to occupy Fort Erie. On August 4th, it was invested by General Drummond with 5,000 troops. In the night between the 14th and 15th, the besiegers made a daring assault upon the fort, which was repelled with conspicuous gallantry by the garrison, the former losing more than 900 men, the latter but 84. The siege was still continued. On September 2nd, General Brown, having recovered from his wounds, threw himself into the fort and took command of the garrison. For their fate, great anxiety was felt by the nation, which was, however, in some degree removed by the march from Plattsburgh of 5,000 men to their relief. After an hour of close fighting, they entered the fort, having killed, wounded, and taken 1,000 of the British. The loss of the Americans was also considerable, amounting to more than 500. On September 21st, the 49th day of the siege, General Drummond withdrew his forces. The march of the troops from Plattsburgh having left that post almost defenseless, the enemy determined to attack it by land, and at the same time to attempt the destruction of the American flotilla on Lake Champlain. On September 3rd, Sir George Prevost, the Governor-General of Canada, at the head of 14,000 men, entered the territories of the United States. On the 6th, they arrived at Plattsburgh. It is situated near Lake Champlain, on the northern bank of the small river Saranac. On their approach, the American troops, who were posted on the opposite bank, tore up the planks on the bridges, with which they formed slight breastworks, and prepared to dispute the passage of the stream. The British employed themselves for several days in erecting batteries, while the American forces were daily augmented by the arrival of volunteers and militia. Early in the morning of the 11th, the British squadron, commanded by Commodore Downey, appeared off the harbor of Plattsburgh, where that of the United States, commanded by Captain McDonough, lay an anchor prepared for battle. At 9 o'clock the action commenced. Seldom has there been a more furious encounter than the bosom of this transparent and peaceful lake was now called to witness. During the naval conflict, the British on land began a heavy cannonade upon the American lines and attempted at different places to cross the Saranac, but as often as the British advanced into the water, they were repelled by a destructive fire from the militia. At 11:30, the shout of victory heard along the American lines announced the result of the battle on the lake. Thus deprived of naval aid, in the afternoon the British withdrew to their entrenchments, and in the night they commenced a precipitate retreat. Upon the lake, the American loss was 110, the British 194, besides prisoners. On land, the American loss was 119. That of the British has been estimated as high as 2,500. End of section 28. Section 29 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 15. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Favorite Historians, Volume 15, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Perry's Victory on Lake Erie, A.D. 1813, by Theodore Roosevelt. At the beginning of the War of 1812, most of the leaders of the American War Party in Congress were anticipating a contest mainly on the land, where they confidently looked for successes and territorial conquests. They appear to have sought and expected little of the Navy, notwithstanding its brilliant services in the Revolution. So little faith had the administration in the power of the Navy that it was determined to lay up the frigates in some safe port to prevent their capture or destruction. But Captains William Bainbridge and Charles Stewart hastened to Washington and persuaded the President to reverse that decision and let the battleships take part in the war. The Navy was destined to play the leading part, and none of its performances did more to increase its prestige than the victory of Perry on Lake Erie. Already there had been notable successes of the Navy in the war, such as the capture of the British ship Alert by the Essex, of the Guerrier of the Constitution, the famous old Ironsides, of the Frolic by the Wasp, and of the Macedonian by the United States. But the triumph of Perry was of even greater consequence than these. The war had begun on the New York frontier, and the Great Lakes and the St. Lawrence River region became a most important part of this theater. As soon as this fact was recognized, Commodore Isaac Chauncey, who had served in the Tripolitan War, was placed in command in those waters, and he detailed a young naval officer, Captain Oliver Hazard Perry of Rhode Island, to take charge of a flotilla to act against a British fleet on Lake Erie. Perry was born in 1787, became a midshipman in 1799, and like Chauncey, had served with credit in the Tripolitan War. Theodore Roosevelt's spirited account of this action is not only interesting as a historical narrative, but is also of special value for its critical analysis and comparative estimate of an exploit that for almost a century had been regarded as one of the chief glories of the United States Navy. Captain Oliver Hazard Perry had assumed command of Erie and the Upper Lakes, acting under Commodore Chauncey. With intense energy, he at once began creating a naval force which should be able to contend successfully with the foe. The latter in the beginning had exclusive control of Lake Erie, but the Americans had captured the Caledonia brig and purchased 3 schooners, afterward named the Somers, Tigress, and Ohio, and a sloop, the Tripe. These at first were blockaded into Niagara, but after the fall of Fort George and the retreat of the British forces, Captain Perry was enabled to get them out, tacking them up against the current by the most arduous labor. They ran up to Presqu'Isle, now called Erie, where 2 20-gun brigs were being constructed under the directions of the indefatigable captain. 3 other schooners, the Ariel, Scorpion, and Porcupine, were also built. The harbor of Erie was good and spacious, but had a bar on which there was less than 7 feet of water. Hitherto this had prevented the enemy from getting in. Now it prevented the 2 brigs from getting out. Captain Harriot Barclay had been appointed commander of the British forces on Lake Erie, and he was having built at Amherstburg a 20-gun ship. Meanwhile, he blockaded Perry's force, and as the brigs could not cross the bar with their guns in, or except in smooth water, they, of course, could not do so in his presence. He kept a close blockade for some time, but on August 2nd, he disappeared. Perry at once hurried forward everything, and on the 4th, at 2 p.m., 1 brig, the Lawrence, was towed to that point of the bar where the water was deepest. Her guns were whipped out and landed on the beach, and the brig got over the bar by a hastily improved camel. 2 large scows, prepared for the purpose, were hauled alongside, and the work of lifting the brig proceeded as fast as possible. Pieces of massive timber had been run through the forward and after ports, and when the scows were sunk to the water's edge, the ends of the timbers were blocked up, supported by these floating foundations. The plugs were now put in the scows, and the water was pumped out of them. By this process, the brig was lifted quite 2 feet, and though she was not on the bar, it was found she still drew too much water. It became necessary, in consequence, to cover up everything, sink the scows anew, and block up the timbers afresh. This duty occupied the whole night. Just as the Lawrence had passed the bar at 8 a.m. on the 5th, the enemy reappeared, but too late. Captain Barclay exchanged a few shots with the schooners and then drew off. The Niagara crossed without difficulty. There were still not enough men to man the vessels, but a draft arrived from Ontario, and many of the frontiersmen volunteered, while soldiers also were sent on board. The squadron sailed on the 18th in pursuit of the enemy, whose ship was now ready. After cruising about some time, the Ohio was sent down the lake, and the other ships went into Put-in Bay. On September 9th, Captain Barclay put out from Amherstburg, being so short of provisions that he felt compelled to risk an action with the superior force opposed. On September 10th, his squadron was discovered from the masthead of the Lawrence in the northwest. Before going into details of the action, we'll examine the force of the 2 squadrons, as the accounts vary considerably. The tonnage of the British ships, as already stated, we know exactly. They have been all carefully appraised and measured by the builder, Mr. Henry Eckford, and 2 sea captains. We also know the dimensions of the American ships. The Lawrence and Niagara measured 480 tons apiece. The Caledonia brig was about the size of the Hunter, or 180 tons. The Tigress, Somers, and Scorpion were subsequently captured by the foe and were then said to measure respectively 96, 94, and 86 tons, in which case they were larger than similar boats on Lake Ontario. The Ariel was about the size of the Hamilton, the Porcupine and Tripe about the size of the Asp and Pert. As for the guns, Captain Barclay in his letter gives a complete account of those on board his squadron. He also gives a complete account of the American guns, which is most accurate, and if anything, underestimates them. At least Emmons in his history gives the Tripe a long 32, while Barclay said she had only a long 24, and Lossing in his field book says, but I do not know on what authority, that the Caledonia had 3 long 24s, while Barclay gives her 2 long 24s and 1 32-pound carronade, and that the Somers had 2 long 32s, while Barclay gives her 1 long 32 and 1 24-pound carronade. I shall take Barclay's account, which corresponds with that of Emmons, the only difference being that Emmons puts a 24-pounder on the Scorpion and a 32 on the Tripe, while Barclay reverses this. I shall also follow Emmons in giving the Scorpion a 32-pound carronade instead of a 24. It is more difficult to give the strength of the respective crews, 580, all picked men. They were just as much picked men as Barclay's were, and no more. That is, the ships had scratch crews. Lieutenant Emmons gives Perry, and Lossing says he had upon his muster roll 490 names. In Volume 14, page 566 of American State Papers, is a list of the prize monies owing to each man, or the survivors of the killed, which gives a grand total of 532 men, including 136 on the Lawrence and 155 on the Niagara, 45 of whom were volunteers, frontiersmen. Deducting this, we get 487 men, which is pretty near Lieutenant Emmons' 490. Possibly Lieutenant Emmons did not include these volunteers, and it may be that some of the men whose names were down on the prize list had been so sick they were left on shore. Thus Lieutenant Yarnall testified before a court of inquiry in 1815 that there were about 131 men and boys of every description on board the Lawrence in the action, and the Niagara was said to have had but 140. Lieutenant Yarnall also said that but 103 men on board the Lawrence were fit for duty, as Captain Perry in his letter said that 31 were unfit for duty. This would make a total of 134. So I shall follow the prize money list. At any rate, the difference in number is so slight as to be immaterial. Of the 532 men, these names the list gives, 45 were volunteers, or landsmen, from among the surrounding inhabitants. 158 were Marines, or soldiers. I do not know which, as the list gives Marines, soldiers, and privates, as it is impossible to tell which of the 2 former heads include the last. And 132 were officers, seamen, cooks, pursers, chaplains, and supernumeraries. Of the total number there were on the day of action, according to Perry's report, 116 men unfit for duty, including 31 on board the Lawrence, 28 on board the Niagara, and 57 on the small vessels. All the latter American writers put the number of men in Barclay's fleet precisely at 502, but I have not been able to find the original authority. James, Naval Occurrences, page 289, says the British had but 345, consisting of 50 seamen, 85 Canadians, and 210 soldiers. But the letter of the Adjutant General E. Bain, November 24, 1813, states that there were 250 soldiers aboard Barclay's squadron, of whom 23 were killed, 49 wounded, and the remainder, 178, captured. And James himself on a previous page, 284, states that there were 102 Canadians on Barclay's vessels, not counting the Detroit, and we know that Barclay originally joined the squadron with 19 sailors from the Ontario fleet, and that subsequently 50 sailors came up from the Dover. James gives at end of his Naval Occurrences some extracts from the court-martial held on Captain Barclay. Lieutenant Thomas Stokes of the Queen Charlotte there testified that he had on board between 100 and 130 men, officers and all together, of whom 16 came up from the Dover 3 days before. James, on page 284, says her crew already consisted of 110 men. Adding this 16 would give us 126, almost exactly between 120 and 130. Lieutenant Stokes also testified that the Detroit had more men on account of being a larger and heavier vessel. To give her 150 is perfectly safe, as her heavier guns and larger size would at least need 24 men more than the Queen Charlotte. James gives the Lady Prevost 76, Hunter 39, Little Belt 15, and Chipaway 13 men. Canadians and soldiers, a total of 143. Supposing that the number of British sailors placed on them was proportional to the amount placed on board the Queen Charlotte, we could add 21. This would make a grand total of 440 men, which must certainly be near the truth. This number is corroborated otherwise. General Bain, as already quoted, says that there were aboard 250 soldiers, of whom 72 were killed or wounded. Barclay reports a total loss of 135, of whom 63 must therefore have been sailors or Canadians, and if the loss suffered by these bore the same proportion to the whole number as in the case of the soldiers, there ought to have been 219 sailors and Canadians, making in all 469 men. It can thus be said with certainty that there were between 440 and 490 men aboard, and I shall take the former number, though I have no doubt that this is too small. But it is not a point of very much importance, as the battle was fought largely at long range, where the number of men, provided there were plenty to handle the sails and guns, did not much matter. The superiority of the Americans in long gun metal was nearly as 3:2, and in carronade metal greater than 2:1. The chief fault to be found in the various American accounts is that they sedulously conceal the comparative weight of metal while carefully specifying the number of guns. Thus Lossing says, Barclay had 32 long guns to Perry's 15, and possessed greatly the advantage in action at a distance, which he certainly did not. The tonnage of the fleets is not so very important. It is, I suppose, impossible to tell exactly the number of men in the two crews. Barclay almost certainly had more than the 440 men I have given him, but in all likelihood some of them were unfit for duty, and the number of his effectives was probably somewhat less than Perry's. As the battle was fought in such smooth water, and part of the time at long range, this, as already said, does not much matter. The Niagara might be considered a match for the Detroit, and the Lawrence and the Caledonia for the 5 other British vessels, so the Americans were certainly very greatly superior in force. At daylight on September 10th, Barclay's squadron was discovered in the northwest, and Perry at once got under way. The wind soon shifted to the northeast, giving us the weather gauge, the breeze being very light. Barclay lay into a close column, heading to the southwest. In the following order: Chipaway, Master's Mate J. Campbell; Detroit, Captain R. H. Barclay; Hunter, Lieutenant G. Bigwell; Queen Charlotte, Captain R. Linus; Lady Prevost, Lieutenant Edward Buchanan; and Little Belt, by whom command is not said. Perry came down with the wind on his port beam, and made the attack in column ahead obliquely. First in order came the Ariel, Lieutenant John H. Packet, and Scorpion, Sailing Master Stephen Champlin, both being on the weather bow of the Lawrence. Captain O. H. Perry. Next came the Caledonia, Lieutenant Daniel Turner; Niagara, Captain Jesse D. Elliott; Somers, Lieutenant A. H. M. Conklin; Porcupine, Acting Master George Serrett; Tigress, Sailing Master Thomas C. Almy; and Tripe, Lieutenant Thomas Holdup. As, amid light and rather baffling winds, the American squadron approached the enemy, Perry's straggling line formed an angle of about 15 degrees with the more compact one of his foes. At 11:45, the Detroit opened the action by a shot from her long 24, which fell short. At 11:50, she fired a second, which went crashing through the Lawrence and was replied to by the Scorpion's Long 32. At 11:55, the Lawrence, having shifted her port bow chaser, opened with both the Long 12s, and at meridian began with her carronades, but the shot from the latter fell short. At the same time, the action became general on both sides, though the rearmost American vessels were almost beyond the range of their own guns and quite out of range of the guns of their antagonists. Meanwhile, the Lawrence was already suffering considerably as she bore down on the enemy. It was 20 minutes before she succeeded in getting within good carronade range, and during that time the action at the head of the line was between the long guns of the Chippewa and Detroit, throwing 123 pounds, and those of the Scorpion, Ariel, and Lawrence, throwing 104 pounds. As the enemy's fire was directed almost exclusively at the Lawrence, she suffered a great deal. The Caledonia, Niagara, and Somers were meanwhile engaged at long range, the Hunter and Queen Charlotte opposing from their long guns 96 pounds to the 39 pounds of their antagonists, while from a distance the three other American gun vessels engaged the Prevost and Little Belt. By 2:20, the Lawrence had worked down to close quarters, and at 12:30 the action was going on with great fury between her and her antagonists within canister range. The raw and inexperienced American crews committed the same fault the British so often fell into on the ocean and overloaded their carronades. In consequence, that of the Scorpion upset down the hatchway in the middle of the action, and the sides of the Detroit were dotted with marks from shot that did not penetrate. One of the Ariel's Long 12s also burst. Barclay fought the Detroit exceedingly well, her guns being mostly excellently aimed, though they actually had to be discharged by flashing pistols at the touch holes, so deficient was the ship's equipment. Meanwhile, the Caledonia came down too, but the Niagara was wretchedly handled. Elliot kept at a distance which prevented the use either of his carronades or of those of the Queen Charlotte, his antagonist. The latter, however, suffered greatly from the long guns of the opposing schooners and lost her gallant commander Captain Linus and First Lieutenant Mr. Stokes, who were killed early in the action. Her next in command, Provincial Lieutenant Irvine, perceiving he could do no good, passed the Hunter and joined in the attack on the Lawrence at close quarters. The Niagara, the most efficient and best manned of the American vessels, was thus almost kept out of the action by her captain's misconduct. At the end of the line, the fight went on a long range between the Somers, Tigress, Porcupine, and Tripe on one side, and Little Belt and Lady Prevost on the other. The Lady Prevost making a very noble fight, though her 12-pound carronades rendered her almost helpless against the long guns of the Americans. She was greatly cut up. Her commander, Lieutenant Buchan, was dangerously, and her acting first lieutenant, Mr. Roulette, severely wounded, and she began falling gradually to leeward. The fighting at the head of the line was fierce and bloody to an extraordinary degree. The Scorpion, Ariel, Lawrence, and Caledonia, all of them handled with the most determined courage, were opposed to the Chippewa, Detroit, Queen Charlotte, and Hunter, which are fought to the fullest as bravely. At such close quarters the two sides engaged in about equal terms, the Americans being superior in weight of metal and inferior in number of men, but the Lawrence had received such damage in working down as to make the odds against Perry. On each side, almost the whole fire was directed at the opposing large vessel or vessels. In consequence, the Queen Charlotte was almost disabled, and the Detroit was also frightfully shattered, especially by the raking fire of the gunboats, her first lieutenant, Mr. Garland, being mortally wounded, and Captain Barclay so severely injured that he was obliged to quit the deck, leaving his ship in the command of Lieutenant George Inglis. But on board the Lawrence matters had gone even worse, the combined fire of her adversaries having made the grimmest carnage on her decks. Of the 103 men who were fit for duty when she began the action, 83, or over 4/5, were killed or wounded. The vessel was shallow, and the wardroom, used as a cockpit to which the wounded were taken, was mostly above water, and the shot came through it continually, killing and wounded many men under the hands of the surgeon. The first Lieutenant Yarnall was 3 times wounded, but kept to the deck through all. The only other lieutenant on board, Brooks of the Marines, was mortally wounded. Every brace and bowline was shot away, and the brig almost completely dismantled. Her hull was shattered to pieces, many shot going completely through it, and the guns on the engaged side were by degrees all dismounted. Perry kept up the fight with splendid courage. As the crew fell one by one, the captain called down through the skylight for one of the surgeon's assistants, and this call was repeated and obeyed until none was left. Then he asked, "Can any of the wounded pull a rope?" And 3 or 4 of them crawled up on deck to lend a feeble hand in placing the last guns. Perry himself fired the last effective heavy gun, assisted only by the purser and the chaplain. A man who did not possess this indomitable spirit would then have struck. Instead, although failing in the attack so far, Perry merely determined to win by new methods and remodeled the line accordingly. Turner in the Caledonia, when ordered to close, had put his helm up, run down on the opposing line, and engaged at very short range, though the brig was absolutely without quarters. The Niagara had thus begun the next in line astern of the Lawrence, and the sloop Tripe, having passed the 3 schooners in front of her, was next ahead. The Niagara, now having a breeze, steered for the head of Barclay's line, passing over a quarter of a mile to windward of the Lawrence on her port beam. She was almost uninjured, having so far taken very little part in the combat, and to her Perry shifted his flag. Leaping into a rowboat with his brother and 4 seamen, he rowed to the fresh brig, where he arrived at 2:30, and at once sent Elliot astern to hurry up the 3 schooners. The Tripe was now very near the Caledonia. The Lawrence, having but 14 sound men left, struck her colors, but could not be taken possession of before the action recommenced. She drifted astern, the Caledonia passing between her and her foes. At 2:45, the schooners having closed up, Perry and his fresh vessel bore up to break Barclay's line. The British ships had fought themselves to a standstill. The Lady Prevost was crippled and sagged to leeward, though ahead of the others. The Detroit and Queen Charlotte were so disabled that they could not effectively oppose fresh antagonists. There could thus be but little resistance to Perry, as the Niagara stood down and broke the British line, firing her port guns into the Chippeway, Little Belt, and Lady Prevost, and the starboard ones into the Detroit, Queen Charlotte, and Hunter, raking on both sides. Too disabled to tack, the Detroit and Charlotte tried to wear, the latter running up to leeward of the former, and both vessels having every brace and almost every stay shot away, they fell foul. The Niagara luffed outward their bows within half pistol shot, keeping up a terrific discharge of great guns and musketry, while on the other side the British vessels were raked by the Caledonia and the schooners so closely that some of their grape shot, passing over the foe, rattled through Perry's spars. Nothing further could be done, and Barclay's flag was struck at 3 p.m., after 3¼ hours most gallant and desperate fighting. The Chippeway and Little Belt tried to escape, but were overtaken and brought to, respectively, by the Tripe and Scorpion. The commander of the latter, Mr. Stephen Champlin, firing the last, as he had the first shot of the battle. Captain Perry has behaved in the most humane and attentive manner, not only to myself and officers, but to all the wounded, writes Captain Barclay. The victory of Lake Erie was most important, both in its material results and in its moral effect. It gave us complete command of all the upper lakes, prevented any fears of invasion from that quarter, increased our prestige with the foe and our confidence in ourselves, and ensured the conquest of Upper Canada. In all these respects, its importance has not been overrated, but the glory acquired by it most certainly has been estimated at more than its worth. Most Americans, even the well-educated, if asked which was the most glorious victory of the war, would point to this battle. Captain Perry's name is more widely known than that of any other commander. Every schoolboy reads about him, if of no other sea captain. Yet he certainly stands on a lower grade than either Hull or Macdonough, and not a bit higher than a dozen others. On Lake Erie our seamen displayed great courage and skill, but so did their antagonists. The simple truth is that, where on both sides the officers and men were equally brave and skillful, the side which possessed the superiority in force in the proportion of 3-2 could not well help winning. The courage with which Lawrence was defended has hardly ever been surpassed and may fairly be called heroic, but equal praise belongs to the men on board the Detroit who had to discharge the great guns by flashing pistols at the touch-holes and yet made such a terribly effective defense. Courage is only one of the many elements which go to make up the character of a first-class commander. Something more than bravery is needed before a leader can really be called great. There happen to be the circumstances which rendered the bragging of our writers over the victory somewhat plausible. Thus they could say with an appearance of truth that the enemy had 63 guns to our 54 and outnumbered us. In reality, as well as can be ascertained from the conflicting evidence, he was inferior in number, but a few men more or less mattered nothing. Both sides had men enough to work the guns and handle the ships, especially as the fight was in smooth water and largely at long range. The important fact was that, though we had 9 guns less, yet at a broadside they drew half as much metal again as those of our antagonist. With such odds in our favor, it would have been a disgrace to have been beaten. The water was too smooth for our 2 brigs to show at their best, but this very smoothness rendered our gunboats more formidable than any of the British vessels, and the British testimony is unanimous that it was to them the defeat was primarily due. The American fleet came into action in worse form than the hostile squadron, the ship straggling badly, either owing to Perry having formed his line badly, or else to his having failed to train the subordinate commanders how to keep their places. The Niagara was not fought well at first, Captain Elliot keeping her at a distance that prevented her from doing any damage to the vessels opposed, which were battered to pieces by the gunboats without the chance of replying. It certainly seems as if the small vessels at the rear of the line should have been closer up and in a position to render more effectual assistance. The attack was made in too loose order, and, whether it was the fault of Perry or of his subordinates, it fails to reflect credit on the Americans. Cooper, as usual, praises all concerned, but in this instance not with very good judgment. He says the line of battle was highly judicious, but this may be doubted. The weather was peculiarly suited for the gunboats, with their long heavy guns, and yet the line of battle was so arranged as to keep them in the rear and let the brunt of the assault fall on the Lawrence with her short carronades. Cooper again praises Perry for steering for the head of the enemy's line, but he could hardly have done anything else. In this battle, the firing seems to have been equally skillful on both sides, the Detroit's long guns being peculiarly well served, but the British captains maneuvered better than their foes at first and supported one another better, so that the disparity in damage done on each side was not equal to the disparity in force. The chief merit of the American commander and his followers was indomitable courage and determination not to be beaten. This is no slight merit, but it may well be doubted if it would have ensured victory had Barclay's force been as strong as Perry's. Perry made a headlong attack. His superior force, whether through his fault or his misfortune can hardly be said, being brought into action in such a manner that the head of the line was crushed by the inferior force opposed. Being literally hammered out of his own ship, Perry brought up its powerful twin sister, and the already shattered hostile squadron was crushed by sheer weight. The maneuvers which marked the close of the battle, and which ensured the capture of all the opposing ships, were unquestionably very fine. The British ships were fought as resolutely as their antagonists, not being surrendered until they were crippled and helpless, and almost all the officers and a large portion of the men placed hors de combat. Captain Barclay handled his ships like a first-rate seaman. It was impossible to arrange them so as to be superior to his antagonist, for the latter's force was of such a nature that in smooth water his gunboats gave him a great advantage, while in any sea his 2 brigs were more than a match for the whole British squadron. In short, our victory was due to our heavy metal. As regards the honor of the affair, in spite of the amount of boasting it has given rise to, I should say it was a battle to be looked upon as an equally high degree creditable to both sides. Indeed, if it were not for the fact that the victory was so complete, it might be said that the length of the contest and the trifling disparity in loss reflected rather the most credit on the British. Captain Perry showed indomitable pluck and readiness to adapt himself to circumstances, but his claim to fame rests much less on his actual victory and on the way in which he prepared the fleet that was to win it. Here his energy and activity deserved all praise, not only for his success in collecting sailors and vessels, and in building the 2 brigs, but above all for the manner in which he succeeded in getting them out on the lake. On that occasion he certainly outgeneraled Barclay. Indeed, the latter committed an error that the skill and address he subsequently showed could not retrieve. End of section 29.
Section 30 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 15. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 15, by Charles Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Uprising of Germany, Battle of the Nations at Leipzig, A.D. 1813, by Wolfgang Menzel. Any man but Napoleon would have been crushed by the extermination of his great army in Russia. The Prussians rose in eager passion against the remnants of French garrisons left among them. The Russian armies, strong, compact, and triumphant, advanced from their impregnable fastnesses. Sweden joined Russia and Prussia, and Austria threatened to do the same. In Spain, Wellington defeated the weakened French forces at Vittoria. But Napoleon, by tremendous efforts, raised another army from almost exhausted France, and in the spring of 1813 reappeared in Germany, defiant and apparently unconquerable as ever. He even defeated the Russians and Prussians in 2 fierce battles. But it was not merely the German princes who were fighting now. It was the German people, roused at last by the tyranny and arrogance of the French. When defeated, the Prussian armies no longer scattered and disappeared. They rallied and fought again, striving desperately with clubbed muskets. Napoleon arranged an armistice, his first sign of weakness. Austria joined the Allies against him, and once more he confronted united Europe in the great Battle of the Nations at Leipzig. The King of Prussia had suddenly abandoned Berlin, which was still in the hands of the French, for Breslau, whence he declared war against France. A conference also took place between him and Emperor Alexander at Kalisz, and on February 28, 1813, an offensive and defensive alliance was concluded between them. The hour for vengeance had at length arrived. The whole Prussian nation, eager to throw off the hated yoke of the foreigner, to obliterate their disgrace in 1806, to regain their ancient name, cheerfully hastened to place their lives and property at the service of the impoverished government. The whole of the able-bodied population was put under arms. The standing army was increased. To each regiment were appended troops of volunteers, jägers, composed of young men belonging to the higher classes, who furnished their own equipments. A numerous Landwehr, a sort of militia, was, as in Austria, raised besides the standing army, and measures were even taken to call out, in case of necessity, the heads of families and elderly men remaining at home, under the name of the Landsturm. Footnote: literally, the general levy of the people. When news of these preparations reached Davoust, he sent serious warning to Napoleon, who contemptuously replied, "Pah! Germans never can become Spaniards." With his customary rapidity, he levied in France a fresh army 300,000 strong, with which he so completely awed the Rhenish Confederation as to compel it to take the field once more with thousands of Germans against their brother Germans. The troops, however, obeyed reluctantly, and even the traitors were but lukewarm, for they doubted of success. Mecklenburg alone sided with Prussia. Austria remained neutral. A Russian corps under General Tettenborn had preceded the rest of the troops and reached the coasts of the Baltic. As early as March 24, 1813, it appeared in Hamburg and expelled the French authorities from the city. The heavily oppressed people of Hamburg, whose commerce had been totally annihilated by the continental system, gave way to the utmost demonstrations of delight, received their deliverers with open arms, revived their ancient rights, and immediately raised a Hanseatic corps, destined to take the field against Napoleon. As the army advanced, Baron von Stein was nominated chief of the provisional government of the still unconquered provinces of Western Germany. The first Russian army, 17,000 strong, under Wittgenstein, pushed forward to Magdeburg, and at Mockern repulsed 40,000 French, who were advancing upon Berlin. The Prussians, under their veteran general Blücher, entered Saxony and garrisoned Dresden on March 27, 1813. An arch of the fine bridge across the Elbe having been uselessly blown up by the French. Blücher, whose gallantry in the former wars had gained for him the general esteem, and whose kind and generous disposition had won the affection of the soldiery, was nominated generalissimo of the Prussian forces, but subordinate in command to Wittgenstein, who replaced Kutuzov (Kutuzov had recently died) as generalissimo of the united forces of Russia and Prussia. The Emperor of Russia and the King of Prussia accompanied the army, and were received with loud acclamations by the people of Dresden and Leipzig. The allied army was merely 70,000 strong, and Blücher had not formed a junction with Wittgenstein when Napoleon invaded the country by Erfurt and Merseburg at the head of 160,000 men. On the eve of the bloody engagement of May 2nd, the Allied cavalry attempted a general attack in the dark, which was unsuccessful on account of the superiority of the enemy's forces. The Allies had, nevertheless, captured some cannon, the French none. The most painful loss was that of the noble Scharnhorst, who was mortally wounded. Bülow had on the same day stormed Halle with a Prussian corps, but was now compelled to resolve upon a retreat, which was conducted in the most orderly manner by the Allies. At Kolditz the Prussian rear guard repulsed the French van in a bloody engagement on May 5th. Napoleon attacked the Allies at Botzen from May 19th to the 21st, but was gloriously repulsed by the Prussians under Kleist, while Blücher, who was in danger of being completely surrounded, undauntedly defended himself on 3 sides. The French had suffered an immense loss. 18,000 of their wounded were sent to Dresden. Napoleon's favorite, Marshal Duroc, and General Kirchner, a native of Alsace, were killed close to his side by a cannonball. The Allied troops, forced to retire after an obstinate encounter, neither fled nor dispersed, but withdrew in close column, and repelling each successive attack. The whole of the lowlands of Silesia now lay open to the French, who entered Breslau on June 1st. Napoleon remained at Breslau awaiting the arrival of reinforcements, and to rest his unseasoned troops, mostly conscripts. In the meantime he demanded an armistice, to which the Allies, whose force was still incomplete, and to whom the decision of Austria was of equal importance, gladly assented. On this celebrated armistice, concluded June 4, 1813, at the village of Pleiswitz, the fate of Europe was to depend. Napoleon's power was still terrible. Fresh victory had obliterated the disgrace of his flight from Russia. He stood once more an invincible leader on German soil. The French were animated by success and blindly devoted to their emperor. Italy and Denmark were prostrate at his feet. The Rhenish Confederation was also faithful to his standard. The declaration of the Emperor of Austria in favor of his son-in-law Napoleon, who was lavish of promises, and among other things offered to restore Silesia, was consequently, at the opening of the armistice, deemed certain. Austria at first, instead of aiding the Allies, allowed the Poles to range themselves beneath the standard of Napoleon, whom she overwhelmed with protestations of friendship, which served to mask her real intentions, and meanwhile gave her time to arm herself to the teeth, and to make the Allies sensible of the fact of their utter impotency against Napoleon unless aided by her. The interests of Austria favored her alliance with France, but Napoleon, instead of confidence, inspired mistrust. Austria, notwithstanding the marriage between him and Maria Louisa, was, as had been shown at the Congress of Dresden, treated merely as a tributary to France, and Napoleon's ambition offered no guarantee to the ancient imperial dynasty. There was no security that the provinces bestowed in momentary reward for her alliance must not, on the first occasion, be restored. Nor was public opinion entirely without weight. Napoleon's star was on the wane. Whole nations stood like to a dark and ominous cloud threatening on the horizon, and Count Metternich prudently chose rather to attempt to guide the storm ere it burst than trust to a falling star. Austria had, as early as June 27, 1813, signed a treaty at Reichenbach in Silesia with Russia and Prussia, by which she bound herself to declare war against France in case Napoleon had not, before July 20th, accepted the terms of peace about to be proposed to him. Already the sovereigns and generals of Russia and Prussia had sketched, during a conference held with the Crown Prince of Sweden, July 11th, at Trachenberg, the plan for the approaching campaign, and, with the permission of Austria, assigned to her the part she was to take as one of the allies against Napoleon, when Count Metternich visited Dresden in person for the purpose of repeating his assurances of amity, for the armistice had but just commenced, to Napoleon. The French emperor had an indistinct idea of the transactions then passing, and bluntly said to the count, "As you wish to mediate, you are no longer on my side." He hoped partly to win Austria over by redoubling his promises, partly to terrify her by the dread of the future ascendancy of Russia, but perceiving how Metternich evaded him by his artful diplomacy, he suddenly asked, "Well, Metternich, how much has England given you in order to engage you to play this part toward me?" This trait of insolence toward an antagonist of whose superiority he felt conscious, and of the most deadly hatred masked by contempt, was peculiarly characteristic of the Corsican, who, besides the qualities of the lion, fully possessed those of the cat. Napoleon let his hat drop in order to see whether Metternich would raise it. He did not, and war was resolved upon. A pretended congress for the conclusion of peace was again arranged by both sides, by Napoleon in order to elude the reproach cast upon him of an insurmountable and eternal desire for war, and by the Allies in order to prove to the whole world their desire for peace. Each side was, however, fully aware that the palm of peace was alone to be found on the other side of the battlefield. Napoleon was generous in his concessions, but delayed granting full powers to his envoy, an opportune circumstance for the Allies, who were by this means able to charge him with the whole blame of procrastination. Napoleon, in all his concessions, merely included Russia and Austria to the exclusion of Prussia. But neither Russia nor Austria trusted to his promises, and the negotiations were broken off on the termination of the armistice, when Napoleon sent full powers to his plenipotentiary. Now, it was said, it is too late. The art with which Metternich passed from the alliance with Napoleon to neutrality, to mediation, and finally to the coalition against him, will in every age be acknowledged a masterpiece of diplomacy. Austria, while coalescing with Russia and Prussia, in a certain degree, assumed a rank conventionally superior to both. The whole of the Allied armies was placed under the command of an Austrian general, Prince von Schwarzenberg, and if the proclamation published at Kalisz had merely summoned the people of Germany to assert their independence, the manifesto of Count Metternich spoke already in the tone of the future regulator of the affairs of Europe. Austria declared herself on August 12, 1813, 2 days after the termination of the armistice. Immediately after this, for all had been previously arranged, the monarchs of Russia and Prussia passed the Reisenberg with a division of their forces into Bohemia, and joined the Emperor Francis and the great Austrian army at Prague. The celebrated General Moreau, who had returned from America, where he had hitherto dwelt incognito, in order to take up arms against Napoleon, was in the train of the Tsar. His example, it was hoped, would induce many of his countrymen to abandon Napoleon. The plan of the Allies was to advance with their main body under Schwarzenberg, consisting of 120,000 Austrians and 70,000 Russians and Prussians, through the Erzgebirge to Napoleon's rear. A lesser Prussian force, principally Silesian Landwehr, under Blücher, 80,000 strong, besides a small Russian corps, was meanwhile to cover Silesia, or, in case of an attack by Napoleon's main body, to retire before it and draw it farther eastward. A third division, under the Crown Prince of Sweden, principally Swedes, with some Prussian troops, mostly Pomeranian and Brandenburg Landwehr, under Bülow, and some Russians, in all 90,000 men, was destined to cover Berlin, and in case of a victory, to form a junction in Napoleon's rear, with the main body of the Allied army. A still lesser and equally mixed division under Walmoden, 30,000 strong, was destined to watch Davoust in Hamburg, while an Austrian corps of 25,000 men under Prince Reuss watched the movements of the Bavarians, and another Austrian force of 40,000 under Hiller those of the Viceroy Eugene in Italy. Napoleon had concentrated his main body, that still consisted of 250,000 men, in and around Dresden. Davoust received orders to advance with 30,000 men from Hamburg upon Berlin. In Bavaria there were 30,000 men under Wrede; in Italy 40,000 under Eugene. The German fortresses were, moreover, strongly garrisoned with French troops. Napoleon took up a defensive position with his main body at Dresden, whence he could watch the proceedings, and take advantage of any indiscretion on the part of his opponents. A body of 90,000 men under Oudinot meantime acted on the offensive, being directed to advance, simultaneously with Davoust from Hamburg and with Gerard from Magdeburg, upon Berlin, and to take possession of that metropolis. Napoleon hoped, when master of the ancient Prussian provinces, to be able to suppress German enthusiasm at its source, and to induce Russia and Austria to conclude a separate peace at the expense of Prussia. In August 1813 the tempest of war broke loose on every side, and all Europe prepared for a decisive struggle. About this time the whole of northern Germany was visited for some weeks, as was the case on the defeat of Varus in the Teutoburg forest, with heavy rains and violent storms. The elements seemed to combine their efforts, as in Russia, with those of man against Napoleon. There his soldiers fell victims to frost and snow. Here they sank into the boggy soil, and were carried away by the swollen rivers. In the midst of the uproar of the elements, bloody engagements continually took place, in which the bayonet and the butt end of the firelock were used, the muskets being rendered unserviceable by the water. The first engagement of importance was that of August 21st, between Walmoden and Davoust at Velan. A few days later, Carl Theodor Kerner, the youthful poet and hero, fell in a skirmish between the French and Walmoden's outpost at Gadebusch. Oudinot advanced close upon Berlin, which was protected by the Crown Prince of Sweden. A murderous conflict took place on August 23rd at Grossbeeren between the Prussian division under General von Bülow and the French. The Swedes, a troop of horse artillery alone excepted, were not brought into action, and the Prussians, unaided, repulsed the greatly superior forces of the French. The almost untrained peasantry, comprising the Landwehr of the Mark and of Pomerania, rushed upon the enemy, and, unaccustomed to the use of the bayonet and firelock, beat down entire battalions of the French with the butt end of their muskets. After a frightful massacre, the French were utterly routed and fled in wild disorder, but the gallant Prussians vainly expected the Swedes to aid in the pursuit. The Crown Prince, partly from a desire to spare his troops, and partly from a feeling of shame (he was also a Frenchman), remained motionless. Oudinot, nevertheless, lost 2,400 taken prisoner. Davoust, from this disaster, returned once more to Hamburg. Gerard, who had advanced with 8,000 men from Magdeburg, was, on the 27th, put to flight by the Prussian Landwehr under General Hirschfeld. Napoleon's plan of attack against Prussia had completely failed, and his sole alternative was to act on the defensive. But on perceiving that the main body of the Allied forces under Schwarzenberg was advancing to his rear, while Blücher was stationed with merely a weak division in Silesia, he took the field with immensely superior forces against the latter, under an idea of being able easily to vanquish his weak antagonist, and to fall back again in time upon Dresden. Blücher cautiously retired, but unable to restrain the martial spirit of the soldiery, who obstinately defended every position whence they were driven, lost 2,000 of his men on August 21st. Napoleon had pursued Blücher as far as the Katzbach near Goldberg, when he returned and boldly resolved to cross the Elbe above Dresden, to seize the passes of the Bohemian mountains, and to fall upon the rear of the main body of the Allied army. Vandam's corps d'armée had already set forward with this design, when Napoleon learned that Dresden could no longer hold out unless he returned thither with a division of his army, and, in order to preserve that city and the center of his position, he hastily returned thither in the hope of defeating the Allied army, and of bringing it between two fires, as Vandamme must meanwhile have occupied the narrow outlets of the Erzgebirge with 30,000 men, and by that means cut off the retreat of the Allied army. The plan was on a grand scale, and, as far as related to Napoleon in person, was executed, to the extreme discomfiture of the Allies, with his usual success. Schwarzenberg, with true Austrian procrastination, had allowed August 25th to pass in inaction, when, as the French themselves confess, Dresden, in her then ill-defended state, might have been taken almost without a stroke. When he attempted to storm the city on the 26th, Napoleon, who had meanwhile arrived, calmly awaited the onset of the thick masses of the enemy, in order to open a murderous discharge of grape upon them on every side. They were repulsed after suffering a frightful loss. On the following day, destined to end in still more terrible bloodshed, Napoleon assumed the offensive, separating the retiring Allied army by well-combined sallies, cut off its left wing, and made an immense number of prisoners, chiefly Austrians. The unfortunate Moreau had both his legs shot off in the very first encounter. His death was an act of justice, for he had taken up arms against his fellow countrymen. The main body of the Allied army retreated on every side. Part of the troops disbanded. The rest were exposed to extreme hardship owing to the torrents of rain that fell without intermission, and the scarcity of provisions. Their annihilation must have inevitably followed had Vandamme executed Napoleon's commands and blocked up the mountain passes, in which he was unsuccessful, being defeated and, with his whole division, taken prisoner near Culm, August 29, 1813. On August 26th a signal victory was gained by Blücher in Silesia. After having drawn MacDonald across the Katzbach and the foaming Niesse, he drove him, after a desperate and bloody engagement, into those rivers, which were greatly swollen by the incessant rains. The muskets of the soldiery had been rendered unserviceable by the wet, and Blücher, drawing his sabre from beneath his cloak, dashed forward, exclaiming, "Forward!" Several thousand of the French were drowned, or fell by the bayonet, or beneath the heavy blows dealt by the Landwehr with the butt end of their firelocks. Blücher was rewarded with the title of Prince von der Wahlstatt, but his soldiers surnamed him Marshal Vorwärts, forward. The French lost 103 guns, 18,000 prisoners, and a still greater number in killed. The loss on the side of the Prussians amounted to 1,000 men. MacDonald returned almost totally unattended to Dresden, and brought the melancholy intelligence to Napoleon. The Crown Prince of Sweden and Bülow had meanwhile pursued Oudinot's retreating corps in the direction of the Elbe. Napoleon dispatched Ney against them, but he met with the fate of his predecessor at Dennewitz on September 6th. The Prussians on this occasion again triumphed, unaided by their confederates. Bülow and Tonzien, with 20,000 men, defeated the French army 70,000 strong. The French lost 18,000 men and 80 guns. The rout was complete. The rear guard, consisting of the Württembergers under Frankmont, was again overtaken at the head of the bridge at Zwittau, and after a frightful carnage, driven in wild confusion across the dam to Torgau. Napoleon's generals had been thrown back in every quarter with immense loss upon Dresden, toward which the Allies now advanced, threatening to enclose it on every side. Napoleon maneuvered until the beginning of October, with the view of executing a coup de main against Schwarzenberg and Blücher. The Allies were, however, on their guard, and he was constantly reduced to the necessity of recalling his troops, sent for that purpose into the field to Dresden. The danger in which he now stood, of being completely surrounded and cut off from the Rhine, at length rendered retreat his sole alternative. Blücher had already crossed the Elbe on October 5th, and, in conjunction with the Crown Prince of Sweden, had approached the head of the main body of the Allied army under Schwarzenberg, which was advancing from the Erzgebirge. On October 7th Napoleon quitted Dresden, leaving a garrison of 30,000 French under Saint-Cyr, and removed his headquarters to Dubin, on the road leading from Leipzig to Berlin, in the hope of drawing Blücher and the Swedes once more on the right side of the Elbe, in which case he intended to turn unexpectedly upon the Austrians. Blücher, however, eluded him without quitting the left bank. Napoleon's plan was to take advantage of the absence of Blücher and of the Swedes from Berlin, in order to hasten across the defenseless country, for the purpose of inflicting punishment upon Prussia, of raising Poland, etc. But his plan met with opposition in his own military council. His ill success had caused those who had hitherto followed his fortunes to waver. The King of Bavaria declared against him on October 8th, and the Bavarian army under Ried united with, instead of opposing, the Austrian army, and was sent to the Maine in order to cut off Napoleon's retreat. The news of this defection speedily reached the French camp, and caused the rest of the troops of the Rhenish Confederation to waver in their allegiance. while the French, wearied with useless maneuvers, beaten in every quarter, opposed by an enemy greatly their superior in number, and glowing with revenge, despaired of the event, and sighed for peace and their quiet homes. All refused to march upon Berlin. Nay, the very idea of removing farther from Paris almost produced a mutiny in the camp. 4 days, from October 11th to the 14th, were passed by Napoleon in a state of melancholy irresolution, when he appeared as if suddenly inspired by the idea of there still being time to execute a coup de main upon the main body of the allied army under Schwarzenberg, before its junction with Blücher and the Swedes. Schwarzenberg was slowly advancing from Bohemia, and had already allowed himself to be defeated before Dresden. Napoleon intended to fall upon him on his arrival in the vicinity of Leipzig, but it was already too late. Blücher was at hand. On October 14th, Footnote: on the evening of October 14th, the anniversary of the Battle of Jena, a hurricane raged in the neighborhood of Leipzig, where the French lay, carrying away roofs and uprooting trees, while during the whole night the rain fell in torrents. The flower of the French cavalry, headed by the King of Naples, encountered Blücher's and Wittgenstein's cavalry at Vacoux, not far from Leipzig. The contest was broken off, both sides being desirous of husbanding their strength, but terminated to the disadvantage of the French, notwithstanding their numerical superiority, besides proving the vicinity of the Prussians. This was the most important cavalry fight that took place during this war. On October 16th, while Napoleon was merely awaiting the arrival of MacDonald's corps, that had remained behind, before proceeding to attack Schwarzenberg's Bohemian army, he was unexpectedly attacked on the right bank of the Pleiss at Liebert-Volkwitz by the Austrians, who were, however, compelled to retire before a superior force. The French cavalry under La Tour-Maubourg pressed so closely upon the Emperor of Russia and the King of Prussia that they merely owed their escape to the gallantry of the Russian Orloff Denisov and to La Tour's fall. Napoleon had already ordered all the bells in Leipzig to be rung, had sent the news of his victory to Paris, and seems to have expected a complete triumph, when joyfully exclaiming, "Le monde tourne pour nous," the world, everything changes for us. But his victory had been only partial, and he had been unable to follow up his advantage. Another division of the Austrian army, under General Meervelt, having simultaneously occupied him, and compelled him to cross the Pleiss at Dolnitz. And although Meervelt had been in his turn repulsed with severe loss, and been himself taken prisoner, the diversion proved of service to the Austrians by keeping Napoleon in check until the arrival of Blücher, who threw himself upon the division of the French army opposed to him at Machar by Marshal Marmont. Napoleon, while thus occupied with the Austrians, was unable to meet the attack of the Prussians with sufficient force. Marmont, after a massacre of some hours' duration in and around Maucurn, was compelled to retire with the loss of 40 guns. The second Prussian brigade lost, either in killed or wounded, all its officers except one. The battle had, on October 16th, raged around Leipzig. Napoleon had triumphed over the Austrians, whom he had solely intended to attack, but had at the same time been attacked and defeated by the Prussians, and now found himself opposed and almost surrounded by the whole allied force, one road for retreat alone remaining open. He instantly gave orders to General Bertrand to occupy Weissenfels during the night, in order to secure his retreat through Thuringia, but during the following day, October 17th, he neither seized that opportunity to retreat nor to make a last attack upon the Allies, whose forces were not yet completely concentrated, ere the circle had been fully drawn around him. The Swedes, the Russians under Bennigsen, and a large Austrian division under Colloredo had not yet arrived. Napoleon might with advantage have again attacked the defeated Austrians under Schwarzenberg, or have thrown himself with the whole of his forces upon Blöcher. He had still an opportunity of making an orderly retreat without any great exposure to danger, but he did neither. He remained motionless during the whole day, which was also passed in tranquillity by the Allies, who thus gained time to receive fresh reinforcements. Napoleon's inactivity was caused by his having sent his prisoner, General Meervelt, to the Emperor of Austria, whom he still hoped to induce, by means of great assurances, to secede from the coalition, and to make peace. Not even a reply was vouchsafed. On the very day thus futilely lost by Napoleon, the Allied army was reintegrated by the arrival of the masses commanded by the Crown Prince, by Bennigsen and Colloredo, and was consequently raised to double the strength of that of France, which now merely amounted to 150,000 men. On the 18th a murderous conflict began on both sides. Napoleon long and skilfully opposed the fierce onset of the Allied troops, but was at length driven off the field by their superior weight and persevering efforts. The Austrians, stationed on the left wing of the Allied army, were opposed by Oudinot, Augereau, and Poniatowski. The Prussians, stationed on the right wing by Marmont and Ney. The Russians and Swedes in the center by Murat and Régnier. In the hottest of the battle, 2 Saxon cavalry regiments went over to Blöcher, and General Normann, when about to be charged at Toscha by the Prussian cavalry under Bülow, also deserted to him with 2 Württemberg cavalry regiments, in order to avoid an unpleasant reminiscence of the treacherous ill-treatment of Lutzow's corps. The whole of the Saxon infantry, commanded by Régnier, shortly afterward went, with 38 guns, over to the Swedes, 500 men and General Zeschow alone remaining true to Napoleon. The Saxons stationed themselves behind the lines of the Allies, but their guns were instantly turned upon the enemy. In the evening of this terrible day the French were driven back close upon the walls of Leipzig. Footnote: the city was in a state of utter confusion. The noise caused by the passage of the cavalry, carriages, etc., and by the cries of the fugitives through the streets, exceeded that of the most terrific storm. The earth shook, the windows clattered with the thunder of artillery. On the certainty of victory being announced by Schwarzenberg to the 3 monarchs, who had watched the progress of the battle, they knelt on the open field and returned thanks to God. Napoleon, before nightfall, gave orders for full retreat, but on the morning of the 19th recommenced the battle, and sacrificed some of his corps d'armée in order to save the remainder. He had, however, foolishly left but one bridge across the Elster open, and the retreat was consequently retarded. Leipzig was stormed by the Prussians, and while the French rear guard was still battling on that side of the bridge, Napoleon fled, and had no sooner crossed the bridge than it was blown up with a tremendous explosion, owing to the inadvertence of a subaltern, who was said to have fired the train too hastily. The troops engaged on the opposite bank were irremediably lost. Prince Poniatowski plunged on horseback into the Elster in order to swim across, but sank in the deep mud. The King of Saxony, who to the last had remained true to Napoleon, was among the prisoners. The loss during this battle, which raged for 4 days, and in which almost every nation in Europe stood opposed to each other, was immense on both sides. The total loss in dead was computed at 80,000. The French lost, moreover, 300 guns and a multitude of prisoners. In the city of Leipzig alone, 23,000 sick, without reckoning the innumerable wounded. Numbers of these unfortunates lay bleeding and starving to death during the cold October nights on the field of battle, it being found impossible to erect a sufficient number of lazaretti for their accommodation. Napoleon made a hasty and disorderly retreat with the remainder of his troops, but was overtaken at Freiburg on the Unstrut, where the bridge broke, and a repetition of the disastrous passage of the Beresina occurred. The fugitives collected into a dense mass, upon which the Prussian artillery played with murderous effect. The French lost 40 of their guns. At Hanau, Wrede, Napoleon's former favorite, after taking Würzburg, watched the movements of his ancient patron, and had he occupied the pass at Gelnhausen, might have annihilated him. Napoleon, however, furiously charged his flank, and on October 20th succeeded in forcing a passage and in sending 70,000 men across the Rhine. Wrede was dangerously wounded. On November 9th the last French corps was defeated at Hochheim and driven back upon Mainz. In the November of this ever memorable year, 1813, Germany, as far as the Rhine, was completely freed from the French. End of section 30.
Section 31 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 15. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Shoesmith. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 15, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Section 31. The Burning of Washington, A.D. 1814, by Richard Hildreth. This event, while it had no decisive result, stands out prominently in the history of the War of 1812. Washington was selected as the site of the United States Capitol in 1790, and 10 years later the government was removed from Philadelphia to its new seat, where at the period of the war it occupied public buildings, which, if not all of great importance in themselves, were yet sufficient for governmental purposes. The destruction of some of them by the British, of which 2 accounts follow, one by a candid American historian, the other that of a British officer, Gleig, who took part in the affair, proved to be but an incident in the development of those architectural features which now form a chief attraction of the national capital. In 1814, the war had entered upon a stage requiring increased defensive measures on the part of the United States government. There were threats of an attack upon New York and the Chesapeake, as well as upon Washington. President Madison ordered the militia of the states to be ready for instant service, and a new military district, including Maryland, the District of Columbia, and a part of Northern Virginia, was erected. General W. H. Winder, a tried officer, lately released from long detention in Canada as a prisoner of war, took command of the district in June. The defenses of Washington were very weak. No forts nor guns, and only a few hundred men. Such additional preparations as could be made were wholly inadequate. Meanwhile, the British were marshalling their forces for a movement against the capital. The forces assigned to Winder, on taking the command of his new military district, were some fragments of regulars, less than 500, mostly raw recruits in and about Washington, including the garrison of the fort of that name below Alexandria. The militia of the District of Columbia, some 2,000 strong, and an authority in case of actual or menaced invasion to call upon the state of Maryland for 6,000 militia, the whole of her lately assigned quota, upon Virginia for 2,000, and upon Pennsylvania for 5,000. Winder proposed to call out at once a part of this militia and to place them in a central camp whence they might march to Washington, Annapolis, or Baltimore, either of which might be approached so near by water as to be liable to be struck at before a force could be collected. The President seemed inclined to this plan, but it was opposed by Armstrong, who objected to it that militia were always the most effective when first called out. Baltimore, he thought, could defend itself. Washington, he did not believe, would be attacked. Calls for militia were freely made to garrison Buffalo and Sackett's Harbor, and thereby to sustain Brown's invasion of Canada. But Armstrong hesitated at the additional expense of the calls proposed by Winder, and in the existing state of the finances, not without reason, of the loan of $25 million, sole resource for conducting the campaign, the government had yet asked for but $10 million. This amount had been subscribed at the former rate of 88%, not without difficulty, and as a condition as to half of it, that the contractors should participate in any more favorable terms granted to any future lenders. Even on these terms there had been failures of payment by the contractors to the extent of $2 million, so that Armstrong's hesitation on the score of expense is not so remarkable. Winder, being thus left to his own responsibility, and cautioned besides to avoid unnecessary calls for militia, of course made none till the emergency became unquestionable. Nor was this reluctance of Armstrong the only difficulty. The governor of Maryland, on receiving the President's proclamation, hesitated at this moment of danger to ask volunteers from the eastern shore. He doubted if, under the militia law of the state, a draft would be effectual, and the War Department finally agreed to accept, in lieu of the quota to be detached by Maryland, the troops already called out by the state authority for the defense of Baltimore, thus reducing the quota of that state to less than 3,000 men. The governor of Virginia had already ordered 20 regiments of militia to hold themselves in constant readiness for the field, and a correspondence backward and forward as to whether these orders did not substantially meet the proclamation consumed the time which ought to have been employed in having the quota ready to march. The legislature of Pennsylvania, at their last session, had passed an act for the reorganization of the militia, which vacated all existing commissions after August 1st, but, strange to say, without any provision for completing the proposed reorganization before the end of October, thus leaving the state for 2 months without any legal militia at all, and rendering it impossible to make the detachment which the President had ordered. So things stood when news reached Washington that a new and large British fleet had arrived in the Chesapeake. This was Cochrane from Bermuda, with General Ross on board, and a division some 4,000 strong of Wellington's late army. To this fleet Cockburn's blockading squadron soon joined itself, adding to Ross's force 1,000 marines and 100 armed and disciplined negroes, deserters from the plantations bordering on the Chesapeake. As the ships passed the Potomac, some of the frigates entered that river, but the main fleet, some 60 vessels in all, stood on for the Patuxent, which they ascended to Benedict, where the Frith begins to narrow. There, some 50 miles from Washington, the troops were landed without a sign of opposition, though there were several detachments of Maryland militia, under state orders, at points not far distant. As Ross had no horses, his men, some 4,500 in all, were organized into a light infantry corps. 3 pieces of light artillery were dragged along by 100 sailors. As many more transported munitions. The soldiers carried at their backs 80 rounds of ammunition and 3 days' provisions. Enervated as the troops had been by the close confinement of the voyage, and wilting under the burning sun of that season, it was with difficulty at first that they staggered along. Nothing but the constant efforts of their officers prevented them from dissolving into a long train of stragglers. The felling of a few trees where the road crossed the frequent streams and swamps would have seriously delayed, if not effectually have stopped them. But in that part of Maryland, a level region of cornfields and pine forests, the slave population exceeded the whites, and the frightened planters thought of little except to save their own throats from insurgent knives, and their human property from English seduction. In the slaves the British had good friends and sure means of information. With the trained negroes in front, they advanced cautiously, the first day only 6 miles, but still without encountering the slightest opposition, feeling their way up the left bank of the Patuxent, a route which threatened Barney's squadron in front, Alexandria and Washington on the left, and Annapolis and Baltimore on the right. Cockburn accompanied the army, and from his dashing buccaneering spirit and long experience in that neighborhood, became the soul of the enterprise. At the first alarm of the appearance of the British fleet, Winder had sent off his requisitions for militia, but even had the quotas of Virginia and Pennsylvania been embodied and ready to march, and had the swiftest expresses been employed instead of the slow course of the mail, it was already too late for effectual aid from that quarter. The district militia, summoned to arms, marched to a point some 8 miles east of Washington, where they were joined by the regulars, who fell back from a more advanced position which they had occupied for some time at Marlborough. As the British column, on the third day of its uninterrupted advance, approached Barney's flotilla, the boats, agreeably to an order from Armstrong, were blown up, Barney himself hastening with his men, some 500 in number, to Winder's camp, where some pieces of heavy artillery from the Navy Yard were placed under his command. That camp presented a scene of noise and confusion, more like a racecourse or a fair than the gathering of an army about to fight for the national capital. About midnight, the President, with Armstrong, Jones of the Navy Department, and Rush the Attorney General, arrived. Monroe was there already. Campbell, the Secretary of the Treasury, was busy with contrivances for replenishing the exhausted finances, proposals having been made out that very day for a loan of $6 million, of the getting of which there was, however, but very little prospect. The President, full of doubts and alarms, and disturbed by 1,000 contradictory rumors, reviewed the next morning an army of 3,200 men, with 17 pieces of artillery, but as doubtful, hesitating, and consciously incapable as himself. Shortly after, Winder departed to reconnoitre. From the length of his absence it was feared he had fallen into the hands of the enemy, but toward evening he returned, and dreading a night attack, which was probable, as the British, now but a few miles off, had struck into the Alexandria road as if to gain his right, he ordered a retreat. This was made in great haste and disorder, by the bridges over the eastern branch, his troops encamping near the Navy Yard, where they received the alarming news that the enemy's ships in the Potomac had already passed the shoals by which their ascent had been stopped the year before. That same night, some 600 Virginia militia reached Washington, but without arms or accoutrements, which Armstrong told the commanding officer it would be time enough to serve out the next morning. About 450 other Virginia militia, stationed on the Maryland side of the Potomac, opposite Alexandria, as a covering party for Fort Washington, remained there, distracted by contradictory orders and taking no part in the general movement. Meanwhile, another force had mustered for the defense of the capital. Stansbury's brigade of Maryland drafted militia, 1,400 strong, marching from the neighborhood of Baltimore, had encamped the previous evening just in advance of Bladensburg, 6 miles north of Washington, and the next day, while the President was reviewing the district army, they were joined by a regiment esteemed the flower of the Baltimore City militia, by some companies of artillery, and by a battalion of city riflemen, led by Pinckney, the late minister to London. This Maryland army amounted to some 2,100 men, but the city part, that most relied upon, had little experience in field service, having suddenly changed the comforts of their homes for the bare ground and rations of bad salt beef and musty flour, which they did not even know how to cook. Stansbury's forces had already once turned out on a false alarm, when, about 2 in the morning, he received information from Winder of his, Winder's, retreat, and orders to fight should the enemy, as was probable, approach Washington in that direction. A council of war immediately summoned, not pleased with the idea of being thus put forward to encounter 10,000 British veterans, for to that number report had by this time swelled the enemy, began to retire over Bladensburg Bridge, and, but for new orders from Winder to stop, and if the enemy approached by Bladensburg to fight, the retreat, it is probable, would have continued to Washington. In the morning, Winder still remaining uncertain what direction the British might take, the President repaired to the Navy Yard, where a consultation was had as to the best means of destroying the public property there. Monroe and Rush spent the forenoon in riding to and fro between Washington and Bladensburg. Armstrong remained quietly at the War Office, not even yet able to believe that the enemy would venture an attack. But toward noon authentic information came that the British, who had encamped the previous night near the ground lately occupied by Winder, were marching on Bladensburg. Winder thereupon put his forces in motion, except the newly arrived Virginians, left behind to complete their equipments, which a very careful clerk still delayed by scrupulously counting out their flints one by one. Barney was to have remained to superintend the blowing up of the bridges over the eastern branch, but his remonstrances finally extorted from the President, after a consultation with heads of departments, all of whom were present on horseback, liberty to march with his guns for the field. Campbell moodily retired, having first lent the President his dueling pistols, the same, probably, with which a few years before, in a quarrel about the embargo, he had shot Gardinier through the body on the very ground of the approaching battle. With the provision of ways and means on his hands, he had indeed a sufficiently arduous task of his own, without aiding in military movements. Armstrong, by permission of the President, on Campbell's suggestion that his military knowledge might be of use there, had already ridden to the field. The President, Monroe, and Rush, who soon followed, were prevented only by an accidental piece of information from riding straight into Bladensburg, where the enemy had already arrived. The President, on reaching the field, revoking the permission lately given, directed Armstrong to leave to the commanding general the array of the battle. The eastern branch of the Potomac, deep enough opposite Washington to float a frigate, dwindles at Bladensburg to a shallow stream. A few houses occupy the eastern bank. Stansbury, abandoning the village and the bridge, had posted his men on an eminence on the Washington side of the river, with his right on the Washington road, in which were planted 2 pieces of artillery to sweep the bridge. Pinckney's riflemen lined the bushes which skirted the river bank. The Baltimore regiment had been originally posted nearest the bridge, but by Monroe's orders, who rode up just before the battle began, they were thrown back behind an orchard, leaving Stansbury's drafted men to stand the first brunt of attack. As Winder reached the front, other military amateurs were busy in giving their advice, the enemy's column just then beginning to show itself on the opposite bank. Another Maryland regiment, which had marched that morning from Annapolis, but by a route which avoided the British army, appeared just at this moment on the field, and occupied a commanding eminence. The forces from Washington, as they arrived, were drawn up in the rear of the Maryland line. Barney, with his sailors, and Miller of the Marines, arrived last, and planted 4 heavy guns in a position to sweep the road, with the advantage also of being flanked by the Annapolis regiment. The British soldiers, by the time they reached Bladensburg, were almost ready to drop, so excessive was the heat, and so formidable was the appearance of the American army, that Ross and his officers, reconnoitering from one of the highest houses of the village, were not a little uneasy as to the result. But it was now too late to hesitate. The British column, again in motion after a momentary check, dashed across the bridge. Some discharges of Congreve rockets put the Maryland drafted militia to flight. They were followed by the riflemen, Pinckney getting a broken arm in the tumult, and by the artillerymen, whose pieces had scarcely been twice discharged, and as the British came up, the Baltimore regiment fled also, sweeping off with them General Winder, the President, and the cabinet officers. Encouraged by this easy victory, the enemy pushed rapidly forward, till Barney's artillery opened upon them with severe effect. After several vain efforts, during which many fell, to advance in the face of this fire, advantage was taken of the shelter of a ravine to file off by the right and left. Those who emerged on the left encountered the Annapolis regiment, which fled after a single fire. Those on the right fell in with some detachments of regulars, forming an advanced portion of the second line. They retired with equal promptitude, as did the militia behind them, and the enemy having thus gained both flanks, the sailors and marines were obliged to fly, leaving their guns and their wounded commanders in the enemy's hands. Such was the famous Battle of Bladensburg, in which very few Americans had the honor to be either killed or wounded, not more than 50 in all, and yet, according to the evidence subsequently given before a Congressional Committee of Investigation, everybody behaved with wonderful courage and coolness, and nobody retired except by orders or for want of orders. The British loss was a good deal larger, principally in the attack on the sailors and marines. Several had dropped dead with heat and fatigue, and the whole force was so completely exhausted that it was necessary to allow them some hours' rest before advancing on Washington. The Maryland militia, as they fled, dispersed in every direction, and soon ceased to exist as an embodied force. The district militia kept more together. The Virginians had at last obtained their flints, and Winder had still at his command some 2,000 men and several pieces of artillery. 2 miles from Washington a momentary stand was made, but the retreating troops soon fell back to the capital. Armstrong wished to occupy the 2 massive detached wings of that building, the central rotunda and porticos having not then been built, and to play the part of the British in Chew's house at the Battle of Germantown. Footnote: The British during the action occupied the Chew House as a fortress, and its stone walls still show the marks left by American shot. Editor. End of footnote. But if able to withstand an assault, how long could they hold out without provisions or water? It was finally decided to abandon Washington and to rally on the heights of Georgetown. Simultaneously with this abandonment of their homes by an army that retired but did not rally, fire was put at the Navy Yard to a frigate on the stocks, to a sloop of war lately launched, and to several magazines of stores and provisions, for the destruction of which ample preparations had been made. And by the light of this fire, made lurid by a sudden thunderbolt, Ross, toward evening, advanced into Washington, then a straggling village of some 8,000 people, but for the moment almost deserted by the male part of the white inhabitants. From Gallatin's late residence, one of the first considerable houses which the British column passed, a shot was fired, which killed Ross's horse, and which was instantly revenged by setting fire to the house. After 3 or 4 British volleys at the capital, the 2 detached wings were set on fire. The massive walls defied the flames, but all the interior was destroyed, with many valuable papers and the Library of Congress, a piece of vandalism alleged to be in revenge for the burning of the Parliament House at York. An encampment was formed on Capitol Hill. But meanwhile a detachment marched along Pennsylvania Avenue to the President's house, of which the great hall had been converted into a military magazine, and before which some cannon had been placed. These cannon, however, had been carried off, and Mrs. Madison, having first stripped from its frame and provided for the safety of a valuable portrait of Washington, which ornamented the principal room, had also fled, with her plate and valuables loaded into a cart, obtained not without difficulty. The President's house and the offices of the Treasury and State Departments nearby were set on fire. Ross and Cockburn, who had forced themselves as unbidden guests upon a neighborhood boarding-house woman, supping by the light of the blazing buildings. By the precaution of Monroe, the most valuable papers of the State Department had been previously removed. Yet here, too, some important records were destroyed. The next morning the War Office was burned. The office of the National Intelligencer was ransacked, and the type thrown into the street, Cockburn himself presiding with gusto over this operation, thus revenging himself for the severe strictures of that journal on his proceedings in the Chesapeake. The arsenal at Greenleaf's Point was also fired, as were some rope walks nearby. Several private houses were burned, and some private warehouses broken open and plundered, but in general private property was respected, the plundering being less on the part of the British soldiers than of the low inhabitants, black and white, who took advantage of the terror and confusion to help themselves. The only public building that escaped was the General Post Office and Patent Office, both under the same roof, of which the burning was delayed by the entreaties and remonstrances of the superintendent, and finally prevented by a tremendous tornado which passed over the city, and for a while completely dispersed the British column, the soldiers seeking refuge where they could, and several being buried in the ruins of the falling buildings. A still more serious accident at Greenleaf's Point, where near 100 British soldiers were killed or wounded by an accidental explosion, added to the anxiety of the British commander, otherwise ill enough at ease. He naturally imagined, though as it happened without any occasion for it, that an army of indignant citizen soldiers was mustering on the heights of Georgetown. An attack was also apprehended from the south, to guard against which the Washington end of the Potomac Bridge was set on fire by the British, while at the same moment a like precaution was taken at the Alexandria end to keep them from crossing. No news came of the British ships in the Potomac, which Ross anxiously expected, and that same night, leaving his severely wounded behind and his campfires burning, he silently retired, and after a 4 days' uninterrupted march arrived again at Benedict, where the troops were re-embarked, diminished, however, by a loss in killed, wounded, and deserters of several hundred men. Yet, while Ross, on his part, thus stealthily withdrew, so great was the terror which he left behind him that some 60 British invalids, left in charge of the wounded, continued in undisturbed possession of Capitol Hill for more than 24 hours after his departure, till at last the citizens mustered courage to disarm them. End of section 31. Section 32 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 15. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Shoesmith. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 15, edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Section 32, The Burning of Washington, A.D. 1814, by George R. Gleig. While the two brigades which had been engaged at Bladensburg remained upon the field to recover their order, the third, which formed the reserve, and was consequently unbroken, took the lead and pushed forward at a rapid rate toward Washington. As it was not the intention of the British government to attempt permanent conquest in this part of America, and as General Ross was well aware that with a handful of men he could not pretend to establish himself for any length of time in the enemy's capital, he determined to lay it under contribution and to return quietly to the shipping. Nor was there anything unworthy of the character of a British officer in this determination. By all the customs of war, whatever property may chance to be in a captured town becomes confessedly the just spoil of the conqueror, and in thus proposing to accept a certain sum of money in lieu of that property, he was showing mercy rather than severity to the vanquished. Such being the intention of General Ross, he did not march the troops immediately into the city, but halted them upon a plain in its vicinity while a flag of truce was sent in with terms. But whatever his proposal might have been, it was not so much as heard, for scarcely had the party bearing the flag entered the street than they were fired upon from the windows of one of the houses, and the horse of the general himself, who accompanied them, killed. All thoughts of accommodation were instantly laid aside. The troops advanced forthwith into the town, and having first put to the sword all who were found in the house from which the shots were fired, and reduced it to ashes, they proceeded without a moment's delay to burn and destroy everything in the most distant degree connected with the government. In this general devastation were included the Senate House, the President's official residence, an extensive dockyard and arsenal, barracks for 2,000 or 3,000 men, and several large storehouses filled with naval and military stores, some hundreds of cannon of different kinds, and nearly 20,000 stand of small arms. There were also 2 or 3 public rope works, which shared in the same fate, a fine frigate pierced for 60 guns and just ready to be launched, several gun brigs and armed schooners, and a variety of gunboats and small craft. The powder magazines were, of course, set on fire and exploded with a tremendous crash, throwing down many houses in their vicinity, partly by pieces of the walls striking them, and partly by the concussion of the air, while quantities of shot, shell, and hand grenades, which could not otherwise be rendered useless, were thrown into the river. All this was as it should be, and had the arm of vengeance been extended no further, there would not have been room given for so much as a whisper of disapprobation. But, unfortunately, it did not stop here. A noble library, several printing offices, and all the public archives were likewise committed to the flames, which, though undoubtedly the property of the government, might better have been spared. I need scarcely observe that the consternation of the inhabitants was complete, and that to them this was a night of terror. So confident had they been in the success of their troops, that few of them had dreamed of quitting their houses or abandoning the city. Nor was it till the fugitives from the battle began to rush in that the President himself thought of providing for his safety. That gentleman, as I was informed, had gone forth in the morning with his army, and had continued among his troops till the British forces began to make their appearance. Having ridden through the ranks and exhorted every man to do his duty, he hurried back to his own house, that he might prepare a feast for the entertainment of his officers when they should return victorious. For the truth of this I will not be answerable, but this much I know, that the feast was actually prepared, though instead of being eaten by American officers, it went to satisfy the less delicate appetites of a party of English soldiers. When the detachment set out to destroy President Madison's house entered his dining parlor, they found a dinner table spread and covers laid for 40 guests. Several kinds of wine, in handsome cut-glass decanters, were cooling on the sideboard. Plate holders stood by the fireplace filled with dishes and plates. Knives, forks, and spoons were arranged for immediate use. In short, everything was ready for the entertainment of a ceremonious party. Such were the arrangements in the dining room, while in the kitchen were others answerable to them in every respect. Spits, loaded with joints of various sorts, turned before the fire, pots, saucepans, and other ordinary utensils upon the grate, and all the other requisites for an elegant and substantial repast were exactly in a state which indicated that they had been lately and precipitately abandoned. It may be readily imagined that these preparations were beheld by a party of hungry soldiers with no indifferent eyes. An elegant dinner, even though considerably overdressed, was a luxury to which few of them, at least for some time back, had been accustomed, and which, after the dangers and fatigues of the day, appeared peculiarly inviting. They sat down to it, therefore, not indeed in the most orderly manner, but with countenances which would not have disgraced a party of aldermen at a civil feast, and having satisfied their appetites, and partaken pretty freely of the wines, they finished by setting fire to the house, which had so liberally entered. But, as I have observed, this was a night of dismay to the inhabitants of Washington. They were taken completely by surprise, nor could the arrival of the flood be more unexpected to the natives of the antediluvian world than the arrival of the British army to them. The first impulse, of course, tempted them to fly, and the streets were in consequence crowded with soldiers and senators, men, women, and children, horses, carriages, and carts loaded with household furniture, all hastening toward a wooden bridge which crosses the Potomac. The confusion thus occasioned was terrible, and the crowd upon the bridge was such as to endanger its safety. But President Madison, having escaped among the first, was no sooner safe on the opposite bank of the river than he gave orders that the bridge should be broken down, which being obeyed, the rest were obliged to return and to trust to the clemency of the victors. In this manner was the night passed by both parties, and at daybreak the next morning the Light Brigade moved into the city, while the reserve fell back to a height of about half a mile in the rear. Little, however, now remained to be done, because everything marked out for destruction was already consumed. Of the Senate House, the President's mansion, the barracks, the dockyard, etc., nothing could be seen except heaps of smoking ruins, and even the bridge, a noble structure upward of a mile in length, was almost wholly demolished. There was, therefore, no further occasion to scatter the troops, and they were accordingly kept together as much as possible on Capitol Hill. But it was not alone on account of the completion of their destructive labors that this was done. A powerful army of Americans already began to show themselves upon some heights at the distance of 2 or 3 miles from the city, and as they sent out detachments of horse even to the very suburbs for the purpose of watching our motions, it would have been unsafe to permit more straggling than was absolutely necessary. The army which we had overthrown on the day before, though defeated, was far from annihilated, and having by this time recovered from its panic, began to concentrate itself in our front, and presented quite as formidable an appearance as ever. We also learned that it was joined by a considerable force from the back settlements, which had arrived too late to take part in the action, and the report was that both combined amounted to nearly 12,000 men. Whether or not it was their intention to attack, I cannot pretend to say, because it was noon before they showed themselves, and soon after, when something like a movement could be discerned, the sky grew suddenly dark, and the most tremendous hurricane ever remembered by the oldest inhabitants of the place came on. When the hurricane had blown over, the camp of the Americans appeared to be in as great a state of confusion as our own, nor could either party recover themselves sufficiently during the rest of the day to try the fortune of a battle. Of this General Ross did not fail to take advantage. He had already attained all that he could hope, and perhaps more than he originally expected to attain. Consequently, to risk another action would only be to spill blood for no purpose. Whatever might be the issue of the contest, he could derive from it no advantage. If he were victorious, it would not destroy the necessity which existed for evacuating Washington. If defeated, his ruin was certain. To avoid fighting was therefore his object, and perhaps he owed its accomplishment to the fortunate occurrence of the storm. Be that, however, as it may, a retreat was resolved upon, and we now only waited for night to put the resolution into practice. As soon as the darkness had come on, the 3rd Brigade, which was posted in the rear of our army, began its retreat. Then followed the guns, afterward the 2nd, and last of all the Light Brigade, exactly reversing the order which had been maintained during the advance. It being a matter of great importance to deceive the enemy and to prevent pursuit, the rear of the column did not quit its ground upon the Capitol Hill until a late hour. During the day an order had been issued that none of the inhabitants should be seen in the streets after 8 o'clock, and as fear renders most men obedient, this order was punctually attended to. All the horses belonging to different officers had likewise been removed to drag the guns, nor was anyone allowed to ride, lest a neigh or even the trampling of hoofs should excite suspicion. The fires were trimmed and made to blaze bright, and fuel was left to keep them many hours. And finally, about 9:30, the troops formed in marching order and moved off in the most profound silence. Not a word was spoken, nor a single individual permitted to step 1 inch out of his place. And thus they passed along the streets perfectly unnoticed, and cleared the town without any alarm being given. The end of section 32.
Section 33 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 15. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Piotr Nader. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 15. Edited by Charles F. Horne, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. The Congress of Vienna, A.D. 1814. By Henry M. Stevens. This famous Congress was a sequel of the Wars of Napoleon, and its decrees had a most important effect in determining the character of a new epoch in European history. Napoleon never recovered his ascendancy in Europe after the Battle of Leipzig, October 16 to 19, 1813, in which he was overthrown by the Great Alliance of Nations. On March 31, 1814, the Allies entered Paris. Napoleon was compelled to abdicate, April 11th, and was banished to the island of Elba. The Bourbons, having promised a constitutional government, were recalled, and with Louis XVIII began the ascendancy of the Legitimist party in France. But Louis returned to the odious ways of the ancient monarchy. His constitution failed to satisfy the people, and, such as it was, Louis violated it to the indignation of the French, many of whom, including the army, welcomed the return of Napoleon, who expelled Louis in March 1815. Meanwhile, soon after the capture of Paris, representatives of the great powers met at the Congress of Vienna for the purpose of settling European affairs. The original object was to restore the map of Europe as it was before the Napoleonic Wars. The Congress, September 1814 to June 1815, at first could make no headway, owing to the conflicting interests presented. But when Napoleon renewed the war in 1815, the powers saw that they must come to an agreement. The decisions finally adopted by the Congress remained effective among the signatory powers for more than 40 years. On November 1, 1814, the diplomatists who were to resettle Europe as arranged by the definitive Treaty of Paris, May 1814, met at Vienna, but many of the monarchs most concerned felt that they could not give their entire confidence to any diplomat, however faithful or distinguished, and they therefore came to Vienna in person to support their views. The final decision of disputes obviously lay in the hands of the four powers, England, Russia, Prussia, and Austria, which by their union had conquered Napoleon. These four powers solemnly agreed to act in harmony and to prepare all questions privately and then lay them before the Congress. In fact, they intended to impose their will upon the smaller states of Europe, just as Napoleon had done. That they did not succeed and that their concert was broken were due to the extraordinary ability of Talleyrand, the first French plenipotentiary. The history of the Congress is the history of the Talleyrand's skillful diplomacy, and the resettlement of Europe which it effected was therefore largely the work of France. Emperor Francis of Austria acted as host to his illustrious guests. The royalties present were Emperor Alexander of Russia with the Empress, the Grand Duke Constantine and his sisters, the Grand Duchess Marie of Saxe-Weimar and Catherine of Oldenburg, the King of Prussia with his nephew Prince William, the King and Queen of Bavaria, the King and Crown Prince of Württemberg, the King of Denmark, the Prince of Orange, the Grand Dukes of Baden, Saxe-Weimar and Hesse-Kassel, the Dukes of Brunswick, Nassau and Saxe-Coburg. The King of Saxony was a prisoner of war and absent. The plenipotentiaries of Russia were Count Razumovsky, Count von Stackelberg, and Count Nasselrode, who were assisted by Stein, the former Prussian minister and one of Alexander's most trusted advisers, by Pozzo di Borgo, the Corsican now appointed Russian ambassador to Paris, by Count Capodistria, the future president of Greece, by Prince Adam Czartoryski, one of the most patriotic Poles, and by some of the most famous Russian generals, such as Chernyshev and Volkonsky. Austrian plenipotentiaries were Prince Metternich, the State Chancellor, the Baron von Wessenberg-Ampfingen, and Friedrich von Gentz, who was appointed to act as secretary to the Congress. England was represented by Lord Castlereagh, Lord Cathcart, Lord Clancarty, and Lord Stuart, Castlereagh's brother, who, as Sir Charles Stuart, had played so great a part in the negotiations in 1813, and who had been created a peer for his services. The English plenipotentiaries were also aided by Count von Hartenberg and Count von Münster, who were deputed to represent the Hanoverian interests. The Prussian plenipotentiaries were Prince von Hardenberg, the State Chancellor, and William von Humboldt, who in military matters were advised by General von Knessenbeck. The French representatives, whose part was to be so important, were Talleyrand, Prince of Benevento, the Duc de Dalbec, nephew of the Prince Primate, the Marquis de la Tour du Pin, and the Comte Alexis de Noailles. Those were the representatives of the great powers. Among the representatives of the lesser powers may be noted, from the importance of their actions, Cardinal Consalvi, who represented the Pope, Pius VII, the Count of Labrador for Spain, Count Palmeia for Portugal, Count Bernsford for Denmark, Count Lovenhelm for Sweden, the Marquis de Saint-Marsan for Sardinia, the Duke di Campochiaro for Murat, King of Naples, Ruffo for Ferdinand, King of the Two Sicilies, Prince for Wrede for Bavaria, Count Wintzingerode for Württemberg, and Count von Schulenberg for Saxony. In addition to these representing powers of the first and second rank, were innumerable representatives of petty principalities, deputies for the free cities of Germany, and even agents for petty German princes, mediatized by Napoleon in 1806. When Talleyrand, with the French legation, arrived in Vienna, he found, as has been said, that the four great powers had formed a close union in order to control the Congress. His first step, therefore, was to set France forth as the champion of the second-rate states of Europe. The Count of Labrador, the Spanish representative, strongly resented the conduct of the great powers in pretending to arrange matters, as they called it, for the Congress, and through him and Palmeia, Bernstorff, and Löwensheim managed to upset the preconcerted ideas of the four allies, and insisted on every matter being brought before the Congress as a whole, and being prepared by small committees specially selected for that purpose. His next step was to sow dissension among the great powers. As the champion of the smaller states, he had already made France of considerable importance, and he then claimed that she too had a right to be treated as a great power and not as an enemy. His argument was that Europe had fought Napoleon and not France, that Louis XVIII was the legitimate monarch of France, and that any disrespect shown to him or his ambassadors would recoil on the heads of all other legitimate monarchs. He claimed that France had as much right to make her voice heard in the resettlement of Europe as any other country, because the allied monarchs had distinctly recognized that she was only to be thrust back into her former limits and not to be expunged from the map of Europe. Having made his claim good on the right of legitimacy of his master to speak for France as a great power, equal in all respects to the others, he proceeded to sow dissension among the representatives of the four allied monarchs. This was not a difficult thing to do, for the seeds of dissension had long existed. The difference he introduced was that in speaking as a fifth great power, and as the champion of the smaller states, France became the arbiter in the chief questions before the Congress. The division between the great powers was caused by the desire of Russia and Prussia for the aggrandizement of their territories. The Emperor Alexander wished to receive the whole of Poland. His idea, which was inspired by his friend Prince Adam Czartoryski, was to form Poland into an independent kingdom, ruled, however, by himself as Emperor of Russia. The Poles were to have a new constitution based on that propounded in 1791, and the Tsar of Russia was to be also King of Poland, just as in former days the electors of Saxony had been kings of Poland, but he was to be a hereditary, not an elected sovereign. To form once more a united Poland, Austria and Prussia were to surrender their gains in the three partitions of Poland. Austria was to receive compensation for her loss of Galicia in Italy. Prussia was to be compensated for the loss of Prussian Poland by receiving the whole of Saxony. As it had been already arranged that Prussia was to receive the bulk of the Rhenish territory on the left bank of the Rhine, in addition to her great extension of 1803, the result would be to make Prussia by far the greatest power in Germany. Talleyrand was acute enough to perceive that Lord Castlereagh did not approve of the extension of the influence of Russia, and that Metternich was equally indisposed to allow Prussia to obtain such a wholesale aggrandizement. Saxony had been the faithful ally of France to the very last, and Talleyrand felt that it would be an indelible stain on the French name if it were thus sacrificed. He was cordially supported in this view by his new master, for though the King of Saxony had been the faithful ally of Napoleon, Louis XVIII did not forget that his own mother was a Saxon princess. Working, therefore, on the feelings of Castlereagh and Metternich, he induced England and Austria to declare against the scheme of Russia and Prussia. The Emperor Alexander and Frederick William blustered loudly. They declared that they were in actual military possession of Poland and of Saxony, and that they would hold those states by force of arms against all comers. In answer, Talleyrand, Castlereagh, and Metternich signed a treaty of mutual alliance between France, England, and Austria on January 3, 1815. By this secret treaty, the three powers bound themselves to resist by arms the schemes of Russia and Prussia, and in the face of their determined opposition, the Emperor Alexander gave way. Immediately Napoleon returned from Elba, he found the draft treaty between the three powers on the table of Louis XVIII and at once sent it to Alexander. That monarch, confronted with the danger threatened by Napoleon's landing in France, contented himself with showing the draft to Metternich and then threw it in the fire. The whole of this strange story is of the utmost interest. It proves not only the ability of Talleyrand, but the inherent strength of France. It is most significant that within a few months after the occupation of Paris by the Allies, for the first time France should again be recognized as a great power and form the main factor in breaking up the cohesion of the alliance which had been formed against her. The result of Talleyrand's skilful policy was thus to unite England, Austria, and France, supported by many of these secondary states, such as Bavaria and Spain, against the pretensions of Prussia and Russia. Powerful armies were immediately set on foot. France, in particular, raised her military forces from 130,000 to 200,000 men, and her new army was in every way superior to that with which Napoleon had fought his defensive campaigns in 1814, for it contained the veteran soldiers who had been blockaded in the distant fortresses or had been prisoners of war. England, too, was enabled to make adequate preparations, for on December 24, 1814, a treaty had been signed at Ghent between the United States and England, which put an end to the war which had been proceeding ever since 1812 on account of England's naval pretensions. Bavaria also promised to put in the field 30,000 men for every 100,000 supplied by Austria. The determined attitude of the opposition caused the Emperor Alexander to give way. It was decided that instead of the whole of Saxony, Prussia should only receive the district of Lusatia, including the towns of Torgau and Wittenberg, a territory which embraced half the area of Saxony and 1/3 of its population. The King of Saxony, who had been treated as a prisoner of war, and whom the Emperor of Russia had even threatened to send to Siberia, was released from captivity and induced by the Duke of Wellington, who succeeded Lord Castlereagh as English plenipotentiary in February 1815, to agree to these terms. The salvation of Saxony was a matter of great gratification to Louis XVIII, who remembered that though the king had been the faithful ally of Napoleon, he was also his own near relative. Since Prussia was obliged to give up the whole of her claim to Saxony, Russia also had to withdraw from her scheme of uniting the whole of Poland. Nevertheless, Russia retained the lion's share of the Grand Duchy of Warsaw. In 1774, her frontier had reached the Dwina and the Dnieper. In 1793, she obtained half of Lithuania and touched the Niemen and the Bug. In 1809, Napoleon had granted her the territory containing the sources of the Bug. And now, in 1815, her borders crossed the Vistula, and by the annexation of the Grand Duchy of Warsaw, including that city, penetrated for some distance between eastern Prussia and Galicia. Prussia received back its share of the two first partitions of Poland, with the addition of the province of Posen and the city of Horne, but lost Warsaw and its share in the last partition, while Austria received Krakow, which was to be administered as a free city. Alexander was deeply disappointed by the frustration of his Polish schemes, but he nevertheless kept his promise to Prince Adam Czartoryski and granted a representative constitution and a measure of independence to Russian Poland. Though the great diplomatic struggle arose over the combined question of Saxony and Poland, the most important work of the Congress was not confined to it alone. Committees were appointed to make new arrangements for Germany, Switzerland, Italy, and to settle other miscellaneous questions. Of these committees, the most important was that which reorganized Germany. It had been arranged by the secret articles of the Treaty of Paris that a Germanic confederation should take the place of the Holy Roman Empire. The example of Napoleon in his institution of the Confederation of the Rhine was followed and developed. Instead of the hundreds of small states which had existed at the commencement of the French Revolution, Germany, apart from Austria and Prussia, was organized in only 38 states. These were the four kingdoms of Hanover, Bavaria, Württemberg, and Saxony, the 7 grand duchies of Baden, Oldenburg, Mecklenburg-Schwerin, Mecklenburg-Sterlitz, Hesse-Kassel, Hesse-Darmstadt, and Saxe-Weimar, the 9 duchies of Nassau, Brunswick, Saxe-Gotha, Saxe-Coburg, Saxe-Meiningen, Saxe-Hildburghausen, Anhalt-Dessau, Anhalt-Bernburg, and Anhalt-Köthen, 11 principalities, that of Schwarzburg, 2 of Hohenzollern, 2 of Lippe, 2 of Reuss, Hesse-Homburg, Liechtenstein, and Waldeck, and the 4 free states of Hamburg, Frankfurt, Bremen, and Lübeck. The number of 38 was made up by the duchies of Holstein and Lauenburg, belonging to the King of Denmark, and the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg, granted to the King of the Netherlands. In its organization, the Germanic Confederation resembled the Confederation of the Rhine. The Diet of the Confederation was to be always presided over by Austria, and was to consist of 2 chambers. The Ordinary Assembly was composed of 17 members, 1 for each of the larger states, 1 for free cities combined, 1 for Brunswick, 1 for Nassau, 1 for the 4 duchies of Saxony united, 1 for the 3 duchies of Anhalt united, and 1 for the smaller principalities. This assembly was to sit permanently at Frankfurt and to settle all the ordinary matters. In addition, there was to be a General Assembly to be summoned intermittently for important subjects, consisting of 69 members returned by the different states in proportion to their size and population. Each state was to be supreme in internal matters, but private wars against each other were forbidden, as well as external wars by individual states on powers outside the limits of the Confederacy. In the territorial arrangements of the new confederation, the most important point is the disappearance of all ecclesiastical states. The Prince Primacy, which Napoleon had established in his Confederation of the Rhine, was not maintained, and Dalberg, who had filled that office throughout the empire, was restricted to his ecclesiastical functions. The most difficult problem to be decided was the final disposition of the districts on the left bank of the Rhine, which had been ruled by France ever since 1794. It had been settled by the secret articles at Paris that these dominions should be used for the establishment of strong powers upon the borders of France. The main difficulty was as to the disposition of the important border fortresses of Mayenne and Luxembourg. Prussia laid claim to both these places, but was strongly resisted by Austria, France, and the smaller states of Germany. It was eventually resolved that Prussia should receive the northern territory on the left bank of the Rhine, from Elten to Koblenz, including Düsseldorf and Cologne, Trèves and Aix-la-Chapelle, in compensation for the Tyrol and Salzburg, which she was forced to return to Austria, and in recognition of his former sovereignty in the Palatinate. Bavaria was granted a district from the Prussian borders to Alsace, including Mayenne, which was designated Rhenish-Bavaria. Finally, Luxembourg was formed into a Grand Duchy and given as a German state to the House of Orange. It was not united to the new kingdom of the Netherlands, which was formed out of Holland and Belgium, but was to retain its independence under the sovereignty of the King of the Netherlands. The union of the provinces of the Netherlands was one of the favourite schemes of England, and was carried into effect in spite of the well-known feeling of opposition between the Catholic provinces of Belgium and the Protestant provinces of Holland. As in its reorganization of Germany, so in the settlement of Switzerland, the Congress of Vienna followed the example set by Napoleon. The Emperor had quite given up the idea, which had fascinated the French Directory, of forming Switzerland into a republic, one and indivisible. He had yielded to the wishes of the Swiss people themselves, and organized them on the basis of a confederation of independent cantons. The Congress of Vienna continued Napoleon's policy of forbidding the existence of subject cantons in spite of the protests of the canton of Bern. Napoleon's cantons of Aargau, Thurgau, St. Gall, the Grisons, the Ticino, and the Pays de Vaud were maintained, but the number of the cantons was raised from 19 to 22 by the formation of the three new cantons of Geneva, the Valais, and Neuchâtel, which had formed part of the French Empire. The canton of Bern received, in reply to its importunities, the greater part of the former bishopric of Basel. The Swiss Confederation, as thus constituted, was placed under the guarantee of the great powers and declared neutral forever. The Helvetic Constitution, which was promulgated by a federal act dated April 17, 1815, was not quite so liberal as Napoleon's constitution. Greater independence was secured in that the constitutions of the separate cantons and organic reforms in them had not to be submitted to the federal diet. The prohibition against internal custom houses was removed. The presidency of the Diet was reserved to Zurich, Bern, and Lucerne alternately, and the Helvetic Diet became a congress of delegates like the Germanic Diet rather than a legislative assembly. It is to be noticed that in spite of the declaration of the Congress of Vienna, Prussia refused to renounce her claims on her former territory of Neuchâtel, the independence of which, as a Swiss canton, was not recognized by her until 1857. The resettlement of Italy presented more than one special problem. The most difficult of these to solve was caused by the engagement entered into by the Allies with Murat in 1814. Talleyrand, on behalf of the King of France, insisted on the dethronement and expulsion of Murat, while Metternich, from friendship for Caroline Murat, wished to retain him in his kingdom. The Emperor Alexander, who ever prided himself on his fidelity to his engagements, wished to protect Murat, and had at Vienna struck up a warm friendship with Eugène de Beauharnais, Napoleon's viceroy of Italy. Murat, ungrateful though he was personally toward Napoleon, had yet imbibed his master's ideas in favour of the unity and independence of Italy. During the campaign of 1814 he had led his army to the banks of the Po, and he persisted in remaining there after the Congress of Vienna had met. But the diplomatists at Vienna had no wish to accept the great idea of Italian unity. Murat's aspirations in that direction were most annoying to them, and it was with real pleasure that they heard, after the landing of Napoleon from Elba, that Murat had, by an indiscreet proclamation, given them an excuse for an open declaration of war. The Duke di Campochiaro, Murat's representative at Vienna, had kept him informed of the differences between the allied powers, and an indiscreet note asking whether he was to be considered as at peace or at war with the House of Bourbon gave the plenipotentiaries their opportunity. War was immediately declared against him. An Austrian army defeated him at Tolentino on May 3, 1815, and he was forced to fly from Italy. The acceptance of Murat's ambassador, who spoke in his name as King of the Two Sicilies, made it difficult for the Congress to know how to treat with Ruffo, who had been sent as ambassador by Ferdinand, the Bourbon King of the Two Sicilies, who had maintained his power in the island of Sicily through the presence of the English garrison. Acting on the ground of legitimacy, it was difficult to reject Ferdinand's claims, which were warmly supported by France and Spain, but Murat's ill-considered behaviour solved the difficulty, and after his defeat Ferdinand was recognized as King of the Two Sicilies. Murat, later in the year, landed in his former dominions, but he was taken prisoner and promptly shot. Another Italian question which presented considerable difficulty was the disposal of Genoa and the surrounding territory. When Lord William Bentinck occupied that city, he had, in the name of England, promised it independence and even hinted at the unity of Italy. Castlereagh unfortunately felt it to be his duty to disavow Bentinck's declaration, and Genoa was united to Piedmont as part of the Kingdom of Sardinia. The third difficult question was the creation of a state for the Empress Marie-Louise. An independent sovereignty had been promised to her. She was naturally supported by her father, the Emperor Francis of Austria, and was ably represented at Vienna by her future husband, Count Neipperg. It was eventually resolved that she should receive the duchies of Parma, Piacenza, and Guastalla, but the succession was not secured to her son, the King of Rome, but was granted to the rightful heir, the King of Etruria, who, until the succession fell in, was to rule at Lucca. The other arrangements in Italy were comparatively simple. Austria received the whole of Venetia and Lombardy, in the place of Mantua and the Milanese, which she had possessed before 1789. The Grand Duchy of Tuscany, with the Principality of Piombino, was restored to the Grand Duke Ferdinand, the uncle of the Emperor Francis of Austria, with the eventual succession to the Duchy of Lucca. The Pope received back his dominions, including the legations of Bologna and Ferrara, and Duke Francis, the grandson of Hercules III, was recognized as Duke of Modena, to which duchy he would have succeeded had not Napoleon absorbed it in his Kingdom of Italy. The arrangements with regard to the other states of Europe, made at the Congress of Vienna, were comparatively unimportant and did not present the same difficult problems as the resettlement of Germany, Switzerland, and Italy. Norway, in spite of its disinclination, was definitely ceded to Sweden, but Bernadotte had to restore to France the West Indian island of Guadeloupe, which had been handed over to him by England in 1813 as part of the price of his alliance. Denmark had, by the Treaty of Kiel with Bernadotte, been promised Swedish Pomerania in the place of Norway. This promise was not kept. Denmark, like Saxony, had been too faithful an ally of Napoleon not to be made to suffer. Swedish Pomerania was given to Prussia, and Denmark received only the small duchy of Lauenburg. By these arrangements, both Sweden and Denmark were greatly weakened, and the Scandinavian states, by the loss of Finland and Pomerania, surrendered to their powerful neighbours, Prussia and Russia, the command of the Baltic Sea. Spain, owing to the ability of the Count of Labrador and the support of Talleyrand, not only lost nothing except the island of Trinidad, which had been conquered by England, but was allowed to retain the district round Olivenza, which had been ceded to her by Portugal in 1801. The desertion of Portugal by England in this particular is the chief blot on Lord Castlereagh's policy at Vienna. The Portuguese army had fought gallantly with Wellington, and there was no reason why she should have been forced to consent to the definite cession of Olivenza to Spain, when other countries were winning back their former borders. Portugal was also made to surrender French Guiana and Cayenne to France. England, though she had borne the chief pecuniary stress of the war, had been more instrumental than any other power in overthrowing Napoleon, received less compensation than any other country. She kept Malta, thus settling the question which led to the rupture of the Peace of Amiens. She received Heligoland, which was ceded to her by Denmark, as commanding the mouth of the Elbe, and she was also granted the protectorate of the Ionian Islands, which enabled her to close the Adriatic. Among colonial possessions, England took from France the Mauritius, Tobago, and St. Lucia, but had returned Martinique and the Isle of Bourbon, and forced Sweden and Portugal to restore Guadeloupe and French Guiana. With regard to Holland, England retained Ceylon and the Cape of Good Hope, but she restored Java, Curaçao, and the other Dutch possessions. In the West Indies also she retained, as has been said, the former Spanish island of Trinidad. One reason for Castlereagh's moderation at Vienna is to be found in the pressure that was exerted upon him in England to secure the abolition of the slave trade. It is a curious fact that while the English plenipotentiary was taking such an important share in the resettlement of Europe, the English people were mainly interested in the question of the slave trade. The great changes which were also leading to the new combinations in Europe, the aggrandizement of Prussia, the reconstitution of Germany, the extension of Austria, all passed without notice, but meetings, in Lord Castlereagh's own words, were held in nearly every village to insist upon his exerting his authority to abolish the trade in negro slaves. Castlereagh, therefore, lent his best efforts, in obedience to his constituents, to this end. The other ambassadors could not understand why he troubled so much about what seemed to them a trivial matter. They suspected a deep design, and thought that the reason of England's humanity was that her West Indian colonies were well stocked with negroes, whereas the islands she was restoring were empty of them. The plenipotentiaries of other powers, possessing colonies in the tropics, therefore refused to comply with Castlereagh's request, and it was eventually settled that the slave trade should be abolished by France after 5 and by Spain after 8 years. Castlereagh had to be content with this concession, but to satisfy his English constituents he got a declaration condemning the slave trade assented to by all the powers at the Congress. Another point of great importance, which was settled at the Congress of Vienna, was with regard to the navigation of rivers which flow through more than one state. It had been the custom for all the petty sovereigns to impose such very heavy tolls on river traffic that such rivers as the Rhine were made practically useless for commerce. This question was discussed by a committee at the Congress, and a code for the international regulation of rivers was drawn up and generally agreed to. These matters took long to discuss, and might have taken longer had not the news arrived at the beginning of March 1815 that Napoleon had left Elba and became once more undisputed ruler of France. In the month of February the Duke of Wellington had succeeded Lord Castlereagh as English representative at Vienna, for the latter nobleman had to return to London to take his place in Parliament. At the news of the striking event of Napoleon's being once more at the head of a French army, all jealousies at Vienna ceased for a time. The Duke of Wellington was taken into consultation by the allied monarchs, and it was resolved to carry into effect the provisions of the Treaty of Chaumont. The great armies, which had been prepared for a struggle among themselves, were now turned by the Allies against France. A treaty of alliance was signed at Vienna between Austria, Russia, Prussia, and England on March 25, 1815, by which those powers promised to furnish 180,000 men each for the prosecution of the war, and stipulated that none of them should lay down arms until the power of Napoleon was completely destroyed. It was arranged that 3 armies should invade France, the first of 250,000 Austrians, Russians, and Bavarians under Schwarzenberg across the Upper Rhine, the second of 150,000 Prussians under Blücher across the Lower Rhine, and the third of 150,000 English, Hanoverians, and Dutch from the Netherlands. Subsidies to the extent of 11 millions of pounds were promised by England to the Allies. These arrangements made, the Allied monarchs and their ministers left Vienna, but the final General Act of the Congress was not drawn up and signed until June 8, 1815, 10 days before the Battle of Waterloo. The final overthrow of Napoleon and his exile to St. Helena allowed the new system for the government of Europe, as laid down by the Congress of Vienna, to be tried. That system may be roughly designated as the system of the great powers. Before 1789, certain states, such as France and England and Spain, were, from fortuitous circumstances or the course of their history, larger, more united, and therefore more fitted for war than others. But the greater part of the continent was split up into small, and in the case of Germany, into very small states. Several of these small states, such as Sweden and Holland, had at different times exercised a very considerable influence, and the policy of Frederick the Great had added another to them in the military state of Prussia. At the Congress of Vienna, the tendency was to diminish the number and power of the secondary states and to destroy minute sovereignties. Sweden and Denmark were relegated to the rank of third-rate powers. the petty principalities of Germany were built up into third-rate states. Austria and Prussia were established as great powers, but the increase of their territory brought with it dissimilar results. Prussia became the preponderant state of Germany, while Austria, whose imperial house had so long held the title of Holy Roman Emperor, became less German and now depended for its strength on its Italian, Magyar and Slavonic provinces. The eruption of Russia into the European Committee of Nations was another significant feature. By its annexation of the greater part of the Grand Duchy of Warsaw, Russia thrust itself between Prussia and Austria territorially, while its leading share in the overthrow of Napoleon made its place as a European power unassailable. It may be doubted if the policy of Peter the Great and the Empress Catherine was thus carried out. The tendency of those rulers was to make the Baltic and the Black Sea Russian lakes, and to build up an empire of the East. Affairs in Central Europe interested them only in so far as they prevented interference with their eastern designs, and did not lead to the erection of powerful states on the Russian border. Nothing is more remarkable in the settlement of Europe by the Congress of Vienna than the entire neglect of the principle of nationality. Yet it was the sentiment of national patriotism which had enabled France to repulse Europe in arms, and had trained the soldiers with whom Napoleon had given the law to the continent and had overthrown the mercenary armies of his opponents. It was the principle of nationality which had crippled Napoleon's finest armies in Spain, and which had produced his expulsion from Russia. It was the feeling of intense national patriotism which had made the Prussian army of 1813, and enabled Prussia, after its deepest humiliation, to take rank as a first-class power. But the diplomatists at Vienna treated the idea as without force. They had not learned the great lesson of the French Revolution, that the first result of rousing a national consciousness of political liberty is to create a spirit of national patriotism. The Congress of Vienna trampled such notions underfoot. The partition of Poland was consecrated by Europe. Italy was placed under foreign rulers. Belgium and Holland, in spite of the hereditary opposition of centuries, were united under one king. The territories on the left bank of the Rhine, which were happy under French rule, and had been an integral part of France for 20 years, were roughly torn away, and divided between Prussia, Bavaria, and the House of Orange, under the fancied necessity induced by the exploded notion of maintaining the balance of power in Europe, of building up a bulwark against France. Such short-sighted policy was certain to be undone. Holland and Belgium separated. Italy became united. Poland maintained the consciousness of her national unity, and has more than once endeavoured to regain her independence. France has never ceased to yearn after her natural frontier, the Rhine. The states of Germany have developed a national German patriotism which has led to the creation of the modern German Empire. This feeling of conscious nationality was the result of the French Revolution and the wars of Napoleon. Its existence is the strength of England, France, Russia, and Germany. Its absence is the weakness of Austria. In so far as the spirit of nationality was neglected at the Congress of Vienna, its work was but temporary. In its resurrection, which has filled the history of the present century, the work of the French Revolution has been permanent. But after all, the growth of the spirit of nationality is only a secondary result of the French Revolution upon Europe. It did not arise in France until foreign powers attempted to interfere with the development of the French people after their own fashion. It did not arise in Europe until Napoleon began to interfere with the development of other nations. The primary result of the French Revolution, the recognition of individual liberty, which implied the abolition of serfdom and of social privileges, the establishment of political liberty, which implied the abolition of despots, however benevolent, and of political privileges, the maintenance of the doctrine of the sovereignty of the people, which implied the right of the people, through their representatives, to govern themselves, have also survived the Congress of Vienna. When Europe tried to interfere, the French people sacrificed these great gains to the spirit of nationality, and bowed before the despotism of the Committee of Public Safety and of Napoleon, they have since regained them. The French taught these principles to the rest of Europe, and the history of Europe since 1815 has been the history of their growth side by side with the idea of nationality. How the two, liberty and nationality, can be preserved in harmony is the great problem of the future. End of section 33.